Traitor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Blood Traitor by Loraine, narrated by Aaron Shedlock and Emma Wilder. 1. Cashel. Searing pain raced through my nerve endings, lighting them on fire with each jolt of the moving car. "Where are you taking me?" I bit out through a throat, tight with anguish, while attempting to shrug the silver net off my body. I needed to get away, to get to my little bird before that hunter ruined her. She was mine. He had no claim on her. No one answered me in the dark. The vehicle moved quickly, flying down the road with such speed only a vampire could be driving. My own kind had come for me. They'd found me. They were going to make me pay for my crimes. "Answer me, you fucking asshole!" I yelled into the silence. Still nothing. The scents all around me were clouded by industrial odors of oil and gasoline, steel and rubber. I couldn't get a good sense of who it was I was dealing with, but from the words I'd heard before I was tossed into the back of this van, I assumed the council had found me. The council who was instrumental in the deaths of so many before me. Executions of all who were found to be traitors to the throne held by the once formidable King Cashel Blackthorne, my father. I faded in and out of consciousness during the drive, disoriented and miserable. A blinding light burned in my eyes, jolting me back to reality as I was pulled from the van and into a courtyard I knew all too well. Hollybrook. We were standing in the executioner's circle at Hollybrook Estate, home to the Vampire Council. My stomach curled. They didn't understand. "Cashel Blackthorne," a low voice rumbled. "You stand accused of murder, treason, and treachery upon your own blood. The penalty for these is death. What do you have to say in your defense?" The silver net was dragged off me, skin going with it in small, sizzling patches. I winced, not allowing myself to cry out as my raw body wanted me to. My father was mad, driven insane by the final stages of sun sickness. And yet you didn't restrain him. You didn't do anything to help him. My eyes grew accustomed to my surroundings, the effect of the silver dwindling with every passing moment. 7 hooded figures stood around me, all holding swords in their gloved hands. I could smell the deadly metal. A single strike of one of those sterling blades would burn straight through me. There would be no coming back from that. "Answer, Blackthorne. Answer for your crimes." I did what I could to save him. The figure in front of me shook his head. "I can taste the lie on your tongue. The council is well aware of what you did. You took the blood of the sun for yourself, killed your father and brother, planned to take the Blackthorne crown." Was he right? Possibly. My father had used me for far too long to get what he wanted. He'd abused Olivia, manipulated me, and there was no telling how far he'd have taken his obsession with breeding her. "You know nothing," I spat. My hands balled into fists as anger worked its way to the forefront of my mind. "Tell us, where is the blood of the sun?" "I don't know." "You've hidden her away, taken her from all of us for your own devices." "I have not." "You'd protect her to the death?" "Kill me if you must, but know this. The hunters have her. There's no telling what they'll do with her, but none of it will be good for us." He laughed, face still obscured by that damn hood. "Death would be too easy. I intend to make you suffer for your crimes." He turned his attention from me and focused on the rest of the council. "Take him to the dungeon where he will await the council's decision and sentencing. We are not done with you yet, Cashel." "No!" I screamed the word, fighting for all I was worth as one of the hooded figures came for me. but I was weak. I hadn't fed in too long, and with the damage the silver had done to my body, I was in no shape to stop them. Hands closed around my arms, jerking me toward the forbidding structure that loomed ahead. Before we went inside, they covered my head once more, and I was forced to blindly let them lead me.
"Stop struggling, Cashel. You'll only make this worse,"
a female vampire hissed in my ear. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as a chill ran down my spine. Her voice was familiar, a soft melody on the air. It was a voice I never thought I'd hear again in all my years. "Eliana," I whispered. Her hand stiffened on my arm, a warning.
"Don't speak to me as though you know me, traitor."
It was her. I'd never forget the sound of her because my guilty heart wouldn't let me.
"You are nothing to you, as you are nothing to me."
Conflicting emotions hit me in a rush. How could she be here? I'd seen her dead and buried. I'd caused her suicide, hadn't I? But with every step toward my imprisonment, I grew more certain I wasn't wrong. The vampire escorting me to my cell was the very woman I lost so long ago. The woman I thought I loved until Olivia came into my life. "You were never nothing." She didn't respond. Her fingers dug into my arms with savage ferocity instead. For the rest of the long walk down to the dungeon, I remained silent, closing off my mind with every ounce of strength I had. When we reached the cell I knew would be mine, I remained calm, walking inside without a fight. I would escape this place with my life. I had to. Olivia needed me, and I would do anything for her. I had done everything for her.
"You did all the things you should have done for me, Cashel. You loved her. It seems only fitting you should be the one locked in a cage now."
Then slender hands reached up and pushed the hood away from my head. Eliana stared back at me, as beautiful as ever, but haunted. Her large dark eyes burned with hurt.
"What is it about her?"
I can't explain."
"Does your heart still beat?"
Her voice wobbled as she spoke.
"Mine doesn't. Mine sits silent in my chest, a reminder of what you drove me to."
I wanted to apologize, but truly didn't know any words that would be fitting. Her death had weighed heavy on my conscience, coloring every decision I'd made since. "Eliana."
"Don't cheapen this with your guilt."
"How did this happen? You were beyond saving."
"There was obviously a spark of life left inside me, enough to turn me. I woke up here."
"Who?" She shook her head.
"I don't know who sired me. My first night as a vampire, I called for you until my throat was raw. I begged them to let me go to you. I went mad."
"And now you're on the council?"
"I have no allegiance. I am loyal to my kind, not my sire, as are all council members."
I sat on the hard bed, my limbs heavy from injury and hunger combined. If I'd known. She slammed the bars closed and turned the key in the lock.
"You'd have left me for her, or more likely, you'd have killed me for trying to kill her, because that's what I'll do if I find her. She's ruined you."
Rage clawed its way up my chest and I rushed the bars. "You'll keep your hands off her. She is mine. No one will touch her." Eliana grinned, a wicked and cruel twist of her lips unlike any I'd seen from her.
"I'm sure she is, but you're in here. She's got no one to protect her from us. When I find her, I'm going to make you watch as I drain her dry. I'll take her blood until there's no chance she could be turned. Then I'll give her to you."
I grabbed the bars and instantly regretted the action. Fire raced through my palms as what looked like iron began to burn its way into my skin. Eliana tutted.
"Silver, my love. Always silver. Can't have you escaping.
She began to walk away, her long dark hair so reminiscent of Olivia's it hurt. "What happened to you, Eliana?" She turned her gaze over her shoulder.
"You happened, Cashel."
Olivia. Cashel hadn't come for me. I'd been gone for the last 3 days, and he hadn't come. Everything in me screamed that this had to be wrong, that the hunters at this camp were keeping my scent masked, that something had to be keeping us apart. But I knew my vampire could find me if he wanted. He'd had my blood time and time again. He had more of a link to me than anyone. And while 3 days seemed short in the grand scheme of forever, for Cashel and everything we'd been through, it was an impossible length of time.
"Olivia, are you awake?"
Logan's voice was low and gentle. He treated me with kid gloves, like I might fall to pieces if he spoke any louder. I was on my side, resting on the thin bedroll in the tent I'd been given. I wasn't sure where we were in relation to Blackthorne Manor, or the cabin Cashel had taken me to, the place I thought was the beginning of our life together, but we were clearly in the mountains. I hadn't allowed myself to explore since we'd arrived. I didn't want to face these humans who so desperately wanted to kill the man I loved.
"Come on, you have to eat. A hunger strike isn't going to get you anywhere."
He pressed. "Take me back."
"I can't do that."
"Did you kill him? Is that why he hasn't come?" He took my hands and tugged me to standing.
"No, but promise."
His warm brown gaze locked on mine, and all I saw was truth.
"Maybe he got what he needed from you. It's not worth coming after you anymore."
That stung. It was a slap in the face I couldn't escape because I already had doubts. I took the cup of water he'd placed on the small table next to my cot and drank it in one long gulp. My stomach twisted and lurched, but I kept the liquid down. "Where are we?"
"Our camp. In the Cascades for now. We'll move on after a few more days. Can't risk them catching your scent."
"You still think they'll come for me?" I couldn't disguise the hope in my voice.
"Yes, but this time they won't be trying to protect you. This time, they'll kill you for what you did."
"He won't let them."
"You give him too much credit. Cashel is the worst of them all, and you're suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. It's not your fault."
"I'm not. You don't know him like I do." Even to my own ears, I sounded pathetic. I could defend Cashel until I was blue in the face, but my words would fall flat.
"Have it your way. You'll see. One day he'll show you his true colors."
I needed to get away from Logan before I punched him. He didn't understand. The man was simply trying to save me from a threat that up until recently I thought was real as well. Cashel and I had something intense and destined. It burned in both of us without rhyme or reason, and I couldn't deny it even if I tried. But the seed of doubt was there, and if I let him, Logan would cultivate that until it took hold. Shoving the canvas tent flap aside, I stepped out into the world. The air was colder here, thinner, and while our estate had been surrounded by thick trees, our encampment was in the middle of a dense forest. At least 20 tents were interspersed between tree trunks, and in the center was a large fire pit, complete with an iron spit with pots suspended over the flames. I half expected to find a skinned rabbit hanging on the nearest tree. Instead, I found groups of men and women alike participating in target practice with silver blades. They lined up and flung their knives one by one at a tree about the width of a man, each one embedding deep into the bark with heavy thunks that sent shivers down my spine. "Is this what you all do?" Logan was right behind me. I felt his presence, his warmth.
"We train every day, and at night, We hunt them.
Wouldn't it be better to hunt them during the day? He laughed and rested a gentle hand on my elbow.
No. Most of them have humans in their thralls, protecting their homes, putting on facades of normal lives. We won't hurt other humans if we can help it.
I crossed my arms over my chest, my thoughts drifting to the confrontation at Blackthorne Manor. Your people were going to kill me. Cashel took the bullet meant for me.
You were defending them even after watching them slaughter us. In that moment, Pan thought you were beyond saving.
So you think it's fine? You would have let him kill me? Anger bubbled to the surface. For all his talk of helping me and saving me from vampires, he would have let it go.
No. If things had been different, I would have stepped in front of that bullet instead of that monster. I would have saved you. You're special, Olivia, in so many ways.
He turned to me, eyes holding nothing but sincerity.
But you deserve more than someone who might kill you if he has a bad day.
My gut twisted. Isn't that always the case? Violence against women isn't something isolated to vampires. Plenty of human men kill. That's why Brenna is dead. It's why my mother is dead. He gripped my hand and brought it close to his chest before pressing it to his heart.
Feel this? This is real. This is human. This is what you should want. A living, breathing man. Your mother isn't dead because of me. Can you say the same for Cashel? Do you really know?
A flash of her on the floor of her bedroom, blood drenching the rug and the front of her nightdress, the ragged tear at her throat, hit me, and I had to close my eyes against the memory. It wasn't him.
How do you know?
It just wasn't. He wouldn't lie. Logan laughed, low and bitter.
I thought you were smarter than this. I thought you were going to bring them all down, and that's why you went back to him.
I was. I killed Elias. What more do you want from me?
I want to know you'll do what it takes to rid the world of vampires. You belong here with us.
I won't help you hurt Cashel. If you can't see that not all vampires are evil, you're looking through too narrow of a lens. He tugged me forward, not responding to my statement.
Come on. There's something you need to see. Maybe it will help clear this all up for you.
We walked through the bramble, the tree branches catching on my clothes with every step until we reached an isolated tent at the top of a hill. From this vantage point, I could see the entire camp. Laundry lines hung between trees, couples sharing coffee and breakfast at their individual fires. It was all so human. I'd forgotten what that felt like. I'd spent so much time as the pet of the Blackthorns, I'd forgotten how sharing conversation over breakfast used to begin my day. The dirty cream canvas parted, and a tall man with thick, dark hair peppered with gray stepped out. His worn leather jacket and heavy boots made me think he'd been a biker in another life. He had a kind face, though. Soft, but with rough edges.
Olivia, this is Hector Lagunas, our leader.
Hector looked me over, his gaze heavy, but he didn't regard me like I was a piece of meat, a prize, or even something he could play with. Hector looked at me like I was a person. He smiled, holding out a hand and making me feel like I was safe and where I belonged, all in one gesture.
We're so glad you're here, Olivia.
I took his offer of a handshake, his large, warm palm engulfing my smaller one completely. It wasn't much of a choice. Logan threatened someone I care about.
Logan threatened a vampire who was holding you hostage.
He wasn't holding me hostage anymore. Hector shook his head and sighed.
I think it's time for you to see the truth of Cashel Blackthorne's betrayal, Olivia.
What are you talking about? He cocked his head toward the tent.
Come inside so I can tell you everything.
I hesitated, not trusting anyone anymore. I'm not an idiot. You could do anything in there.
I promise I won't hurt you.
A laugh left my mouth before I could stop it. I've heard that one before. He turned to the flaps of the tent and rolled each one up until the interior was completely visible from outside.
You're free to leave whenever you want. I'm not going to force you to do anything. But if you give me a chance, I'll show you the truth Cashel has been hiding from you.
How?
If I'm right, you're so clouded under the power of his compulsion, you don't have any clue how much he influenced your thoughts. I'm going to break that influence and raise the curtain so you can see the truth. Then you can make your decision with a clear mind.
My memories drifted to the conversation Logan and I had in the cabin. It should hurt every time, I whispered.
See, part of you already knows. Come on, let me show you. Don't make your choice until you have all the information.
Taking a heavy breath, I nodded and stepped inside the large tent, ready to find out the truth. 2. Olivia. My hands shook as soon as I crossed into the tent. Hector's hulking form had me backing away out of instinctive distrust. I'd been hurt by a leader before. I didn't want it to happen again.
It's okay, Olivia. I swear I'm not going to harm you. Have a seat, and I'll explain how we're going to do this.
His words were slow and calm, reminding me of a teacher I'd once had. The last time I was alone with a man who said that, he stole my blood without permission and invaded my mind. Forgive me if I'm a little hesitant. He straightened his shoulders and shoved both hands in the front pockets of his jeans.
I get it. I really do. They took so much from everyone here, you know? Every single person in this camp has been a victim of the Blackthorns.
Shock rolled through me. What?
Ask anyone in the camp. They'll share their reason for taking up their weapons. Each of us has lost someone. Spouses, siblings, children. Logan lost his sister. My wife, I lost her one night without warning.
And you're sure it was all done by the Blackthorns?
They rule this area, so by extension, any vampire here is a Blackthorn.
I wasn't so sure about that, but now wasn't the time to argue. If you knew Cashel, or Lucas, or Callie, even Sorka, you might think differently. Elias was a twisted son of a bitch, but the rest of them? I think there's more to them.
Sit down, Olivia.
I did as he asked, if only to get this over with. Maybe if I showed him some trust, he'd do the same with me and what I was saying about the Blackthorns. Fine. How do we do this? Are you going to hypnotize me? He laughed and shook his head.
No. In order to break through the compulsion they've put on you, we have to force your mind to do something to defend itself.
That made me nervous, but I also understood. When Cashel helped rid me of his father's unwanted control, he'd had to break into my mind and pull the compulsion out. A sharp prick in my arm had me letting out a yelp of protest and surprise. Cool liquid surged through my veins, making my heart race and my blood feel like it was filled with cold fire. My breaths came in sharp gasps, and I worked to calm my heart. I hadn't had a panic attack in a long time, but this was different. This was more intense, bone deep, painful. What did you do to me? I fought for every breath.
Lie back, Olivia. Let the adrenaline take charge. Your brain will go into fight-or-flight mode, and the anxiety attack will reverse the compulsions.
I couldn't stay upright and keep breathing. My chest ached. My vision grew fuzzy. I needed to close my eyes and give in to what my body needed. Hide. Protect. Survive. Lying back on the cot, my limbs shuddered. teeth chattering with threatening shock. I closed my eyes and willed myself to relax. Instead, I saw Cashel. I felt him kissing me, felt his cock driving inside me, but most of all, I felt the tremendous pain of his teeth sinking into my skin and the violation of his feeding. Over and over again, time after time, I saw the truth of what he did. I saw him taking my blood, taking the pain, and then I lived the pain. I screamed. My throat was raw and aching, skin slick with sweat, fingers white from clutching the blanket. Then I saw the moment he told me he'd never control my mind. The lie in that promise nearly broke me. Cashel stole my memories, stole my understanding of the truth, stole me from the world. He betrayed me.
What the fuck are you doing to her?
Logan's voice boomed in the tent, but I didn't open my eyes. Tears leaked from the corners of my closed lids and spilled down my temples and into my hair. My heart was breaking piece by piece with the revelation of each of Cashel's lies.
She needs to understand.
Hector's words were strong and confident.
If she's going to get out of his thrall, she has to realize what he's done. Not like this. She's hurting. She'll be fine. Olivia is strong. You and I both know that.
I used to think so, but now I wasn't so sure. I felt like a broken puppet, used and tossed aside. Logan wasn't wrong when he said Cashel was done with me. I'd served his purpose. That was why he hadn't come for me. He didn't want me anymore. Strong arms scooped me into a cradle hold, and the heat of Logan's body quelled some of the shaking in my own. He smelled good, like leather and pine. And right now, that was what I needed. Someone to hold my pieces together while I fell apart, because with the truth of Cashel's betrayal, I wasn't okay. In fact, I was so far from okay, I didn't know if I'd ever find that place again.
She's done. She needs some peace,
Logan said. Hector didn't argue, and when I opened my eyes, I found his, pity hiding behind strength.
I'm sorry you had to find out like this, sweet girl. I didn't do it to hurt you. Didn't you, though?
Logan asked. He walked away, me in his arms, and didn't let Hector answer. Instead, he took me back to a tent that wasn't mine. It was slightly larger than the one I'd woken up in, with a small shelf filled with various weapons and a few old Western paperback novels. Logan's space. You were right, I said through a tight throat. About it all. He did use me. He hid the pain, but he promised he'd never control me. He lied.
I'm sorry.
A bitter laugh escaped me. No, you're not. This is what you wanted from the beginning.
True, but I didn't want to see you sad. Believe it or not, I want you to be happy, to have all the things you deserve.
You don't even know me. We spent some time in a car together. That's it. Somewhere during this, I stopped shaking and started getting angry. I took a long, slow breath and fought the urge to rage at him for the shit show my life had become.
I know you better than you think.
I cocked my head and raised my brows. Really?
You have anxiety attacks because of the trauma in your past. You sleep on your side, curled up like you might fall apart if you don't hold yourself together. You miss your mom so badly you won't let yourself think about her.
I shrugged. Those are observations.
Your real name is Rosella, but you haven't gone by it since you were 5.
All the air left my lungs. How did you know that?
We've been looking for you and your mom for a long time. Just like the Blackthorns were, but they got to you first. I'm sorry for that. We failed you. We never wanted you to have to endure the torture of living with them.
You didn't just fail me. You failed my mom. Tears sprung to my eyes, regret burning in my throat.
I can't bring her back, but I can promise you, we'll get vengeance.
He took my hand and squeezed.
Together.
I stared at his fingers, long and rough with scars from countless fights, his tanned skin such a contrast to Cashel's. An ache began in my chest before I pushed it away. He'd used me. Cashel had used me, and I'd been powerless to stop him. I could never trust him again. Logan brushed his thumb over mine, and I looked into his eyes, making my decision then and there. Teach me how to fight.
On your left,
Logan shouted, his voice low and tight. I ducked and spun out of the path of the man who was charging me. Pulling a stake from the holster at my side, I readied my defense and popped to my feet. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, making my blood hum with pins and needles. I hated this part. It was the moment my body tried to pick between falling into a full-fledged anxiety attack or controlling my situation. I still wasn't able to tell which way things were going to go. But my rival was back at it, rushing at me without giving me much choice on what to do. It was kill or be killed. I aimed to kill. With a harsh scream, I ran straight into him, the stake pressing into his chest until I couldn't go any farther. Time stopped. I held my breath. And then Logan began clapping.
Well done. That was the first time you didn't get yourself killed 5 seconds in.
Stepping back from my opponent, I pulled the stake from his padded vest and returned it to my holster. I didn't get myself killed this time at all. He shook his head and reached out to brush his fingers across my throat. They came away red with a mixture of corn syrup and food coloring. A sure sign Knight, the hunter masquerading as a vampire for this training, had dealt me a killing blow of some kind. Damn it. Again, I would have ended up dead. I was still a danger to them, even after all the practice sessions and training Logan and Knight had done with me.
Got you carotid. Sorry, Liv.
Knight grinned and shrugged. Next time. I didn't even notice. I reached up and dragged my hand through the fake blood. He was so fast.
That's the idea. You might have gotten him, but he got you in the end, too. Stake and run. Don't linger.
I fought a disappointed sigh. We've been at this for weeks. I'm not going to stay here and be a liability. Logan took my hand, his warmth something I was now accustomed to, even grateful for.
You're not. You're important to our cause, and to me.
Something about the way he said those words had me fighting a wave of loneliness and grief. Cashel had said the same on more than one occasion. He'd made me feel so much more than I'd been prepared for. But he'd lied to me, too. I'm tired of being important because of my blood. I want to be normal. I want to be a woman living her life, not the pet of people who want something from me.
We don't want anything from you other than to keep you from falling into their hands again. But you need to learn how to defend yourself, not only against the Blackthorns. Every vampire clan who catches your scent will be after you. If you can kill them, you can live as normal a life as possible.
I turned away, staring down at the flowing mountain stream cutting a path through rock and earth. It was small but mighty, and that's what I wanted to be. Balling my hands into fists, I fought off the lingering pain of knowing Cashel had abandoned me just as easily as he'd lied. I let him go and turned my focus inward, to being strong, to preparing myself for a life without him. You're right, I know. I just want to be able to move forward now. I need to be able to. His hand trailed along my shoulder, brushing the hair away from my neck and over to the other side.
I can help you with that, if you want.
Full lips were all I could focus on. The bottom one was slightly larger, both closing in on me, about to kiss me. My heart kicked into overdrive, and I backed away quicker than I intended. "What are you doing, Logan?"
Kissing you.
I shook my head. "No, I can't." His expression darkened.
Why? Because of him? He's not here. He didn't come for you. He doesn't want you.
That hurt. He might as well have slapped me. The burn of loss gripped my heart and caused tears to clog my throat. "Thanks for the reminder."
Fuck, Liv, I'm sorry. I didn't mean—
No, you meant exactly what you said. I know you think because of everything I've learned I should let him go. He crossed his arms over his chest and offered me a disapproving glare.
I do. He deserves death for what he did to you. Instead, you're punishing yourself for everything that happened. He held you captive. He stole your pleasure, invaded your mind, and damn it, he as good as raped you.
Defensive anger bloomed in my chest. He never raped me. Logan dragged a hand over the dark stubble on his jaw.
How do you know? He invaded your thoughts and colored everything about your feelings.
He made me feel good, spared me pain when he fed. That's different. The words sounded forced even to my own ears. I didn't know the truth when I believed that. Was I just making excuses for a man who'd abused me?
How do you know that was all he did? There could be so much more that affected you.
There's not. I'd have remembered. But would I? I wasn't sure. Everything was turned around, and I couldn't remember how I'd gone from hating Cash to loving him. Had he done more to my mind than my session with Hector had revealed?
Just remember, you also thought he'd never meddle in your thoughts, but here we are. It's not your fault you feel like this. It's his. He manipulated you.
I closed my eyes against the pain the truth brought me. Logan was right. He'd been right so many times. Sinking to the ground, I sat on a large rock at the water's edge. It doesn't feel like that. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulled out a phone before he took a seat next to me.
I need to show you something. I didn't want to upset you when you were already heartbroken, but I think this is the only thing that's going to help you.
Confusion swirled in my mind. What are you talking about? He swiped across the screen a few times before offering me the device.
Just press play and watch.
I stared down at the phone, brows pulling together in disbelief. A cold rush of dread traced its way down my spine. That's my old house. That's where my mother died. He put a hand on my arm.
I know. I'm sorry.
My stomach twisted and rolled, nausea clutching at my throat. But still, I pressed my finger to the button, and the video began to play.
3. Cashel. I've been trapped in this dungeon for weeks, starved and held in this cage, save for the moment someone came to torture me. My shoulder burned with searing pain from the brand they'd given me. A traitor mark, large and prominent. A reminder of what I'd done. That would have been bearable if it ensured Olivia was safe, but with every day that passed, I could feel my connection to her dwindling. I couldn't track her now even if I tried, which meant I couldn't keep her safe either. She was farther from me than she'd been since I found her, and I only had myself to blame.
You lost her.
Eliana's voice in my head was unwelcome and infuriating. Fuck off.
My. You never used to speak to me with such vitriol, Cashel. In fact, if I remember it right, you used to whisper my name like it was a prayer, and I was your saving grace.
Things have changed. The bars of my cell clanked loud enough to startle me back to the real world. I stared at the man standing in the open door. "Talking to yourself now, Blackthorne?" I stood tall, ready to fight again no matter how famished they'd made me. "Back for more?" I asked. He laughed. "There's nothing that pleases me more than bringing you excruciating pain. But tonight you meet your fate. Come on, you've been summoned." "My sentencing?" I asked, a mixture of relief and terror gripping me. I was too weak to defend myself if they planned to take me down, but part of me just wanted all this to be over. My jailer didn't answer. He pulled my arms behind my back and closed a pair of silver cuffs around my wrists before covering my head with a hood and nudging me forward. Each step felt like I was weighted down with cement. I needed to feed. Desperately. By the time we reached the executioner's circle and they pulled the black hood from my head, the world was dark around the edges, fatigue creeping in and threatening to take away my sense of reality. I fell to my knees at the center of the circle, the members of the council standing watch, hoods covering their heads, hiding their faces. Eliana had broken a cardinal rule by outing herself as a member of the secret council, and she knew it. But why risk her position? "Cashel Blackthorne," the vampire at the dais in front of me said, "you are aware of the charges brought against you." It wasn't a question, and I didn't answer. Instead, I stared hard at the figure I sensed was Eliana, praying she'd find some mercy. There was nothing radiating from her other than hostility. The entire group of council members burned me with their unseen gazes. I knew what the verdict would be because the truth was, I was guilty. Together, Olivia and I had killed my father and my brother, both driven mad by sun sickness. But I couldn't die here. It couldn't end like this. I had so much left to experience with Olivia by my side if it wasn't too late to get her back. "You will stand to hear your fate, Blackthorne." My gut churned, but I managed to rise. I lifted my chin and stared hard at the head of the council. He would have to see my face when he handed me my fate. "It is the decision of this council that you are guilty of treason and will face execution by Silva this night. The Blackthorne crown will go to me." A feminine voice I didn't recognize rang out from the gathered crowd of vampires. We all turned to face her, shock registering on the expressions of many onlookers. A small woman with sparkling green eyes and a regal bearing strode into the circle to join me. She stopped when she reached the place I stood and settled a hand on my shoulder. She looked every inch like the bird-bone little creature my father always described her to be, deceptively tiny and secretly vicious. "Anne?" the council leader said, his voice filled with incredulity. "Yes. Long time no see, Samson." She winked. "Though, the last time you said my name like that, you had a decidedly smaller amount of clothing on." Samson shifted, clearly uncomfortable that she'd outed his identity. "You." "I am Anne Blackthorne, first wife of Elias and rightful queen of the Blackthorne lands. My crown will go to no one else." "But the king had children. Callum was his firstborn. And now he is dead. Cashel. According to you, he's a traitor. And we all know about Lucas, the half-breed bastard." "I'm sorry, Anne. You have no claim." A crackle of dark energy radiated from her. "By law, our union was not severed. We had no children, which means I am still ruler, and now that I've been released, I can do my duty. I'll take a husband, produce an heir, and we can put aside this ugliness." The crowd around us collectively gasped before the council members shifted in their places, clearly uncomfortable. "You've been in exile for hundreds of years," Samson said. "I have, and now my husband is dead. I will take my crown, or take down anyone who stands in my way." I couldn't see their faces, but their combined unease radiated and filled the air. All of them turned to face Samson, the council leader, waiting for his response. But after a few tense moments passed, he stepped forward and bowed his head. "I have no quarrel with you, my queen, but your husband's son is a traitor and must be punished."
"No. Cashel Blackthorne is hereby pardoned of his crimes. He only acted out of necessity to free me from unlawful exile and bring back the rightful queen. He is loyal to the crown."
I forced myself to remain upright, pretending that her words were true. This woman shouldn't have the crown, but did I have the energy to fight her? Not yet. I'd bide my time until I could take my place and ensure the Blackthorne legacy was upheld and changed for the better.
"Take these shackles off my husband's bastard son. He deserves better than this."
Anne's voice was so light, so lilting, she seemed to be no more threatening than a child. But I knew better. I'd heard the stories my father had told of her insanity, of her cruelty. She was a mad queen in every sense of the word, and he'd put her aside for more than one reason. "Thank you, my queen," I muttered.
"Oh, call me mother, Cashel. After all, I'm the only parent you have left."
I couldn't do it. My mouth wouldn't form the word. Instead, I nodded, and the two of us left my prison behind. We walked down the long driveway, her in no rush and me unable to do much more than trudge along without falling from the absolute weakness of starvation. When we finally reached the gate, I audibly sighed at the sight of the sleek black Land Rover idling and ready for us. "Do you have stores of blood in the car?" I asked. She smiled and shook her head.
"No, I have something much better."
As soon as the door opened, I was assaulted with the scent of fresh blood. A woman sat in the back seat, her hair piled high on her head, long, graceful throat exposed. My entire body ached with desire to feed from her, but there was no way I'd be able to stop.
"Go ahead. I brought her for you."
Anne's sugary, sweet voice made me ill. "I'll kill her."
"That's not a problem. Gigi's life is of no consequence."
Swallowing hard, I took a slow breath and slid into the back of the car. I hadn't wanted to feed from anyone but Olivia since she and I crossed that bridge. I didn't know if I would truly be able to put my lips on another. Gigi stared at me, her wide doe eyes filled with excitement. Then she spoke, soft French rolling off her tongue in a simple and sweet voice.
"Take what you need. I am ready."
I responded in her native tongue, desperate to make sure she understood that what I needed might mean ending her life. She only nodded.
"Gigi knows if she makes this sacrifice, I'll reward her in the end."
Anne sounded almost bored with my hesitation.
"Or would you rather continue wasting away?"
The door shut, and I heard the crunch of gravel under Anne's feet. Then the coppery tang of blood overwhelmed everything else. Twisting my frame back to focus on Gigi, I fought back a groan of want when I saw the line of crimson trailing down her perfectly poised throat. She'd cut herself, deep enough it wouldn't stop bleeding any time soon.
"Take,"
she whispered in English. Olivia flashed in my mind, her taste, her softness, her scent, but I pushed aside the memory of the woman I loved in order to do what needed to be done. I licked the blood clean before sinking my fangs into Gigi's neck. I didn't make it feel good. I couldn't. I'd never bring another woman pleasure again with my bite or my body. The only one for me was Olivia. Blackthorne Manor was dark and empty when we walked inside, the echoes of my past sitting like ghosts in the walls. I didn't sense any of my siblings. Honestly, I had no idea what to expect from Lucas after his rare display of loyalty. Had he run to avoid being punished by the council?
"Yes, Your half-breed brother skipped town as soon as word got out of your little moment of patricide.
I hated that Anne could get inside my head. Hated the itch in my body to take another woman and feed from her, as I had on Gigi. And my sisters. She shrugged and strode through the house.
Dealt with.
I rushed her, rage pumping through my blood as I pinned the small woman against the wall. What do you mean by that? A bitter laugh made her seem all at once mad and sinister.
They're in exile. Those insipid fools seem to think you'd want them to fight for your crown. But how can you have the woman you love if you take the throne?
Confusion twisted in my mind. What do you mean?
The king must provide a pure-blooded heir. You'll never be able to do that with a human at your side. Blood of the sun or not. It's bad enough your mother wasn't of noble birth, but at least that whore wasn't human.
I held her in place, but she acted as though I was of no consequence. Don't ever speak of my mother again. She pressed her palm to my chest and shoved, hard. I'd underestimated her strength, or given myself too much credit, because with that one gesture I flew across the room, crashing into the thick wood paneling lining the walls hard enough to send a crack up to the ceiling.
You forget your place, Cashel. Without me, you'd be nothing but a pile of ashes. I could have you killed at any moment.
Why don't you? What's the point of keeping me alive? I am one of the only vampires who can challenge your claim.
Because I need you to serve as my protection. The clans won't accept me until they know you're behind their new queen.
I laughed, standing and brushing the dust off my clothes. What makes you think I'll do that?
Because I know where your little bird has run off to. And if you don't, I'll kill her and leave her body on a pike outside your window.
A chill ran down my spine. You know where Olivia is?
I have my spies. They're everywhere. Do you really want to risk her life because of your stupid pride?
Tell me where I can find her. She rolled her eyes and sighed.
You don't get to know that until after you give me what I want.
Fine. Assemble the clans. I'll stand at your side in support. Then I'll leave and you won't have to deal with me again.
Oh, Cashel. You're pretty but so very dense. You don't get to go anywhere. You're a king-killer, a traitor, and I'll never be able to trust you fully. Your Olivia will not be the target of my anger unless you betray me, but you'll also spend your nights at my side, or in a cage.
She took the stairs and I followed, wishing like hell I could stake her and get away with it.
Perhaps, if you're well-behaved, I'll put you out to stud and marry you off to a noblewoman. It might benefit us if you breed with the Stockholm clan. That Matthias is quite handsome. It's such a pity he's not a born vampire. But there are others. His adoptive sister is pure.
No. The word was harsh and clipped. I'll not be married off to anyone. I can't.
Why? Because that human is yours? You're an idiot if you think she's waiting for you. You've been gone weeks. Without your influence, she won't be craving you anymore.
My chest tightened as her words sank in. Maybe she was right. Maybe Olivia never truly wanted me in the first place. Had I been so lost in her I'd forgotten the truth? She had been in love with Logan. She'd left me for him once. Rage boiled under the surface of my skin. I'd never influenced her choices. Anne offered me a piteous smile.
Did you give her pleasure when you tasted her?
When I didn't answer, she continued.
Of course you did. She'd have run screaming from you after one time if you hadn't.
Guilt and pain curled in my gut, a heavy stone of regret. It was for her own good.
Oh, I understand. Completely, in fact. It was so like your father to bring such a tempting morsel into the house, to taunt you all with her."
She sighed and stared dreamily at the portrait of my father done in oil. He looked every inch the dashing, commanding ruler he'd been before sun-sickness had twisted his mind.
"So handsome, but so short-sighted."
She snapped her gaze back to me.
"Now, do you need me to lock you in the dungeon here, or can I trust you to stay in your rooms?"
Her eyes blazed as she stared into my mind, pulling from me everything I didn't want her to find. My love for Olivia, my need to protect her, to find her, to escape this situation.
Looks doubtful," she said. "Very well. I didn't want to do this, but you leave me no choice."
Her gaze was strong enough I couldn't break it. Panic built in my chest, twisting and clawing at my throat.
"Olivia is of no consequence, Cashel. She is prey. She is a betrayal to your kind. All you want from her is the magic in her blood, no more. She ruined your life by coming here and poisoning your heart. She used you, left you. She betrayed you."
I fought the compulsion, not willing to let her take Olivia from me. "You can't. Vampires can't compel each other. Our minds are too strong." She laughed and deepened her gaze.
"I've spent hundreds of years building my strength. How do you think I escaped my prison?"
Then the floor seemed to vanish under my feet, and the world went black, and all I saw was the darkness of her irises. Everything I knew bent and shifted as my past with Olivia became something ugly and meaningless. She ruined it all, I heard myself utter. Olivia Stewart was nothing to me.
"Exactly. Now, Cashel, darling, you should head up to your rooms. I've had your dinner sent up."
She grinned.
"A succulent little treat, ready and willing for anything you might need."
Hunger gnawed at my gut, and my fangs elongated in my mouth. I shouldn't have wanted to feed again so soon, but being deprived of blood for the last few weeks made me ravenous. Dinner in my room sounded like exactly what I needed. I had to get used to living here with Anne as queen. Maybe I'd be able to convince her to bring my siblings back to the manor before long, and we could overthrow her together. Once they saw the truth about Olivia, about her wickedness and everything that had happened with our father, maybe they'd understand. Maybe they'd help me. I walked past the room where Olivia had stayed, the scent of roses still crisp and spicy in the air. It sent a flash of longing through me, memories of Olivia and me together. Anger rolled in my gut at the recollection of my father's plot to make her nothing more than a breeding bitch, of the night we spent together in the library, and finally, of the moment I gave up everything for her. I reached out and pressed my palm to the heavy wood door. A slash of pain hit me in the chest at the intrusion of the words I'd said to her while we made love in the cabin. The feel of her body against mine, the heat of her. My cock hardened on instinct, but I shut it all down. Try as she might, Anne's compulsion couldn't take hold. My love for Olivia was too deeply ingrained in my soul. With one return memory, the power of Anne's control had been turned to dust, and Olivia returned to her rightful place in my heart. I had to play this right. Anne couldn't know how much Olivia still meant to me. I'll find you, little bird. Wait for me.
4. Olivia. I stood on the edge of the jagged cliff, staring down at the crashing waterfall below. It still hurt, even now, a month after losing him. But did I ever really have Cash to begin with? My stomach churned at the thought of him, of the revelation Logan had given me clear as day. Cashel Blackthorne had killed my mother. Anger burned through me, but it was tinged heavily with loss and heartbreak. I'd been an idiot and let him sway me with all the things he wanted me to think he was.
Don't do anything stupid, Liv.
Logan's voice caught me off guard, his warm, deep timbre more than welcome. I stepped back, not liking that he felt he needed to be on suicide watch. I wasn't going to jump.
Good. He's not worth it.
I bristled at the statement. I was important to the Blackthorns because of my blood. What made me so important to Logan? To the hunters? Why? He frowned and stepped closer.
What do you mean?
Why do you care so much? Logan wrapped his hand around my wrist and tugged me away from the cliff's edge, his spicy, woodsy scent comforting and so different from Cashel's.
Because you deserve a man who'll love you with no strings attached.
There are always strings.
You are stronger than anyone gives you credit for. You know that? Over the last few weeks, I've watched you go from scared and fragile to fierce and formidable. You could hold your own against a vampire. I've no doubt of that. But he got so far into your head, and you forget that. You fought your way out of that place. You kept yourself alive while you were there. You even escaped once. Don't let him take that from you. You are a warrior.
I took a long, slow breath and straightened my shoulders. Where are we now? He frowned.
Colorado.
Do you think we're far enough away from them? Can we go out? Do something normal for a change? A smirk turned up the corner of his mouth.
Come with me. I've been working on something to help keep you hidden.
We ran along the trail, our steps breaking twigs and small branches as we went, but we weren't trying to be quiet. It was the middle of the day, everything bathed in beautiful sunlight, and there were no vampires lurking, trying to find me. When we reached Logan's tent, he rifled around in the backpack he always wore when going into town for supplies. Then he took my hands and deposited a silver pendant with an intricately formed sphere hanging from the chain in my palm. It was heavy and cold when I placed it over my head, and the ball sat between my breasts like a warning.
Wear it. It'll hide your scent and protect you.
Roses. The sharp bite of roses curled in my nose, coming directly from the charm. What is this?
It's like a vampire repellent. It cloaks whatever it is about your blood they want. There's more to this, though. A friend of mine is part of a witch coven. She put a charm inside as well. Said it will keep you off the radar of all vampires.
My eyebrows rose. A witch? Does Hector know? He chuckled and squeezed my hand.
Of course he knows. Hector's been working with this coven for years, trying to figure out how to stop the vampires.
You all really hate them, don't you?
Don't you? They killed your mom. You saw him on the video, walking away with your mother's blood all over him.
I closed my eyes against the assault of his words. It didn't help. I relived the moment he showed me that fucking video over again as though for the first time. Cashel, grainy and in black and white, but definitely him, walked away from my house with a shirt soaked in blood. But the worst part, the part I'll never forget, was when he brought his blood-covered fingers to his lips and sucked them clean. Nausea coiled in my belly, and I had to take slow breaths to stop myself from getting sick.
Hey, I'm sorry. God, it's hard for me to understand how you can be sympathetic to them at all. We've all lost people we loved to them, but none of us have ever been with any of them.
I hated the way he said that. It was like I'd been tainted, like I was unclean and needed to be purified in the eyes of the majority of the camp. And honestly, that seemed to be the case. I didn't talk to most of them. Instead, I chose to spend my time reading or training with Logan and the few other guys who'd help me. Everyone else steered clear. I couldn't blame them. I had let Cashel Blackthorne feed from me, fuck me, make me his. And if it hadn't been for Logan, I'd still be with my vampire. Only now, I wasn't sure if I wanted to be. "It's okay," I said, brushing off the hurt. "I know it's hard to understand. Even I struggle with it, now that I know the truth." I forced away the ache of longing that speared my heart. "The only way I'm going to move on is to actually take the steps to move on. Can we go somewhere now? I just want to do something I used to do. Go to a movie, have a drink, anything."
"And you want to do that with me?"
I looked at him, and for the first time, I really saw him. Logan was every inch the handsome, rugged mountain man I used to read about when I needed an escape from my life. He was devoted and strong. He'd do anything to protect me and the people he loved. Logan was the guy you married. He was the guy who'd stay. Cashel was the one who'd break your heart and then eat it while you watched and begged him to do it all over again. "Yes," I said, not sure if I meant it. He nodded and pulled a set of keys out of the pocket of his backpack along with a wallet.
"Let's go. I'll give you the normal date you want."
I took his hand and looked into those deep brown eyes. Possibilities stared back at me. No blood donations, no fear of him losing control and killing me. No danger. It was exactly what I needed. So why did part of me scream that it was exactly what I didn't want? The restaurant was small, warmly lit with candles and plastic red and white gingham tablecloths covering each of the two-person tables. Schmaltzy old crooners provided the soundtrack to the evening over an ancient sound system, and garlic and marinara scented the air. I half expected Logan to order us a plate of spaghetti and meatballs for us to share like Lady and the Tramp. Instead, we got a margarita pizza and a bottle of red wine.
"I hope this is okay,"
Logan said, his cheeks slightly pink as he served me some wine.
"I haven't had a date in a while."
I shrugged. I haven't had a real date ever. Eyes wide, he stared at me.
"What? I find that hard to believe."
Taking a bite of the hot pizza, I savored the burst of basil on my tongue. Most of my life was pretty sheltered, and Cashel, well, dating isn't really a thing he does.
"That's because he was trying not to kill you every second he was with you."
Wine glass to my lips, I swallowed some of the cheap house red. You're probably right. I was too valuable to kill. Betrayal sat heavy in my chest. He had to keep me so he could use my blood and play with my heart all at the same time.
"Hey, let's not talk about him. This is supposed to be normal, remember? That means two humans doing human stuff."
I offered him a slight smile and set down my glass. You're right, and this is nice. It feels good. He grinned and reached for my hand.
"We could have this every day if that's something you want."
His fingers were warm and gentle on mine, holding me as though I'd break. I wasn't sure what I wanted, if I was ready for this. Logan, I started. He released my hand and nodded.
"It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm rushing this. We have a connection. Can't you feel it?"
I looked into his eyes and couldn't deny there was attraction, a pull, this spark of desire. But it was nothing compared to what Cashel could evoke in me with the mere brush of his fingertip over my skin. Was that real? Was that true? Or was it all an illusion he'd put in my mind on the night we first met? I feel it. I'm just so messed up right now. I need time. Need to move slow. He gave me a tender smile and snagged a second slice of pizza.
We have time. You're free of them. Your life is all yours now. I'll be here.
Something in my chest eased as soon as the pressure to make a choice was removed. The stakes had been lowered, and I could take my time. Thank you for being here, for opening my eyes to what was really going on. I think I'd have stayed with him forever if you hadn't come for me. His jaw clenched at my words, and those eyes went from warm and loving to hard as stone.
I'd have burned it all to the ground if you'd have let me.
My stomach twisted. No, I didn't want Cashel hurt. I couldn't bear it. But was that real? Why was my love for him still there, persistent and strong? We stayed silent for the rest of dinner, and after paying, the two of us walked side by side down the darkening streets of this small mountain town. The air was crisp and clean, cold but bearable. The longer we walked, though, the chillier I became, and before long, Logan wrapped an arm around me, pulling me against his heat. I didn't hate it, but I hated myself a little for wishing he was Cash. I pushed the vampire from my mind and gave myself over to living in the sensation of Logan's body as he moved. His thickly muscled torso spoke of the hours and hours of training he did. I sighed as I melted into him. His leather jacket smelled delicious, rich and smoky.
What?
He asked, a laugh in his question. You smell nice. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest.
Thanks.
Do hunters always live in camps? Are you guys ever going to be able to settle down and have real homes? Lives that include walls? He stiffened, then relaxed almost immediately.
Is that something you want?
I shrugged. I'm used to moving around a lot, but I always lived in a house or an apartment.
One day we'll be able to. Not all hunter groups are nomads like us. But then again, not all hunters have to deal with the Blackthorns. You saw it for yourself. Elias Blackthorne was a terrible man. He led by example, killing humans for sport or taking them as blood slaves. There are vampires in the area who don't kill their donors, but they are few and far between. As far as I'm concerned, they all need to be exterminated.
A shudder ran down my spine at the chill in his voice. So we move because... One corner of his mouth twitched with the ghost of a smile.
We move so they can't get ahead of us. If they knew where we were, they'd take us out one by one. They'd probably turn us as an extra form of torture.
Turn you?
Into one of them.
I know what that means, I didn't think about that. The Blackthorns were... Well, they treated turned vampires like they were lesser beings. I thought of Brenna, of what her life at the manor must have been. Cash regarded her as a mother, but Elias barely looked at her.
I'm sure they feel that way too. Born, full-blooded vampires are rare. It's one of the reasons Elias Blackthorne put aside his first wife. She couldn't get pregnant. He knocked up Cashel's mother before he had even told his wife he was done with her. But your boyfriend's mom was a full-blooded vamp, not a drop of human to her. She just didn't have royal blood.
I knew the story. Cashel had shared it with me one night after he found me playing the piano at the manor. How do you know all this? He shrugged.
Know your enemy. Basic rules of war.
So then you know about sun sickness? His heavy sigh told me he didn't want to continue this conversation.
Of course I do. We created it.
You did?
Well, the generations before us. Liv, your mom came from a long line of hunters who'd bargained with a coven of witches to acquire a defense against vampires.
How would giving vampires the ability to walk in the sun be a good thing?
That's not how it started.
The conversation I'd had with Cashel during my first few days at the manor house replayed in my mind. Powerful magic. One drop could burn a vampire from the inside out. So, what happened?
They were never able to make it stronger after the first spell. Many of the attempts to strengthen the magic resulted in death. They tried everything to use the gift their blood gave them.
And each time the blood of the sun died, their child was given the burden? I asked.
Exactly. But your mother ran after she watched what happened to your grandmother.
My heart lurched at the mention of her. What does that have to do with creating sun sickness?
When it became obvious that the magic had diluted and become a detriment, we took a sample and tainted it, basically creating our own version of a virus specific to vampires. Then we sent it out into the world. I wish it worked better than it does.
I felt sick. They were responsible for the horrible disease that killed Cashel's mother. My blood was responsible. And you're proud of this? He stopped walking and turned to face me.
What?
You're proud that hunters are to blame for the virus working its way through the vampires in the world, making them suffer horrible ends? His eyes closed, and he took a slow breath.
These creatures aren't good. They are vile and heartless.
Not all of them. I thought of Brenna, of Callie, and even Lucas. They were kind to me. Even if Cashel had manipulated me, they didn't have to treat me like I belonged there. I don't think you know your enemy as well as you believe.
All I know is I came home from football practice when I was 16 and found a vampire feeding on my mother with my little sister's broken body next to her. I killed my first vamp that night and never looked back. My mom is catatonic from the trauma. They took everything from me for no reason.
A wave of sympathy flooded me. He'd lost someone too. I kept forgetting that. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. Just help us.
I nodded, taking his hand and squeezing. But then he stopped in his tracks and his head snapped up, posture alert and tense. What is it?
Vampires.
5. Olivia. Logan, watch out! I shouted as 2 vampires rushed us in a blur of motion so fast I barely registered their speed. But they weren't after him. One grabbed me, wrenching me from his arms even though I put up a hell of a fight. I screamed and kicked, thrashed and squirmed. Gone were the days of me letting fear immobilize me. Since Hector had used adrenaline to open my mind and show me the truth, I hadn't been plagued by panic attacks I couldn't control. Now, in this moment, I was incredibly thankful for him. The cold night air whipped my hair in my face, obscuring my view as the vampire holding me ran. Don't make me hurt you. The voice to my right was familiar. Low, husky, and feminine. It was not a voice I'd ever wanted to hear again. She set me on my feet under the cover of a nearly empty parking garage. Then, stepping into the yellow cast of an overhead light, she pulled the hood back from her head, and her nearly black waves cascaded down one shoulder. Terrible and beautiful. Sorka, I said, as fear tightened in my gut. Long time, little bird, she sneered. My gut clenched. Did Cashel send you? She snorted. No, I'm sure he's off with his newest conquest. Fickle heart, that one. Always has been. That sliced through my heart. I didn't want it to, but there was nothing I could do to stop it. Why are you here? There's been a serious development. We've lost Cashel. He's abandoned us. But we can still use your blood to stop the sun sickness. We have to stop it. What are you talking about? There's a new queen in town. She wants nothing to do with our father's children, except for Cashel. She's got him on her side. If you think I'm going with you, you're insane. She shook her head. I don't need you. I need your blood. Just a sample. Something to take to Callie. She can't get back into the manor to take a vial from our stores. This version of Sorka was so strange. Desperate and defeated. She'd lost so much of her spark. Please, Olivia, she asked, gently and with a sincerity I'd rarely heard from her. I looked behind me, back toward the exit, searching for the street where I was sure Logan was fighting to find me. Who was that with you? Lucas. Don't worry. He wouldn't kill your new boy toy. He likes to play with them for a few weeks. Taunt them first. Logan might kill him. She laughed. Unlikely. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a syringe. Roll up your sleeve and let's get on with this. I won't bother you or your hideous hunter boyfriend again. I did as she instructed, shoving my sleeve up past my elbow. The needle stung going in, and I had a flashback of Cashel taking my blood this same way, though he somehow calmed and soothed me with barely a word. Mind control, I reminded myself. He had been playing with my mind. There, all done, she said, taking her thumb and pressing it against one sharp fang before healing my wound with a drop of her blood. I didn't miss her bringing that thumb back to her lips as she sucked the mixture of our blood off the tip. Can I go now? I asked, tugging my sleeve back down to cover the reddish smear across the bend of my elbow. I gave you a promise. Of course you can. I started down the gray cement path that led to the street, feeling her gaze prickling the back of my neck with every step. Oh, Olivia, she called. I turned and stared at her. I found you. So will they. Just keep that in mind. You killed a very powerful vampire. I may not come for you, but someone will. With a curt nod, I forced myself to calm my racing heart and strode with false confidence until I reached the sidewalk. I found Logan crumpled on a bench 3 blocks away. He was dazed, but otherwise looked unharmed as he blinked a few times and frowned.
Liv, oh my God, you're okay.
He stood and pulled me into his arms, crushing me against him as he kept murmuring,
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I got away. Good thing you taught me how to fight.
That vamp didn't try to bite me, he just hit me over the fucking head.
They didn't want you. He reached for the pendant I hadn't taken off since he gave it to me.
So much for this.
My blood is stronger than we thought. I took care of her, though. She's gone.
I'm a fucking asshole for not protecting you.
I squeezed him tighter before looking up at his sharply angled jaw covered in dark stubble. Cupping his cheek with my palm, I shook my head and murmured, You protected me by teaching me how to defend myself. Tenderness filled his eyes, and he dropped his head, pressing his lips to mine without warning. I thought of everything that had happened, everything Sorka had said. Cashel had used me. He hadn't really loved me. He'd already moved on and left me behind. Logan was here, warm and wonderful. He only wanted me for me. Why shouldn't I be happy? I leaned in and let him kiss me, recognizing the dull ache of desire as it made itself known between my thighs. I could have this. Him. Us. Something normal. Or as normal as things could be for me.
Let's get out of here,
Logan murmured against my lips. I nodded and broke apart from him, tucking my hand into the crook of his elbow. So much for normal.
One day, I promise I'll give you normal.
I hoped he was right.
Cashel. I could still taste my latest donor's blood, even an hour after I nearly drained him dry. Rich and warm, but it lacked the taste of sunshine I craved. It lacked so much more than that. I needed a connection now. I needed Olivia. The itch in my veins to go after her had dulled after my feeding, but with that came the lack of control I'd worked so hard for. Every time I drained a donor, I lost a bit of myself to the monster inside.
"Have you finished with this one?"
Anne's voice was low and relaxed, not even a hint of concern for the man on the floor. "He's not dead, if that's what you're asking." A light laugh filled the air.
"You're like a naughty cat who loves leaving gifts at my feet. I like this side of you, Cashel. It's good to see you embracing the creature you were meant to be."
I wish I could read her thoughts, get inside her head and hear the truth she wouldn't share with me.
Oh, that wouldn't be possible, and you know it. I'm far too strong for anyone to break through my barriers.
Her words made me stiffen.
You'll have to be more careful with your own walls. Perhaps your siblings were easy on you, given your disability.
Anger built, a fire igniting in my chest and growing to an inferno at the speed of a match dropped on gasoline. Disability?
Well, I'm sure they never made you feel that way. Precious Cashel, the king's favorite. There couldn't be anything wrong with you.
Her voice was pitched high, a taunting, teasing lilt. Our gifts are different. She cackled, tossing her head back and filling the room with the sound of her amusement.
Different? Who told you that? Vampires born without the ability to hear thoughts are stunted, weak, unworthy of the royal title they might mistakenly be given.
Weak? You think I am weak? I strode across the room in calm, controlled steps, until I stood so close to her I could taste her perfume. I killed my father, took what I wanted, and abandoned everything I knew to stop him and his corruption. I am not weak.
And yet you ran. You killed him and ran away. If you were strong, you'd have stood your ground and claimed your crown.
I had to.
No, you chose to. You chose your pathetic little human over your crown. You left with her and let her destroy the Blackthorne legacy. Your entire family was weak. They let her wander free rather than imprisoning her. They let her think she was an equal, and once I find them, I'll make them pay for their weakness.
My skin crawled, but I didn't let the barriers around my mind fall. I thought you exiled them.
I did. They just don't know it yet. And as soon as I find them, I'll ensure they're imprisoned. Or perhaps I'll kill them.
She trailed her fingernail over my cheek.
Perhaps I'll have you kill them. You should be honored to have the chance. They did nothing to protect you from yourself and your weakness for that human. They let you lose yourself to her.
I knew what she wanted me to say, and part of me agreed with her. They did nothing to stop me from falling in love with Olivia. In fact, Lucas might have fallen a little right along with me. But was that a bad thing? I wasn't convinced. What does it matter now? She's gone. You have the throne.
I do. And that brings me back to what I wanted to discuss with you. In 1 month, we'll be hosting my coronation. I've sent the announcement to all the clans.
All of them?
Yes. The celebration of my return to my rightful place is something vampires the world over should be present for. Don't you think?
It was something my father would have done. A spectacle. A show of his power. I suppose.
A few of them are resistant. But I think if we appear as a united front, they'll come around. After all, only a Blackthorne should be seated at the throne. If we can convince them of the kingdom's stability even after Elias was overthrown, we can assure there'll be no treachery. Well, no more than what you've already doled out.
How else are we supposed to convince them? You pardoning me after my crimes isn't proof enough of our alliance.
My spies have said there are whispers of weakness in the Blackthorne royal line. They'll use this as a way to usurp me and throw you back into prison to await an execution.
I crossed my arms over my chest and stared at the woman. So small in stature, but terrifying in demeanor. A mad queen. But that didn't make her incorrect. I couldn't risk the throne being taken by another clan. Then why banish my siblings? We should bring them back to the manor. Let them throw their support behind us as well. Sorka is smart, a powerful fighter. Callie has so much to offer when it comes to her studies on sun sickness and vampire genetics. Lucas, well, he's strong and fast, and cares too much about living to be stubborn about loyalty to our father.
That idea has merit, but like I said, I don't know where they are.
I can find them, I'm sure of it. She nodded and tapped one long ebony lacquered nail on her lip.
With all the Blackthorns on my side, it'll be nearly impossible for the leaders to doubt me. But there's one more thing.
What do we need? She grinned.
Why, the blood of the sun, of course.
My chest turned cold at the malice behind her tone. I thought you didn't care about her.
It's simple, Cashel. She's an asset, whether I care about using her blood or not. She will give me an advantage.
And you want me to find her for you? Her small hand patted my cheek in a placating and demeaning way, sending a wave of rage through me.
Yes. Find her. Bring her to me. I don't care what you do to her. Take your revenge for everything she's done to you now that you're freed of her influence. Fuck her, feed, break her. But bring her to me with a beating heart and untainted blood.
I nodded. Where is she? A wicked smirk twisted her lips.
Right now, she's falling for that hunter you hate so much.
Everything in me seized, but I kept control of my expression, carefully masked my thoughts. Then it'll be double the punishment for her to be taken from him. I'll seduce her away, make her think I love her. Anne's smile grew wider.
I like what I'm hearing.
I continued, hating myself with every word. When the Blackthorne bloodline has the blood of the sun at its disposal, no one will dare threaten us.
Oh, not just the Blackthorne bloodline. We'll sell her blood and body to the highest bidder as our prized mare. That's the way to ensure loyalty from the clans. Give them a taste of the possibility of power.
She chuckled.
Maybe your father was on to something with his breeding plot. Just not in the way he thought.
Gut churning, I fought back a retort, my body desperate to claim Olivia as mine. Instead, I bit out words I never wanted to say. Yes, my queen.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go find your siblings and return them to their home. Let them know their exile is over, as long as they offer their loyalty to me. Then you can collect your pet.
I nodded, my body humming with the need to release the pent-up tension this conversation had caused.
Don't worry, Cashel. I'll let you have your little bird all to yourself after I've had a taste. Then you can have the honor of creating the first hybrid. A Blackthorne heir with the power to walk in the sun. Unstoppable.
6. Cashel. The mouth of the cave shone with condensation, a damp, earthy scent filling the air and adding the tang of minerals at the back of my throat from the simple act of inhaling. It had been nearly 100 years since I'd stood outside of this place, the last refuge of my family. The place my father had sent us to hide from sun sickness when it had run rampant and destroyed our mother. I moved slowly, familiarizing myself with the path filled with craggy rocks and low-hanging stalactites that seemed to drip from the ceiling, a deterrent forged by nature. The temperature dropped with every step I took that led me deeper into the mountain. I walked until I reached the end of the cave where a secret pool sat. It appeared nothing more than stagnant water, but I knew better. I dove in and swam under the rock in absolute darkness. No creature that relied on breath to survive would make this journey without meeting death. I came out the other side 5 minutes later, my head breaking through the water's surface and my gaze catching the glint of a silver blade. I darted away and out of the pool, meeting the shocked expression of Sorka.
"What the fuck are you doing here?"
she asked, still brandishing the knife.
"Traitor."
Sorka, you know Father was mad. He'd reached the peak of his illness. He would have brought us all down with him.
"That's not what I'm talking about, brother. I'm talking about the woman who stole your throne, Anne Blackthorne."
You don't understand.
"I do. You've taken her side. She pardoned you and you went with her. I can't believe you. We were working on rescuing you from the council, but you went with her instead. You've been glutting yourself on blood, throwing your support her way, even, and I hate to say this because I shouldn't care, sacrificing Olivia."
I dragged a hand through my hair, angry that she'd have so little faith in me. You know nothing of what I've done. Anne thinks she's got me compelled. She thinks I'm on her side, and that Olivia means nothing to me now. I have to play along until I can get Olivia somewhere safe, and I can bond with her and ruin her for anyone else. Then we overthrow Anne, take back the Blackthorne crown, and rule together, all of us.
"Not all of us, I'm afraid."
Callie's voice echoed in the tunnel that led into the small space where we'd all passed days and nights until Father had rid the area of hunters in his rage after Mother died. Dread twisted in my chest. "Callie?" Sorka's expression was heartbreakingly open and desperate.
"You should be resting."
"Callie, what's going on?" I asked, but my littlest sister came out of the tunnel and rested her arm on the cave wall, and I knew. I knew the terrible truth of what had happened since I left. Sun sickness. She nodded, her skin an ashen hue more befitting a corpse. Hair that had once been vibrant and thick now hung in stringy clumps, dull and thin. "How? You were fine. How is it so advanced?" I asked, rushing to her, but she backed away and snarled at me.
"Don't touch me, Cashel. I can't risk getting you sick too."
I frowned. Sun sickness couldn't be passed by contact. It was transmitted by the exchanging of fluids. Mates often gave it to each other through sexual feeding, or in the end stages, when the unfortunate victim of the illness was beyond sanity. They'd fight so hard they'd draw blood on themselves and their caregivers.
"Callie, you need to lie down and rest."
Sorka chastised her, but there was such sadness in her voice, it didn't come through as an admonishment.
"Let me give you some of Olivia's blood. Why else did we get a donation from her?"
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. "You've seen her?" Sorka nodded.
"Yes, her and that hunter. But she allowed me to take her blood, so I suppose she's not completely a waste of space."
"Does she know Callie is sick?"
"No. I couldn't risk her telling the hunters. She's theirs now, brother. She wants to be one of them."
I shook my head. No, she was mine. She's playing a part until I come for her.
"You think so? Go see for yourself. She's entrenched in their world. I saw it. I saw her in his arms, happy. She was happy without you. And she told you the truth about him already. She loves him. Let her go. Haven't you lost enough already?"
Pain and jealousy sliced through me, but I pushed them aside. I didn't want to have this discussion with her. I needed to see what I could do for Callie. How did this happen, Callie? How did you get sick?
"I thought I was close to a cure. I figured out how to isolate the infection in a sample from the first known case of sun sickness. Olivia's blood didn't do much to stop it, but after I spliced yours with hers, there seemed to be some progress, until the hunters came for us. It's like they knew you were gone. They attacked, but we escaped mostly unscathed. I got sick a few weeks later."
She lifted her shirt to show a gash on her side, mostly healed but still angry and red. It should have healed completely within a few days, even if it had been a silver blade. "Poisoned?" I asked.
"Likely. They figured out a way to concentrate the virus. It's faster and stronger. If we weren't down here, I'd probably already have met the sun."
"And you're dosing her with Olivia's blood?" I looked at Sorka with understanding dawning.
"It's all I have. She gets 1 drop a day, but I've used everything we have except for this last vial. I don't think I can get Olivia to give me more."
"Come back to the manor." Sorka's brows rose.
"Excuse me?"
"Anna's lifted your exile if you swear loyalty to her. Do it. Then we can take her down."
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
Callie stood up a little taller.
"Sorka, yes. We have to. My notes, all my research, it's all still down in my lab. The door is hermetically sealed and as secure as a bank vault. We can finish this. We can find a cure."
"Are you strong enough to swim?" I asked, looking to Callie and praying she'd say yes. She nodded.
"It's my last chance to survive this. I have to be strong enough for anything that comes my way."
Sorka pulled out a small vial filled with deep red liquid, and I couldn't help myself. My fangs elongated in reaction to the sight of Olivia's blood. Once the cap was removed and Sorka captured a glistening crimson drop inside the dispenser, my hunger blossomed into a nearly violent thing. But Callie got there first, snarling and vicious. She snatched the entire vial from our sister's hand and downed it, sighing in relief before coming back to herself with horror on her face.
"That was everything we had,"
Sorka said, despair clear in her tone. "Don't worry. I've been instructed to bring Olivia back to Blackthorne Manor. We'll have what we need close at hand." I looked around the cave one last time, then asked, "Where's Lucas?"
"He went to see a coven of witches about a cure."
Sorka didn't sound impressed.
"It was a last-ditch effort."
Callie's voice was soft and resigned.
"I told him it wouldn't work, and they might owe us for saving them from the plague so long ago, but I don't think he's coming back. I think they're keeping him."
"I'll add finding him to my list of things to do after this is over." I didn't want to tell her what I really thought, that Lucas had abandoned her to her death because he couldn't deal with the reality of her situation. If that was the case, my brother would have hell to pay when I claimed my crown.
"Are we ready?" Sorka asked. "Callie needs to rest, and I think it's time we consider restraints."
Callie's expression crumbled into one of fear and acceptance.
"It is. I could have exposed you to the disease, Sorka. I'm so sorry. But you didn't. No apologizing. We need to get you home and contained until we can get you cured."
Together, the three of us left the protection afforded by our secret cave hideaway and readied ourselves to return home to Blackthorne Manor. Anne was nowhere to be found when we arrived. Only Martin greeted us at the door, his face drawn and haggard. He looked almost human. "Master Blackthorne, welcome back." His tall, lanky frame and thin grey hair were frozen in the state they'd been when he was turned at 72 years old. Ancient and astounding for the time. When my father turned him, most men who reached 50 were considered old. "Mistress Sorka, Mistress Calliope." He bowed slowly with pain on his features. Martin, what's wrong with you? I asked.
Her Majesty is punishing me for my loyalty to your father.
Sorka's posture went defensive and rigid.
How? I'm only allowed to feed on dead blood.
I could barely contain my anger.
Dead blood was the equivalent of feeding a human spoiled food. Eventually he'd be so ill he'd be confined to his bed, useless to her, and then she'd be able to dismiss him or kill him.
We'll see to your needs. This can't continue.
Thank you, sir,
he murmured.
Martin's eyes locked on my littlest sister, and fear flashed in them. Sun sickness?
Callie nodded.
Oh, my dear, she'll kill you if she finds out.
Where can we hide her so she's not found by Anne?
Sorka asked.
You know this house almost better than anyone.
The king's rooms.
I frowned. We need the king's blood for that.
We do.
He turned away, walking slowly toward the sweeping staircase.
The three of us followed with Callie held between Sorka and me.
Martin, this won't work.
Unless you've got a stash of our father's blood hidden somewhere.
The man didn't answer.
Does he have father's blood somewhere?
I asked,
casting a look of disbelief at Sorka.
No, you idiot,
Callie managed.
You. He has you.
She hasn't been able to get inside.
Martin's thin, papery voice floated through the hall.
It's been driving her mad. The magic won't work for her.
Hope lit inside me. But she has the crown.
Does she really? If the king's rooms won't open for her, she has nothing.
We walked down the seemingly endless hallway that led to the intricately detailed door. Behind that door, so much had happened to change and shape everything. My father had assaulted Olivia, taken her blood nearly to the point of no return, locked us inside until he thought I'd bred her, and destroyed all respect I had for him. No one knew what hell others had experienced behind those walls. My skin pricked with unease at the thought of revisiting that space. The Tree of Life carving stood out, calling me, but I hesitated. Did I want to go back inside that prison?
Cashel, what are you waiting for?
Sorka hissed. It was the safest place for Callie. The only place Anne couldn't find her. She couldn't get inside without me, if it worked. I took a breath to steady myself, let my fangs descend, and pricked my finger on one of the sharp points. Dark crimson sat on my fingertip, pure power humming through the single drop. The blood pulled toward the carving. Heat flashed through my hand the instant my finger touched the base of the tree. My blood flowed through each groove and filled every branch and root. Then the door opened with a soft hiss. We stepped inside, the air weighing heavily on my shoulders, sinister and dark. A reminder of our father's descent into madness, of his cruelty and his fear of death, his fear of losing his seat of power. My gaze immediately fell to the floor in front of the fireplace, where I had lain with Olivia and shared a nearly painful, intimate moment. Her fire and spirit, her unwavering willingness to give me her body. Everything in me felt twisted and cold. The memory of feeding from her was so strong, I could practically taste her blood on my tongue.
Cashel?
Sorka's voice was soft and tentative, nothing like her usual tone. The room came back into sharp relief, my focus broadening as I took in my surroundings rather than tightening on that one spot. Callie, there is a bedroom at the end of the hall. I forced through a tight throat. It's windowless, so no risk of you being seen.
Or of me breaking the glass and throwing myself into the sun.
I hated the despair I heard in those words, but we all knew the truth of what sun sickness could do. We'd watched our mother fight to meet the sun. Correct. Also, there's no way you can leave these rooms without me to open the door. You'll be alone. You understand? She nodded.
It's the safest option for me, for all of us.
I'll bring you blood nightly. I swear it. Her eyes widened.
Not from the source?
I shook my head. She was the tenderest of us all. Her heart couldn't take killing if it was avoidable. Even during her adolescence, when her hunger first manifested, she refused to drink from the vein. Not from the source. She relaxed a fraction at the promise in my words.
And not Olivia's blood. We can't risk using what we have. What if you don't find her?
That sent a wave of frustration through me. Sorka and Lucas found her once. If they can, so can I.
But do you really want to? What if she's happy? She's free. She's alive.
I clenched my teeth and fought my instinctive reaction to her questions. She's mine. I love her.
Then you should let her go.
I can't. Her sad eyes found me, the dark purple shadows under them betraying her illness.
I know.
Then I took my sister's arm and led her to the back of the king's rooms, where I helped her to bed. We will cure you, I said.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
7. Cashel.
Callie's worse every night,
Sorka said, twisting the crystal decanter filled with blood around and around in the firelight. The liquid glowed red with every turn, but it wasn't what I wanted. It wouldn't soothe the ache in my belly or the itch in my veins to taste Olivia again. I won't leave you here to meet Anne alone. When she returns, when I'm assured she won't hurt you, then I'll go find Olivia.
She needs to come willingly. If she doesn't, that hunter will ruin everything.
That hunter has no claim on her. She filled a wine goblet and drained the contents in one swallow, then let out a long sigh.
That's not how humans work, Cash. They love without strings tying them together. They don't have mates like some of us do. They choose who they bond themselves to.
We have a choice. She shook her head and offered me a placating smile.
If you think that's true, you haven't met any mated pairs of vampires. I have. I've seen the maid vampires whose hearts began beating again after finding their mate. They lost all ability to choose in that moment. Full-blooded vampires who are so connected to their partner that when the other is killed, they die right along with them. Their lives are literally entwined. You haven't traveled the world and met enough of our kind.
My chest tightened. How did the full-blooded vampires know? She shrugged and poured herself a second glass.
Uncontrollable need? A change in who they were before? I don't know.
You really think Olivia loves him? I hated asking the question, but I had to put the words out there. Make it a possibility.
I don't know. I couldn't get into her head. Someone showed her how to hide. All I saw were glimmers of worry for him, anger at you, fear.
I had been gone too long. She probably thought I'd abandoned her, but it wasn't safe to bring her back to the house yet. Not until I had earned Anne's trust and could convince her to let me keep Olivia safe in my rooms.
Well, look what we have here. The errant daughter.
Anne's voice sent a chill through the room, pulling our attention from our conversation to the vampire standing in the doorway. How much had she heard? How much of my thoughts had she been able to glean from my unprotected mind? She stood with one hand on her hip, the other toying with a beaded choker laced across her throat. To anyone who didn't know her, she'd appear beautiful and glamorous, but to us, she was like a poisonous flower. She could kill us at any moment. Stepping forward, I cleared my throat and said, "Mother, may I present Cashel Blackthorne, my sister?" Sorka shot me a look of absolute incredulity. I knew the fact that I'd called Anne my mother had cut deep. But she didn't understand the game I had to play. Anne smiled, her fangs exposed, and held out a hand for Sorka to take. My chest seized when I caught sight of the large, oval-cut red diamond ring on her finger. My mother's ring. The Blackthorne family heirloom we'd thought lost when our mother died. "Where did you get that?" I asked. Anne raised her palm and turned her hand this way and that, letting the diamond catch the light.
"Oh, after your mother died, I had it returned to me. Such a pity I'd lost it for so long."
She giggled, and a low growl rumbled in Sorka's throat.
"Of course, I had to sterilize it before I touched it. Wouldn't want to risk contracting that vile disease. Whores always carry disease."
My sister leaped, her form a blur in the corner of my mind. "Sorka, no!" I caught her in mid-air, knocking her back to the ground. "You will not harm her. She's our queen." The hatred in Sorka's gaze was leveled on me.
"You are a traitor." "So, where is your other sister? Calliope, isn't it?"
"I'm afraid sun sickness took her during their exile," I answered, keeping my tone calm and colorless. "And Lucas has been taken hostage by a coven of witches who seem to have a grudge."
"Oh, well, then it looks like I have all the Blackthorns who matter. Lucas isn't pure. He won't be an asset, aside from providing a pretty face."
"Cashel,
why?"
Sorka began, but Anne held up a hand.
"Silence. I think a bit of time in the well would do you some good, Sorka. Think about where your loyalties lie, because without me, you'll die. I'll ensure it."
3 vampires I'd never seen before walked into the room, all stern-faced and strong. They wore all black with the exception of blood-red ties, and I smelled Anne all over them. She'd turned them. She was building her army of expendable vampires to do her bidding.
"Take her,"
she said. Sorka screamed and fought, her skin burning as silver shackles were placed around her wrists. They took her out of the room, her shouts of protest echoing off the walls as they went until finally I couldn't hear her any longer. "Stop this! She'll come around!" Forcible removal of my sister wouldn't change the way Sorka saw Anne. In fact, it would do more damage.
"Don't dare to question me. I'm doing what a good mother does, punishing her for wickedness. She'll learn to behave, and then we can be a family."
A family. I wasn't under any assumptions that this woman truly wanted a family. She wanted power. "Where have you been spending your time?" I asked. "If I'd known you were going to be gone, I could have done a better job of preparing my sister for you. She might have handled your arrival better."
"It's a true test of her will to get to see me like this. She doesn't have to like me. She has to fear me."
She strode so smoothly it appeared as though she was gliding across the floor toward the fireplace. Eerie and a blatant display of her power. Her fingers traced the rim of the wineglass Sorka had been drinking from, and she sneered.
"Bottled blood? Why would you drink this when you can have pure blood from the source any time you wish?"
"My sister hasn't hunted since Callie became ill. She doesn't like the addiction to the vein."
"It's not an addiction. It's nature. We are predators. We hunt to not only feed, but to feel the fear in the fluttering pulse at our prey's throat, to taste the heat of their heart's blood. Drinking bottled blood is weak."
I shrugged. I told her the same. She doesn't understand. It wasn't something I wanted to fight.
"Go then. You need to hunt. I've been depriving you of the thrill for too long by providing a donor each night. As soon as your sister bends to my will, she'll be free. Don't worry. She'll break before long."
I was out the door and in the woods before her last statement could echo off the wood-paneled walls. I didn't need to feed. That was the last thing I wanted. I needed to find my little bird and make sure she hadn't forgotten me.
Olivia. A week had passed since Sorka and Lucas had found me, and Logan wasn't ever far from my side. and he didn't even know the depth of the dangerous situation I was in. The bruises on my arm from Sorka's rough grip and the one in the crook of my elbow from the needle that took my blood had finally begun to heal. Now they were turning a sickly yellowish green. I'd done my best to hide them, keeping my long sleeves rolled down at all times. Even now, in the makeshift pump shower, I made sure to pull my shirt over my head before opening the curtain. Usually, I braved the short walk to my tent in a towel because I took my showers after most people went to bed. Training all day made showering in the morning a waste. I squeezed my hair with the towel after drying my body, wringing out as much water as I could before sliding a pair of thin sweatpants over my hips. When I slid the curtain along the line mounted between trees, I let out a squeak of surprise to find Logan leaning against a big pine. He wasn't looking at me. Instead, the man had a knife in one hand and a wooden stake in the other. He worked the blade over the tip of the stake, sharpening it until the wood was a deadly weapon. "Logan," I said, wishing my throat wasn't so tight. He looked up with a smirk.
"Liv, how was your shower?"
He slid the knife into a sheath on his belt and the stake into a holster on his thigh. "Cold?" A shiver rocked me as I said the word, and my teeth chattered.
"Come here,"
he murmured, stepping forward and pulling me to him without much warning. He felt good, warm and strong and sure. His big hands rubbed my arms, and I pressed my face against his chest, taking in the leather scent of him. Even without the jacket, he smelled good. "So why were you stalking my shower? Hoping to see me naked?" I asked after I stopped shivering. He stiffened against me, his breath caught in his chest.
"I wouldn't mind."
I had to fight a giggle at the obvious discomfort my teasing question left him with. I was kidding.
"I wasn't."
Glancing up his tall frame, I stared into his eyes, so warm, so open, and fought against the instinct to compare him to Cashel. He didn't belong in this moment. Cashel wasn't real. Logan was. Logan's eyes drifted over me, down my body until they stopped on my breasts. My hair was still damp enough that it left my shirt wet and nearly transparent. I wasn't wearing a bra. He could see pretty much everything I had to offer. I covered my nipples with my hands. I thought we were taking it slow. He tucked a damp lock of my hair behind my ear and let his fingers trail down my neck.
"That doesn't change how much I want you."
That spark of desire lit inside me again. Nowhere near the inferno Cashel caused, but it was there, desperate for care and attention. I wanted it to be the right choice, so badly. I wanted free of the connection to a man who had lied and used me, to a man who'd broken me. My hands shifted, and I uncovered the translucent fabric of my shirt. "Kiss me, Logan." I tilted my head up and waited for his full, soft lips to find mine. But they didn't. A throat cleared behind us.
"Logan, if you're done staking your claim on Olivia, I need to discuss our migration plan with you."
Hector's voice sent heat creeping up my cheeks. Embarrassment made me wish for a hole to open up in the ground. My arms went back to hide my breasts, and I turned to walk away from both of them.
"Get to bed, Olivia. It's after dark. You shouldn't be out in the open,"
Hector called after me. I wondered if Logan had told him about the attack on us. If Hector knew that Sorka had found me even with the protective amulet they'd provided. He must have said something, but I was surprised to know it had taken so long for the hunters to move. I was a danger, a target, a sitting duck. The nights were the hardest. As I lay in my bed, trying to get comfortable on the foldable cot, I couldn't help my mind drifting to thoughts of Cashel, of my time with him. Doubt crept into my thoughts, coloring everything I knew. I'd stopped dreaming of him weeks ago, but tonight was different. My traitorous memories assaulted me with everything I loved about him. The rich, earthy scent of bergamot coated me like a blanket, and I whispered his name while I was still in that twilight between sleep and wakefulness. Cashel, please touch me. I wanted to push my body's need for him away, but I couldn't. This time my dreams were filled with him from the moment I fell asleep. Heated kisses worked their way up my legs and thighs. His cool hands were rough and gripped me almost desperately as he whispered my name.
Fuck, little bird. I missed you. Your soft skin, your scent, your taste. All of you.
His words nearly had me coming apart. I couldn't take the reverent tone, the need and raw honesty. I need you, I moaned when his hands parted my folds and one long finger slid deep inside me. His lips closed over my clit without wasting any time. He didn't want to seduce me. He didn't need to. I was wet and ready the moment he touched me. One finger became two, and his lips became his tongue. He brought me to the crest of orgasm and backed away, dark eyes staring into my soul.
I told you I'd always come for you. Wait for me, little bird.
Then he returned to my aching pussy and continued sinking those talented fingers deep inside. I was a moaning, writhing mess, hands curling in his thick hair, heart breaking all over again. I cried his name and came apart with his mouth on me, my head tossed back, eyes closed tight. Then there was pressure at the juncture of my thighs, and I was flung off the edge all over again. I was boneless, relaxed, and floating on a river of bliss. Until a branch snapped in the distance and everything I'd been feeling vanished. My eyes snapped open in the dark. "Cashel?" I whispered, but there was no answer. My thighs trembled and ached, and between my legs I was soaked. A dream had never done that to me before, not once. Sitting up, I stared into the darkness, willing my eyes to adjust, afraid of what I might see. I grabbed the flashlight from under my cot and clicked it on, prepared for the beam to reveal my vampire. But nothing was there. It had been a dream, hadn't it? I turned off the light and fell back onto my bed, my chest tightening with apprehension as the familiar scent of bergamot drifted to my nose. It was the scent of vampires, the scent of Cashel. Pressing my fingers to my lips, I tried to control my warring emotions. Fear and excitement twisted me in two directions. I should have gotten up, should have taken my flashlight and made my way to Logan's tent. But part of me didn't want them to know. If they thought I'd been dreaming of Cash, they might send me away. And if it hadn't been a dream, well, Cashel could kill them all before they'd have the chance to defend themselves. I couldn't bring that on them. In fact, I shouldn't be here at all. I needed to leave before they found me again and decimated this camp. Tonight.
8. Cashel. The hardest thing I'd ever done was walk out of Olivia's tent without telling her that yes, I was there. It was real. I'd come for her. The instant she breathed my name, I couldn't resist touching her. And when she begged me, I had to take my chance at bringing her pleasure, reminding her of what we had. My cock throbbed behind the fly of my slacks. Living that dream with my little bird may have resulted in release for her, but I was still intensely unsatisfied. I ran hard and fast, my hunger building as my persistent arousal reminded me of everything I had lost. Just a small taste from her femoral artery hadn't been enough. I wanted her blood almost more than I'd wanted to claim her body again. I could have taken her with me then and there, but if the hunters had seen me, they would only come after her. I had enough to worry about with Anne. A war with hunters wasn't on my list of priorities. I'd just have to return for Olivia and convince her to come with me in secret. When I was within 5 miles of the manor, I stopped and searched with my enhanced senses for the beating heart of an animal I could feed from. I had to stop allowing myself human blood fresh from the source. It was fucking with my judgment and my hard-won control. But Anne left a woman in my room nightly, and it was nearly impossible for me to stop. If I did, she would figure out I still craved Olivia.
She's let you out to play, then?
Eliana's voice was low and measured, barely a whisper on the wind. I turned in the dense woods, searching for her. Where are you?
Far enough from you to keep you from killing me?
Her voice bounced off the trees, floating in the air. Do you really fear me, El?
I fear what you could do to me. I didn't survive you last time. I won't this time either.
I shook my head and shoved my hands into my pockets. I'm sorry for everything. I shouldn't have left you alone.
And Olivia? You still love her, even though she's with that hunter?
My teeth clenched hard enough I could hear them grinding. I spun around, staring from tree to tree. What do you know of it? Eliana dropped.
Take a break from the words, not the journey. This gentle tune is here to guide your mind towards stillness. Thank you for your time.
Like a cat, landing silently in a crouch at my feet. Then she stood and locked gazes with me.
I've been keeping a watchful eye on her and her new love. Oh, his head was filled with all the naughty things he planned to do with her.
I took a sharp breath and forced the rage burning in my blood down to a simmer. Leave her be, Eliana. She's nothing to you.
Is that what you're doing, Cashel? Leaving her be looks a lot like stalking her.
I just needed one more time. Her expression said everything I needed to know. It was filled with pity.
You're pathetic. She's killed all the bad boy inside you and turned you into a simpering fool.
What are you doing here? Surely you've got some council business to deal with. She frowned and cocked her head to one side.
I've been invited to stay and serve at the Queen's side.
What? I wasn't told.
You're a liability, not a valued advisor. Of course she wouldn't tell you. I'm feeling rather peckish at the moment. Care to hunt for some humans? I'd certainly like to see what the blood of the sun tastes like.
Glancing up at the sky, I rolled my shoulders and assessed the moon's position. Not enough time left until sunrise. I wouldn't be able to stop Eliana and get to Olivia in time, especially if I needed to get us somewhere safe. Unless I fed on her. That couldn't happen in my current state. I'd drain her. I'll have Martin deliver some of our stores to your room.
It'll never be safe for her, you know.
Eliana's words sent a chill through me. She was right. Unless I bonded with Olivia, made her mind and ruined her blood for everyone else, she'd always be in danger. I had to figure out how to get us to safety. Whatever it took to keep my little bird flying free, I'd do it.
"She hates you, Cashel," Eliana said. "I saw it in her head. She wants you out of her life. She wants the hunter."
Those words hit me like a whip's lash across already broken skin. Olivia couldn't. I rushed Eliana, grabbing her by the throat and shoving her hard against a tree. I'd been feeding nightly on human blood. I was stronger than she could possibly compete with. A turned vampire couldn't compare to a born one. Why are you lying to me?
"I'm not,"
she managed through my grip on her windpipe.
"You need to know the truth. She's in love with him. I saw it in his mind."
I should rip your heart from your chest and feed on it. She laughed and let out a moan.
"Go ahead. You already did it once before. Besides, I've always liked it rough."
I let go of her and staggered backward, not caring that she fell to the ground. You betrayed me with my father.
"And what about her, Olivia? The girl who wanted nothing more than freedom from you. She betrayed you as well."
Are you trying to get me to kill you? Put you out of your misery?
"I'm trying to show you the truth. She doesn't want you. You lost her. Move on. Stop being such a pathetic excuse for a vampire."
You know nothing about me. Her gaze softened slightly.
"I know you're lost. How are we going to find you again?"
She got to her feet, brushing the dirt off her ass and rolling her head from side to side with a low groan.
"It'll be fun trying to bring you back."
You won't bring me anywhere. I'm not lost. I'm finally where I'm supposed to be.
Is that what you think? You murdered your family, your king in cold blood, for a human. You'd never have done anything like that for me, and you told me you loved me more times than I can count.
My whole body hummed with a warning of the coming sunrise. We needed to have this fight, to talk through everything that happened between us, but now was not the time. We can't do this here.
This isn't over, Cashel. You don't get to so easily brush me off.
Her eyes held a wild desperation.
I can smell your human's desire all over you. It's not right. You are the Blackthorne prince. You should be loyal to your kind, not fucking a human in secret. The council is coming for your pet. You might have been pardoned, but she's still guilty. She killed them, same as you.
I reached for her, frantic she'd ruin everything. When?
Soon. If you know what's good for you, you'll let them have her.
She laughed and took off at a run, a blur of dark hair and pale skin. I chased after her, tackling her to the ground.
Get off me, Cashel!
The sun is rising, Elle. You'll never make it to safety in time.
What do you care?
I care. I've always cared about what happens to you. Rage flashed in her eyes.
Liar. You abandoned me. You broke my mind because of what your father made me do, because of what he took without permission.
What are you talking about?
If you think I willingly gave my body to Elias Blackthorne, you're wrong. You know what he was capable of. He hated that I wanted you, so he got rid of me. I just never thought you'd believe him.
I saw it. In your head. She clenched her jaw.
No. You went deeper into my mind than I could withstand, and found the grenade your father planted there. You destroyed my will, left me a shell of myself. You killed me.
A tear trailed down her cheek.
And you'll end up doing the same to her. Elias raped me. He set you up and felt nothing even close to guilt. I was never willingly unfaithful to you. Not like you were. I wanted you to love me.
I did. She wrenched herself from my grasp and got to her feet.
No. You have to have a heart to love. Yours is nothing but a blackened lump of coal, just like your father's.
I am nothing like him.
Oh, really? Tell me, Cashel, does your pet know about me? Does she know you promised me forever and gave me nothing?
A nod. She does.
Are you still in love with her?
You said it yourself. I don't have a heart. I can't love anyone. Not her. Not you. Her brow furrowed and everything in her posture tensed.
Fuck you, Cashel. I hope she gives you exactly what you gave me. A broken mind and an eternity of heartbreak.
Helping her to her feet, I made a decision that twisted my gut. I had to make her want me bad enough she'd keep my secret. It's her blood. Nothing more. I've had it, and I can't stop the craving for her. It's like a drug. I need to detox. I need help. I pressed our foreheads together. I don't love her. I crave her. Maybe what I needed all this time was you. Those wide eyes softened.
You really never loved her?
I shook my head. Never. Her blood is dangerously addictive. It drove me to do things I'd never normally do.
Cashel,
she whispered. Please, save me from this, I begged. Save me so we can be together. I shoved her against a tree and took her lips with mine. It worked. She melted into the kiss, and before I could back away, she grew frantic, hungry, desperate for more. Her hands threaded through my hair, and she let out soft, little mewling sounds. I cupped her face and pushed her away from me. Not here, Elle. Not now. The sun is rising, and I have a duty to the Queen.
Let me help you. I can get rid of Olivia. She won't be a problem for you if she doesn't exist.
No! I shouted the word and instantly regretted it. The Queen wants Olivia in her possession, not dead. She dragged in a long, unnecessary breath.
Fine. I won't kill her. Yet.
I threaded our fingers. Come, love. We need to get you safely hidden from the sun. Come to my room. Stay the day. My gut twisted with the wrongness of being with her, but she needed to believe my lies. If she'd been spying on Olivia, that meant she'd easily be able to harm her. We have a lot of lost time to make up for.
Olivia. Roses. Always roses. As I slipped the charm over my head, the heavy weight of the pendant settled between my breasts and filled my nose with the scent of the flower I'd come to loathe. I shoved my possessions into the backpack Hector had given me after my first week at the camp. A few meager supplies, a compass, flashlight, matches, socks, and a first aid kit. There would be no hiding from vampires if I got injured and couldn't tend to myself. My heart raced, and the familiar chokehold of a panic attack threatened to work its way around my throat. Not now. I'd been so in control. I couldn't fall back into this trap. Closing my eyes, I forced my mind to a calm place and willed myself to remove everything that was bearing down on me. I needed to go somewhere in my consciousness where I was safe and happy, calm, peaceful, free. But it was Cashel I saw in my thoughts. Eyes dark and hungry, fangs dripping with blood. My mother at his feet. My breath came in sharp, thin gasps, and I had to curl into a ball as I worked to find my freedom from this anxiety-ridden cage.
Liv?
Logan's hand was on my shoulder, his warmth bringing me back from the cold, dark place I'd been. I breathed deeply and slowly as he wrapped his arms around me and held me tight to his chest. When my pulse reached a healthy pace and I was able to speak, I looked up at him with tears in my eyes. I have to get out of here. His dark brows furrowed.
What? Why?
Cashel was here. He found me. Every muscle in Logan's chest tensed.
When?
When I was sleeping. I think. I'm not sure. It might have been a dream. I could smell him. It felt so real. He gripped my chin and turned my head from right to left, inspecting me.
Did he bite you?
No.
What happened?
It felt real.
He touched you? He assaulted you while you were asleep?
The rage on Logan's face couldn't be contained. He pulled me to a standing position and stared into my eyes, the only light between us the soft glow of the moon that managed to seep in through the thin tent. I didn't want to tell him the truth, that he licked and sucked me, that he'd put his fingers inside my very willing body and made me come around him. But also, the more I thought about it, the more I realized he couldn't have been here. That my mind was a traitor, and my body reacted viscerally because no matter what Cashel lied about, he trained me to crave him. I think it was a dream. I said I wasn't sure. I had asked for him. I'd told Cashel I wanted him. I'd begged for him. If it was real, he definitely hadn't assaulted me. But then why hadn't he killed the hunters and taken me with him? It wasn't real. I had to backpedal. Logan didn't stand a chance against Cash, even with his stake and silver. If he had been here, he'd have taken me with him. You all would be dead.
Then why do you want to leave?
Sorka, she promised others would find me. She's not lying about that. Until we figure out a way to ruin my blood for them, I'm a target. I'm endangering everyone here. He heaved a sigh and glanced toward the opening of the tent.
Not tonight. We leave when the camp migrates. They won't realize we're gone until it's too late.
Logan, I have to go now, before Hector or any of the others are awake. They can't come after me.
You're not going without me.
You don't have to be a part of this.
I've been a part of this since the first day I saw you.
With a curt shake of his head, he took my bag.
Trust me, we're leaving in 2 more days. We can split off from the caravan.
I shook my head. Hector will track your car. You can't think he won't.
Wait here,
he said, stepping out of my tent. But he came right back and gripped the back of my neck, pulling me close and claiming my lips with his. I could taste the determination and tension in his kiss before he let me go. Within a few minutes, he was back with a map and a flashlight. Then he took my hand and squeezed.
There's a town 50 miles west of here. We'll stop when we get there and get a room. Then we can dump my car and get a new one. You'll stay in my tent with me until then. No one will get to you without me there to fight.
I nodded, and relief flooded me. Thank you, Logan.
I promised you one day you'd have a normal life. I'm not going to abandon you now.
I slept in his arms the rest of the night, my traitorous memories flashing back to the dream of Cashel. In the morning, we hatched a plan to leave false trails of my scent for any vampire searching for me. We hiked for hours, zigzagging through the brush before finally coming to rest at a creek bed. The sun was on its way toward the middle of the sky, and my legs ached from the rough terrain we'd been cutting through.
I think that's enough, don't you?
Logan asked. I nodded, taking his offered hand and letting him heft me to my feet. I didn't want to keep going. I wanted to take my boots off and let my tired feet rest with the cool water of the softly babbling brook running over them. He pulled out a bottle of rose oil and the pendant he'd given me. Using the dropper, he filled the charm with the oil and handed the chain to me. You said you got this from a witch? I asked, taking the pendant between my fingers and studying the intricately designed ball.
Yeah, she owed me a favor.
We should go see her. Maybe she'll know how to fix this. Maybe she can ruin my blood for them. Hope lit in my chest. If they don't want me, Cashel can move on. Maybe he'll let me go. As soon as I said the words, they burned to ashes in the air between us. Cashel would never let me go. I could feel it in my bones. And I wasn't sure I wanted him to, even though I knew I should. Frustrated with myself, my weakness for him, my desperate desire, I dragged a hand through my hair and gathered the strands until I could occupy myself with braiding them. I needed something as a distraction.
Liv, you aren't his anymore. You got away. You made the right choice and came with me. He has no claim on you. When are you going to see it?
You should let me go alone from here, Logan. Go back to the camp and I'll keep moving. You don't understand anything. The Blackthorns won't ever give up. They'll find me and take what they want. That's what they did to my mother, and it's what they'll do to me.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Your dad might have abandoned you and your mom, but I won't do that to you. If you guys hadn't been alone, maybe things would have been different. You've got me by your side. I'm ready to fight.
That's exactly what I'm worried about. You'll fight for me and the Blackthorns will kill you. Don't you remember what they did to the band of hunters you brought to the manor?
We took one down, shot Cashel. If you hadn't gone back with him, I'm pretty sure he would be dead right now.
One. You killed one. They destroyed the rest of you. You'd be dead if I hadn't stopped them. I stared at this man, so strong and sure, ready to protect me. Some of the light left his eyes at the truth in my words. His confidence was shaken. I could see it all over his face.
Liv,
I don't want to be responsible for your death, Logan. I couldn't stand it if anything happened to you. He cupped my face and dropped his forehead to mine.
We'll have to look out for each other.
Then his mouth was pressed to mine, and the world faded away. We had this moment, here by the brook. No vampires, nothing but his lips on mine. I could do this. I could be happy with Logan. If Cashel Blackthorne would only let me. 9. Olivia.
Tomorrow,
Logan said.
We leave at daybreak.
The sun had been down for the better part of an hour, and all of the hunters were in bed, save the few posting guard. Thank you for doing this with me. We sat on the cot together, his fingers twined with mine.
It's what you do for someone you love.
My chest tightened. Love? You love me?
Of course I do. How could I not?
It hasn't been...
That long? It's been long enough. You captivated me the first time we met. You're strong, a fighter, grounded and smart. You're everything I admire.
And I'm a mess, a disaster, a danger.
You're worth every bit of danger.
He leaned in, a brush of lips, a promise of more.
I want you, Liv. I understand if you're not ready, but I need you to know that.
I broke our kiss and pushed thoughts of Cashel from my mind. It was time to move on. Time to be with a man who didn't want to own me. I nodded and lifted my shirt over my head. His warm palms slid up my spine as he pulled me close.
God, Liv, you're so soft.
He took another kiss from me, this time with more desperate urgency. His tongue pressed into my mouth, and I didn't stop him. I asked for more, with the pull of my fingers on his clothes. All we had was the faint light of our dimmed lantern casting shadows across the tent. We went from tentative to frantic, tugging at clothing until we were both naked in the warm glow of the lantern. He laid me on my back before climbing on top of me. The look in his eyes was filled with wonder.
"Are you sure?"
he asked. Was I? I needed to move forward, to entrust my body to another man. Logan loved me. Yes. Harsh breaths filled the space, and his tight groan of pleasure when we came together for the first time was loud enough I worried someone would hear us. But then he started moving. Long, slow rolls of his hips. It was gentle and tender, all the frantic need gone. No rush, no fire. We smoldered.
"Liv,"
he groaned, clutching me tight to him as he kissed my neck. A sick part of me wanted him to bite down and mark me. He tensed, and his slow thrusts became erratic.
"I can't hold back anymore."
His statement was nearly a plea, followed by a low moan as he fell over the edge and let his release take him. We lay together, breathing heavily, him trailing kisses over my collarbone and shoulder.
"This is the beginning of us, Liv. I'll do everything in my power to make you happy. I promise."
I ran my fingers through his hair and over his strong back. I should have been happy to have him. I was. But there was something missing that he could never give me. Maybe that was the power your first love held. No one would ever be able to replace the missing piece of my heart that Cashel had stolen. Slipping out of the bed, I dressed and stood near the opening of the tent, the soft light of our camp lantern leaving everything in a warm glow. Logan came up behind me and took my hand. He'd dressed as well, but I hadn't even noticed. The two of us returned to the small bed in silence. I turned off the lamp before rolling onto my side. Then I stared at the shadows until his arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me closer against his chest, and I did nothing to stop him as I drifted to sleep in his arms.
Cashel. Olivia wasn't where she was supposed to be. I could smell her, sense her, feel my connection to her, but she wasn't in her tent. Hearts beat all around me from inside the multitude of shelters, but I could see the preparations had been made for them to leave. They were moving on, likely in the morning, but would they get away before the council found them? Closing my eyes, I breathed in the familiar scent of my little bird. Her heartbeat filled my ears, thrumming in time with mine. But there was more. There was a second pulse next to hers. She was sleeping nearby, with him. I stalked through the camp, homing in on her until I stood directly outside of where her pulse was strongest. Their scents mingled, and I knew what I'd find. They were too close to be anything but wrapped in each other. I was tempted to break through the nylon tent, to rush in there and slaughter him while he was lost to his dreams. Instead, I waited as the two of them slept in each other's arms. Every breath she took sealed my heart away a little farther. I was a fool to love her. I should have known. But in her tent, she had been dreaming of me, begging for me, not him. She let me touch her, taste her, bring her pleasure. Was that all I had been? Was I really just a tool to get her what she wanted? Movement from inside caught my eye. Just a shift in the darkness, shadows in the moonlight. But I knew it was her. I could feel her, her signature pulse, the pull of her as she sat up. Then the flaps opened, and she was there, hair loose and tousled, possibly from her salacious activities in bed with another man. The dark tresses fell across her shoulders, framing her achingly beautiful face. She bit her lower lip and let out a weary sigh as she toyed with the ends of her hair. My chest tightened with fear as the atmosphere shifted, and the power of multiple vampires bore down on us. The council was coming, if not already here. It might be too late. It was then I made my move. Stepping out of the shadows, I rushed her. Her focus snapped to me, irises locking on mine, and there wasn't a shred of love in them. Fear, hatred, and defiance. Those were the only things in the eyes that had once captivated me. "Cashel," she whispered my name, so softly the wind almost stole the sound. I heard her, though. The one word reminded me of a time I mistakenly thought those 2 syllables meant something to her. I suppose they had. They'd meant that I was her ticket to freedom, nothing more. Scooping her into my hold, I ran as fast as I could, ignoring her angry cries for me to stop. I climbed a cliff face until we were high above the camp, out of sight. "Let me go!" she shouted, but I clamped a hand over her mouth and pulled her close. "Quiet. Don't draw any attention to yourself. They're here, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. You're lucky I came for you." Her breaths came in harsh gasps, warm against my palm, but I didn't let her go until I was sure she wasn't going to blow our cover. "Who?" "The Council." I pointed down to a clearing where 5 vampires in blood-red robes strolled casually toward the camp. "They're coming for you." "We have to help them. They're asleep. They don't—" "No. Have you forgotten what they did to my family? Hunted them like dogs. They killed Brenna. You're my only concern." "No." Screams filled the air, flashes of red fabric streaking through the trees, followed by gunshots, lots of them. But I knew the hunters weren't a match for Council vampires. They were chosen and trained specially to be the most skilled of us. Their only match had been the Blackthorns, and even the strongest of us had to fight like hell if we wanted to survive. "You have to help Cashel." Olivia's plea twisted my gut. I couldn't risk her to save them. Hunters ran but were caught by Council members, fed on, necks broken and lives destroyed. And then I saw her. Eliana with her hood down, hair trailing in waves down her back. She had Logan in her grip, a wicked smile on her face as she licked a line up his throat. "Logan," Olivia whispered, bringing her hand to her lips. Eliana sank her fangs into his neck and fed until he went limp. Then she let him crumple to the forest floor and skipped over the bloodied bodies littering the ground. "We have to go," I said, needing to get us to the small bit of protection Blackthorne Manor would provide. "She killed him." I took a long breath, the metallic tang of blood scenting the air still not strong enough to disguise the scent of Logan on Olivia.
"Don't you dare say you're sorry. If you were, you'd have warned them all. You let them be slaughtered."
Tears made her voice wobble, and I hated every one of them because they were for him. "You're the only one I care for. They are the monsters we tell our children about."
"You don't care. You didn't come for me. You lied."
"I found you now, little bird." A mask of control was the only thing I could do to disguise the despair collapsing my chest.
"Stop calling me that. I'm not your pet."
"Aren't you?"
"Don't,"
she said, backing away. But there was nowhere to run. She was caught. Her hummingbird heart raced as she came up against a wall of rock. "So, this is how it is going to be?"
"How it's going to be? It is going to be nothing. You lying, cheating—"
"Enough!" Rage made my tone harsh and clipped. I stepped closer, muscles tense and ready for a fight. "You're coming with me. Back where you belong."
"No, I'm not going anywhere."
A bitter laugh rose up in my chest. "Still, she argues," I muttered. Did he know?
Know what?
My hand reached for her of its own accord. The fucking traitor, and brushed along the soft skin of her throat. Then, unable to keep my distance, I leaned in close. "About what you let me do to you in your tent. About how much you wanted me." Her face paled, and the little hitch in her breath told me she'd been caught.
I was dreaming. I don't want you.
Don't lie. It doesn't become you.
My body might react to you, but the rest of me wants nothing to do with you.
So, this was the reality of everything between us.
I'd been played for a fool. I'd given her my heart, weakened myself for her, abandoned my family, and she'd never felt more than desire for me.
You're quite the actress, I have to admit. You made me think you loved me. You're very good.
And he didn't mind that you whored yourself out to me to get what you wanted?
Her eyes flashed with hurt and indignant fire.
I can't believe you,
she whispered, the words filled with disgust catching in her throat. I told you, I'm a monster, not a hero. Even if you made me think differently for a time.
I'm not the one who lied. You got in my head. You manipulated me. I couldn't see it until Logan showed me the truth.
I never.
It should hurt. Every single time.
That tremor in her voice betrayed the despair she tried so hard to fight. She was right. It should have hurt each time I'd fed from her. My hands pressed against the wall on either side of her, caging my little bird with my arms. I was so angry. At her, at Logan, at everything. She should have been mine after we'd left the manor. She was mine from day one. But no, she wasn't, really. She was his. Always had been. I leaned close, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. I can make it hurt. Her heart hammered, but anxiety didn't take hold. I couldn't smell the adrenaline that sometimes crippled her. Instead, I caught the scent of arousal. Everything shifted with that one development.
You already did. Everything we had makes me hurt now.
I moved my hand from the wall to brush a lock of her hair away from her face. The silky strands made me wish I could have more, that I could tangle my fingers in them and make her mine again. I guess we're even then, I whispered, bringing my lips to kiss her jaw. It hurts because that's what love does. It destroys us.
Cash,
she said on a desperate sigh as my mouth hovered over hers. Yes, little bird. My will was gone with her so close. The pull to be consumed by her made my entire being hum with desire. She could be mine again. She could love me. Just the hitch in her breath was proof there had to be something real between us. She threaded her fingers in my hair and crushed our lips together in a violent, passionate kiss. The hard ridge of my cock pressed against my thigh, and I needed nothing more than to take her home, where I could remind her that she'd wanted me in the first place. She tore her mouth from mine and stared at me. Pain blossomed as the sharp point of a silver dagger pressed into my chest, directly over my heart. It burned even through the fabric of my shirt, but I didn't move.
"Don't make me kill you,"
she whispered. You should have taken your shot when you had a chance. I backed away, knowing beyond all doubt that I'd lost her completely. I'm still not the only one who wants you.
My blood, you mean? You want my blood. That's all you've ever wanted. You couldn't get it from my mother, so you got it from me.
The blade in her hand shook.
It was all a lie. Every single bit of it.
It's not all I wanted. I wanted forever.
Find it with someone else.
I stepped forward, instinct telling me to make her see she was wrong. I hated knowing she was afraid of me, but it didn't matter. She could fear me all she wanted. I needed her to save my sister. I didn't need her to love me, but fuck, I wanted her to. Olivia.
Get out of here, Cashel. Get out of my life before I end yours.
In one quick motion, I grabbed her wrist and twisted until the knife fell from her grasp. She let out a sharp yelp of surprise. "You really love him. You wanted to be with him." She didn't answer. Instead, a single tear spilled down her cheek. I pulled her close and stared into her eyes, doing the thing I said I'd never do again. I locked gazes with her and whispered, "Sleep." Her eyes fell shut and her knees buckled. She was in my arms, and we were moving so fast, I'm sure to the naked eye, we appeared to be flying. She was mine, a captive again instead of my love. But the truth of the matter was, saving Callie and the Blackthorne name had to be my priority, even if it meant losing Olivia forever.
10. Olivia. I woke smelling bergamot, and I knew. I was back at Blackthorne Manor, back in this gilded prison because of Cashel. Hatred mixed with terror, and I fought the need to scream. It wouldn't do any good. I was his. Again.
Calm yourself, little bird. There's no use getting so worked up.
His voice had been a balm during our last days together, but right now, Cashel was the devil, and I had fallen into his trap. He sat in the soft leather chair in the corner, looking every inch the bad boy prince he was. His eyes glowed in the dimmed light, a startling preternatural amber color. "I hate you," I spat.
I know. What I don't understand is why.
"You manipulated me. You lied to me and kidnapped me. You used your power to get me to do what you wanted. You killed my mother."
Is that what they told you?
I sat up, crossing my arms over my chest to hide the fact that this cold, drafty house had my nipples tight and hard even through the fabric of my shirt. I didn't want him thinking he aroused me in any way. I didn't need them to tell me. I saw. He cocked a brow.
Did you now?
Don't patronize me.
Don't waste my time. I should never have gotten you out of here in the first place. All of this is your fault. Rest assured, I won't make the mistake of trusting you again.
On my feet now, I strode to the mantel and grabbed the iron poker. I wasn't going to be a prisoner here again.
What are you doing?
He asked, boredom in his tone. I swung with all my might, aiming for his temple. The bastard dodged with little effort, and then he was on me, pushing me against the wall. His body was hard, and damn if I didn't react. I still wanted him, even though I knew the depths of his deception.
I let you get the drop on me earlier. That won't happen again.
His words were harsh and hateful.
Take a shower. His stench is all over you. I don't need a reminder of your betrayal. I feel it with every beat of my heart.
You didn't come for me.
So you jumped into his bed. The only man you should ever smell of is me. I'm the one who left his mark on you, who staked a claim. Just as you are the only woman who can own my heart.
My chest gave a squeeze, and confusion rolled through me. What are you going to do with me?
It's not me you need to worry about. There's a new ruler in the Blackthorne lands. I'll do what I can to keep you, but there's a very real possibility she'll sell you to the highest bidder if you prove uncooperative.
What happened to Lucas, Sorka, and Callie? Pain flashed in his eyes.
Sorka is facing the Queen's wrath in the well. You know it, don't you? Though she's done far less than you to deserve it.
My stomach twisted. That was one of the worst moments of my life. Oh, God. There was no love lost between Sorka and me, but I didn't wish that kind of punishment on her, or anyone.
Yes, Once she's broken, the Queen will release her. But if I know my sister, it'll be like pulling teeth to get her to bend the knee.
And you? You broke, just like that? He frowned, and a growl built in his chest. Then he ripped open the deep blue button-down shirt covering his perfect torso. I jumped in surprise as the buttons went flying and the shirt fell to the floor.
Does this look like something that happened just like that?
Swirls of dark ink under raised scars decorated his right shoulder and down his arm. They were terrible and beautiful all at once. What? You didn't have a tattoo before?
Yes, well, this isn't a tattoo. This is the brand of a traitor. Silver embedded under the skin over the course of a week. This is what I endured after you abandoned me.
I didn't abandon you.
You did. You left me for him. And the moment I stepped out the door, the council found me and took me to face my crimes.
Cashel, I said, reaching out to touch his scars. He flinched, but let me touch him. The dark lines were angry and marred with red around the edges.
I can't get rid of them. I tried.
Do they hurt?
Yes.
I pulled my hand away and clenched my fist. I couldn't let him get into my head again. He'd already done so much damage. Casting my gaze down, I slid out from the loose cage of his presence.
Where are you going?
I tossed my hair over one shoulder and said, "To wash." He followed, practically on top of me as I opened the door to his bathroom and started stripping.
Turn around, little bird. Let me see what they did to you.
His fingers brushed the bruises on my ribs from training, the scrapes that were nearly healed across my knees and elbows from every time I'd fallen. Training. They taught me how to defend myself. The red mark over his heart was still there, evidence of my newly acquired skills.
Would you really have killed me?
I closed my eyes and let out a sigh. I hesitated. That means I couldn't.
His hands touched you,
he whispered, reaching out and cupping my jaw.
Lips kissed you.
One step closer, and he was a breath away.
Do you know how that hurts? You were mine.
I wasn't. Anger radiated off him.
Yes, you were. I told you I loved you. I meant it. I killed for you. I endured weeks of torture for you.
And you lied.
So did you. You made me believe you loved me.
No! I shouted. The sound of my confession ricocheted off the bathroom walls. We stood there, both of us staring at the other. I was ready to throw away all hope of a normal life because of you. I never imagined you'd stoop so low as to compel me into wanting you. But then they showed me what your feeding should feel like. They made me relive it, but this time with truth behind the memory. And now I can't look at you without feeling the searing agony of your fangs. It'll never be the same, Cashel. Never.
Don't make yourself out to be a victim. You planned this whole thing with Logan. You told me, my father warned me, everyone said not to trust you. It's my fault for ignoring it all. Did you set us all up? Was the whole thing a big plot to bring down the Blackthorne vampires?
What are you talking about?
We'd been looking for your bloodline for so long, and then you just happened to fall into my arms on the anniversary of your mother's death. Were you working with the hunters from the beginning?
You have to be joking. There's nothing in this world that would get me to relive that experience. I lost the only person who really loved me, lost myself and my freedom. I just want to be normal. I never would have sought you out. I wish I'd never met you. He stepped back, eyes widening. I might as well have slapped him across his perfect face.
Bad luck for us both, then.
Get out. He grit his teeth and closed his eyes, very clearly trying to contain his anger.
With pleasure.
Broad shoulders tense, he walked away from me, but didn't close the door. He looked back and said,
I must warn you, little bird. You had me on your side before, even as my pet. But you proved I was wrong when you let him fuck you. Now you're my captive, my prize, and my toy. You'll find I play rough.
Cashel. The fire in the hearth crackled and danced, casting its glow across the dark library. I took another long drink straight from the bottle of wine in my hand. Olivia was everywhere. In my thoughts, my home, my memories. I couldn't close my eyes without seeing the hatred in her expression or feeling her lips move against mine. My chest still stung from the bite of her blade on my skin. She'd been close enough to kill me. All she'd needed to do was sink that dagger into my heart, and I'd have been a goner. So why had she stopped? The clink of bottles rolling into one another pulled my attention from my inner turmoil. God, brother, how much have you had to drink? Lucas stood to my left, his focus on the 5 empty wine bottles turned on their sides. Not enough. My words were slurred, but only slightly. It wasn't enough to dull the pain. What are you doing here? I thought you'd left us all for dead. Afraid not. I had to sweet-talk my way out of trouble with a coven, but you know me. What I lack in breeding, I make up for with devastating charm. Callie's going to die. We'll find a cure. I know. Olivia's upstairs in my room right now. Lucas scoffed. So you took her again? She wouldn't come otherwise. That didn't help last time. I shook my head. Everything is different now. I don't know what to do. Why? Because you love her? Yes. He snatched the wine bottle from my hand and took a long pull. Well, that's a solid answer. She loves someone else. I grabbed the bottle from him and tipped it up, only to find it empty. Fucking arsehole. She can't possibly. It's true. She's in love with him. Father was right. Always was. Do you honestly believe that? I thought back to the moment I'd asked her if she loved him. At the cabin after we'd escaped Blackthorne Manor, when I'd told her I loved her, and she hadn't responded. I should have seen the signs. She never lied and said she felt more than lust, but I'd been blinded by my connection to her. I was a fool, he snorted. You still are. You said she almost killed you? I pulled open my shirt to show him the angry burn over my heart. She had a silver blade. Brows raised, he crossed his arms over his chest. Seems to me like she loves you. Death threats aren't typical expressions of true love, brother. Well, if I'm seeing things right, she didn't kill you when she had the chance. She let you go because she desires you. I didn't want to let him strike the spark of hope in my chest that was already smoldering despite all evidence of Olivia's hatred. So I ignored him. I returned my attention to the flames as they licked the wood and listened to the hisses and pops of the fire. But the seed was planted now, and I knew I wouldn't be able to let this go. She'd spared me when she could have killed me. So, where's the queen bitch? Lucas said, taking a seat in the wing-back chair next to mine and stretching his long legs in front of him. Out doing God knows what. She's gone more than she's here. And our sisters? My gut clenched at the thought of Sorka and Callie. Callie is safely tucked away somewhere no one can find her. I'm tending to her. Sorka is in the well. Are you having me on? The fucking well? Get her out of there. I shook my head. I can't. Anne has to be the one to let her out. But I've been taking care of her. She's all right. Angry as a hornet, but no worse for wear. What happened to you? Why aren't you fighting? Indignation curled in my gut. I am, in my own way. This is something we have to handle with care. We can't just raid the castle swords drawn. Sounds good to me. Cut off her head and take the throne. No. She's the reason I wasn't executed by the council. If I kill her, I'll be right back where she found me. A traitor, facing my death rather than making plans for change. His head fell back onto the chair, and he let out an exasperated sigh. This is why I'm the naughty prince. Diplomacy is no fun. You shouldn't be here at all. Anne will have you tossed into the dungeon before you can blink when she finds you. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest.
Ah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But I have something she'll want.
And what's that? He reached into the pocket of his blazer and pulled out a red diamond necklace that matched my mother's ring.
This.
Where did you find that?
The Coven has had it since your mother died. Apparently, it was part of the crown jewels, a sign of power amongst the clans. They had it hidden for safekeeping until I stole it.
I was honestly shocked that he would put any effort into something like that. It didn't serve him. Are you telling me you risked bringing a coven of angry witches down on us for a damn necklace? He blew out a breath and held the necklace up in the light.
They won't even notice. Besides, they stole it from us first.
One brow cocked, and he tilted his head in curiosity.
Brother, your pet is loose in the house.
A frantic pulse caught my ear from the stairs. Olivia. Of course she was roaming the house rather than cowering in my bed. My senses were dulled from the alcohol, everything tracking slower than usual. I should have sensed her moving around upstairs. Hands balled into fists, I forced myself to stand slowly, and with a level of control I doubted I would have had only a few nights ago. In the space of a few of her heartbeats, I found her. Beautiful in one of my shirts, with her long dark hair braided to one side. Her fingers trailed along the wood panels lining the walls as she took in her prison for the second time since we'd met.
It hasn't changed, she said. I kind of expected it to be like when a new president takes office. Everything gets redecorated in an attempt to wash away the ghosts of the former leader.
Not how the Blackthorns work. We are creatures of history.
You've lived through so much more than humans have.
Yes, but by living through so many years, we lose more too.
Like your humanity?
Lucas chuckled and stepped out from the open library doorway.
Oh, darling, most of us never had any of that to begin with. Though you seem to spark it in us.
Lucas, she said, ignoring me and walking toward him.
I must say, Olivia, you wear that shirt much better than my dear brother. Either that or your legs are doing it a great favor.
I hated that he was looking at her, possibly imagining her with nothing on. Hands to yourself, Lucas, or I'll throw you in the well with Sorka. He laughed.
Oh, believe me, I know better than to get between a vampire and his mate. It's not a pretty sight.
I stiffened at the word mate, but let it go. No use compounding more revelations on Olivia tonight. She looked from him to me and wrapped her arms around her waist in a protective gesture. Fuck. She'd heard him. Little bird, you need to eat. I can sense your hunger.
Stop being so creepy,
Lucas said, taking Olivia's arm.
Come along, darling. You're spending too much time with the boring brother. I'll make you something to eat. Then we can have a little chat. Catch up and pretend you're not here against your will.
She can leave whenever she wants. But as we discussed, I'm not the only vampire who wants her. Not the only creature, either. Olivia turned wide eyes on me.
Creature?
It's not just the Blackthorns. You know this. If the hunters want you and the vampires want you, then the witches and shifters will as well. The blood of the sun means power. I shrugged, working to control my possessive nature. None of them will have you.
You mean if you can't have me, no one will? Now, children, no fighting.
A chill rolled down my spine at the sound of Anne's voice, carrying from the entryway.
And Olivia, that's exactly what he means. You're mine.
11. Olivia. Cashel put himself in front of me without a second's hesitation, and I didn't protest. The woman at the end of the hall was a force of nature, terrifying and beautiful, but there wasn't a shred of humanity in her. Her pale skin glowed with an almost ethereal light and stretched tight over razor-sharp cheekbones. Coupled with her dark, deep-set eyes and scarlet lips, she was the definition of a stereotypical vampire. And she looked at me like I was an expensive jewel she wanted to put in her crown. "Oh, look, it's the bastard. Lucas Blackthorne, are you going to give me trouble as well?" Anne, the new queen, glided down the polished wood floor toward us. It was eerie, and it made me wonder if the Blackthorns had done something to make themselves seem more human in front of me.
"Oh, I'm trouble, but I think the only kind I'll offer is the kind you'll enjoy."
She laughed, the bell-like sound filling the space. "If you think I want the half-breed, watered-down version of my first husband, you're an idiot. I've had the original. I don't want to experience it again." The shocked bark of laughter that came from Lucas should have alleviated some of the tension in the house, but it only added to the problem.
"I wasn't propositioning you, wicked stepmother. It's too close to incest for my liking."
Lucas tugged at the cuffs of his shirt before bringing his gaze back to Anne.
"I have something for you, my queen," Lucas said. "A token of my loyalty, if you will."
Her expression barely changed. "Go on, then." Lucas pulled out a beautiful necklace, glittering with diamonds and a deep red stone in the center. It must have been special because Anne's face went from bored to elated. "The Blackthorne crown jewels!" She snatched the jewelry from his hand and stared at it, transfixed. My stomach churned. I didn't want to be here. I backed away, hopeful I could slip out unnoticed while Lucas had her distracted, but Cashel took my hand and squeezed. It was a warning. Don't move. "Ah, my darling Olivia, trying to run?" Her tone was light and sweet, but I knew there was nothing but malice underneath the sugar coating. "I'd say it's nice to meet you, but we both know that would be a lie." Cashel's fingers tightened again. "Come here, girl. Let me see what it is that's so delectable I can smell you from here." My heart flipped in response to the mention of my scent. I hadn't used rose oil. I hadn't protected myself. I was so caught up in my fight with Cashel that I forgot. Oh, God, I fucking forgot. In a den of vampires. I was stupid. He couldn't protect me from her. I hesitated, and she was on me before I could see her movement. The fine bones of her hand wrapped around my throat and held me still as she ran her nose up my neck. Then a stinging sensation raced across my collarbone. I winced, and she released me, licking the blood she'd spilled with one razor-sharp nail from her finger. "Cashel, I see why you want to claim her as yours. She'll do nicely as our prize." "I'm actually not—" "Oh, I'm sorry. You think you have a choice?" She leveled her gaze on me and smirked, the twist of her lips making fear coil in my belly. "Eliana, dear, come over here." Eliana. Why did that name sound so familiar? A dark-haired beauty came out of the music room, her body cloaked in a tight black velvet dress. It was scandalously low-cut, but she didn't seem to be shy. "Your Majesty," she said, dipping into a curtsy. "Such a loyal darling, isn't she?" Anne motioned for Eliana to rise. Olivia, I don't think you've had the pleasure of meeting Cashel's paramour. This is Eliana." Memories of past conversations with Cashel came flooding back. Eliana, the woman he loved and lost. "You're dead." "Undead, technically," Eliana said, slinking across the hall toward us. Her gaze landed on Cashel's hand holding mine. "Didn't Cash tell you?" "Tell me? I don't know what you've heard, but Cashel and I are not together. I'm here because he kidnapped me, and believe me, the first chance I get, I'll kill you all in your sleep." Cashel sucked in a sharp breath, and Lucas shot me a surprised glare, but Anne just giggled. "You didn't tell me your little pet had claws."
"She's been sharpening them of late,"
Cashel said. "I like a little fire." Anne turned to look at Eliana. "Don't be rude. Bring Olivia her welcome gift." Eliana smiled, a wicked light gleaming in her eyes. "My pleasure." She was gone in a blur of dark hair and fabric. Then she returned, but this time she strolled toward us with an evil grin and one of the hunters I'd trained with trailing behind her with his hands bound in front of him. Dark blood stained his shirt and throat. He was pale and looked weak and in pain.
"Liv,"
he said on a harsh whisper. "Oh, God, Night." Cashel released his hold on me as though my touch burned him.
"You brought a hunter into this house?"
"So did you," Eliana spat.
"She's not a hunter, she's—"
"What, yours? The blood of the sun? She killed 2 vampires. She's a hunter." "What are you doing to him? Why is he here?" I asked the question even though I already knew the answer. "Connatural. It's really very simple, Olivia. You care for this man's well-being. I have him. If you want him to stay alive, you won't make waves." Anne's voice was cool and calm. "Cashel has his plaything. Now, so does Eliana." She held up a hand to stop me. "Don't patronize. You're the object of his darkest desire. I've seen it inside his head." She tapped a finger on her chin and looked from me to Cashel and back. "Now, where to put you two?"
"Olivia will stay with me,"
Cashel growled. "Oh, no, that won't do." Anne's words were colored with amusement. "Do you take me for a fool? I think the dungeon will suit both of them during the day. At night you can parade her around all you like, but she must know her place." "I hope you like to watch," Eliana said, "because I fully intend to make use of this delicious man of yours." She kissed Knight's lips, but he barely responded. "Poor boy is so weak from my vigorous feeding. Don't worry, Liv. I made it feel good for him." She winked at me and bile rose in my throat. "Come on, lover. We've still got a few more hours until sunrise. Let's make use of them." I watched, helpless, as she led Knight up the staircase. He didn't even look back, just followed her like a zombie. "Leave him out of this," I demanded, staring hard at Anne. The vampire queen could easily kill me. I was unarmed and no more dangerous to her than a sparrow was to a lion, but I had to do something. "No harm will come to him if you do what you're told." "And what is that?" "I'm glad you asked. In order to show our strength, we'll be hosting a coronation ball. You will attend."
"Escorted by me,"
Cashel said, but Anne immediately shook her head. "I don't think that's wise. The clans know your connection to Olivia is what caused your treason. Lucas, you'll be on duty as Olivia's guardian for the ball. But as a gesture of goodwill, we will be serving a special blood cocktail. Each drink will contain 1 drop of your blood, given willingly. Understood?
You can't spill her blood in front of the clans. They'll go mad with want.
Cashel took my hand again and pulled me closer, as though that would stop her. Oh, we won't. You'll be taking her donation. I hear you're quite skilled at that. She narrowed her eyes. I suppose I should let your sister out of the well. She'll need a pet of her own. Perhaps we can connect her a human while searching for your companion for the ball as well, Cashel. You have a thing for brunettes, yes? I'm sure I can find another.
I'll be glad to get a chance to woo our pet. She's been untouchable since Cashel claimed her.
Lucas slid an arm around my waist. The rage coming from Cashel seemed to have its own pulse. Cashel, I need to speak with you. Let Lucas reacquaint your pet with her surroundings. It seems as though he's not had a turn with her.
He doesn't need a turn.
Lucas chuckled.
You never like to share. That's right. You touch her, I'll rip your arm from the socket and beat you with it.
Anne tutted. Boys, there's enough to go around. Cashel, you'll just have to remember she's not yours. She's ours. And if anyone is sharing her, it's me. I hated being discussed like I wasn't there, and even more being called a possession. But this was how vampires worked. They didn't care about humans. They cared about power. And I was the ultimate show of that. The Blackthorne vampires had me in their grasp, and if I wanted Night to survive, there was nothing I could do about it.
You're looking ravishing, as always, darling,
Lucas said as he led me to the kitchen. Ravishing isn't the word I'd use. I'm wearing the shirt of the man who kidnapped me because I have no clothes.
As I said, ravishing.
He turned away from me and grabbed a plate before opening the cupboard and pulling out a box of crackers. Hungry? I asked.
No, not me. I ate on the way here.
A shudder rolled through me. Who did he eat? I watched him rummage through the huge stainless steel refrigerator and gather cheeses and meat before arranging everything artfully on the plate.
Here, protein, carbs, fat, all things humans need to survive.
He slid the plate toward me, and I took it without question. I was starved. Why did you come back? I asked. He cocked a brow.
It's my family. I won't abandon them, even though they might think it's my nature.
I took a cracker and layered it with a thin slice of salami before topping the meat with coastal cheddar. I ate 3 before looking at him again. Why is there food here? You don't eat.
I'm sure my esteemed step-monster has her share of blood slaves. We just haven't seen them yet. Have to keep them fed in order to keep them alive.
Disgust rolled through me. I pushed the plate away and fought a shiver as my meager meal threatened to make a reappearance. How many humans did you have here the first time Cashel took me? Lucas poured a glass of water and handed it to me.
None. We weren't in the habit of keeping blood slaves. Such a dirty connotation. Our donors are always willing, and we always make it good for them as payment.
I wasn't.
Well, that is true. In my father's defense, though I'll have you know I loathed that man and he deserved the death you two gave him, he was in the beginning of the end of his battle with sun sickness. I don't know how he hid it from us as long as he did.
So you're telling me the Blackthorne vampires don't take blood from whoever they choose? They don't use their powers to compel humans into unwittingly donating their blood?
Until recently, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Cashel doesn't use glamour until the feeding begins. Why cause pain when we can make it good?
I didn't know if I could argue that I wanted to know it hurt. Why would I want that?
The greatest gift a human can give us is their blood.
How do you know Cashel doesn't manipulate his victims? You might feel one way, but you're not with him every second of the night.
It might not seem like it to you, but Cashel has always been my protector. He's been the older brother I needed. He taught me how to be a vampire when I first started my transition.
Transition?
I'm a hybrid. You know this. It means so much more than having a human parent. It's a crapshoot. We either turn or we don't. I did, thank God.
My stomach twisted with unease. This was more than I ever thought I'd learn about Lucas. He'd have killed you if you hadn't turned, wouldn't he?
Without a doubt. Cash promised if I didn't start transitioning on my own, he'd turn me.
Heart fluttering, I fought tears. He did?
Yes. He's hurting right now. When he's injured, he's like a lion. He lashes out and defends himself.
And you're insinuating that I'm the one who did the injuring? Lucas shrugged before turning away and grabbing a decanter filled with wine from a separate refrigerator. He swirled it a few times and poured it into a glass. It only took a moment for me to realize it wasn't wine. It was too thick, too vibrant. I swallowed hard and forced myself not to be afraid.
You broke my brother's heart when you left him for that hunter. The only reason your boyfriend was alive so long is because Cashel wouldn't hurt you by taking his life.
He took a long swallow of the blood in his goblet.
I'm not as forgiving.
I don't need you to be. Also, just for the record, I never betrayed your brother. I saved him. He's the one who ruined everything by lying to me. All of it was a lie. Don't let him play the victim, Lucas. He's guilty of a lot more than treason.
I thought too much of you. Believe what you want, but you're an idiot if you don't see what's right in front of you.
He shook his head and downed the contents of his glass before setting it on the counter and leaving the room without looking back at me. I sat there, staring at the stripes of white in the dark marble countertop, listening to the tick, tick, tick of the clock on the wall to my right. Cashel, why can't I get you out of my heart?
I'm surprised I'm still there at all.
His voice made me flinch in surprise.
It seemed pretty clear you'd cut me out completely.
I turned and found Cashel standing in the doorway, casually leaning against the frame, but pain radiating from his eyes. Why do you care? You've got me right where you want me. In the drawing of one breath, he was across the room and standing directly in front of me. His scent made my head spin and my body light with need.
No. Now I do.
He didn't touch me, just stood there brooding. God, Cashel, if you want to do something, fucking do it.
No. You're not here for me to rape. I'll never take your body without your consent.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial filled with red liquid.
See this?
I took it from him, my fingertips brushing his and sending sparks shooting up my arm. Blood?
My blood. If you don't trust me, trust that I wouldn't lie to you, then take a drop of that every night when you wake. It'll ensure no vampire can compel you. Not Anne, and certainly not me.
I frowned. Why would you give me this?
Because I gave this to you as often as I could the first time we were here together, but you didn't know. Now, I want everything to be transparent between us. I broke your trust by not telling you I was in your mind when I fed and when I sent you to sleep before bringing you here. I'll never do that to you again. Your mind is off limits to all of us, if that's what you want.
Twirling the vial between my fingers, I examined the blood inside. Cashel's blood. The most powerful thing a vampire had was this. It held all their secrets, and he was trusting me with it. "I'm tired," I said, unable to pull together a stronger response to his gesture. "Where's my cell?" He shook his head.
You won't be kept in our dank dungeon while I'm here. You'll sleep in my bed.
"I don't want to be anywhere near you. I'll take dark and dismal." A muscle in his jaw twitched as tension coiled his shoulders.
I'll sleep elsewhere.
"I'm going to need more clothes. I can't wander around in your shirt forever."
It's already taken care of. Martin transferred your belongings to my rooms. You'll find you have everything you need.
He cocked a brow.
Though I have to admit, I quite like the look of you in my clothes, with my scent covering you.
My nipples tightened with a zing of arousal. Damn him. This is as close as you're going to get.
You've said that before.
I took a long breath, which was a colossal mistake because all that got me was more of his addictive scent. "I need to sleep." He nodded.
I'll see you to bed.
I shook my head. "I know the way."
So you do. That doesn't mean I'm going to let you wander a house filled with vampires I don't know. You may hate me, but I feel exactly the opposite for you.
I didn't respond. Instead, I walked away from him, feeling his eyes boring holes into my back. We made our way silently through the house, up the grand staircase and down the halls that seemed to never end, until finally Cashel put his palm on the small of my back, and I stilled.
I never wanted to bring you back to this place, little bird. I'm sorry it turned out this way.
If you were sorry, you'd have let me live my life with Logan. His amber irises darkened to a terrifying onyx.
If I'd done that, you'd have no life to speak of.
Maybe that was the better option. He opened the door and waited for me to walk inside, then followed, stopping at the fireplace as I continued deeper inside. Not a single word was uttered between us as I wandered the rooms, heading to his bedroom where I found all the clothing Brenna had bought for me when I'd first arrived. I slipped into a silk nightgown and pulled my hair into a loose braid. My gaze drifted to the vial of Cashel's blood sitting on the bed near my discarded shirt. That could be a ploy, another lie to get me to be pliant. But I also remembered my training with the hunters. They'd told me something similar. My hands shook as I pulled out the stopper and dispensed a single drop onto my finger. Then I brought it to my lips and let the taste of Cashel wash over my tongue. Rich and dark, with a hint of spice, his blood wasn't at all what I'd feared. Heat rushed to the surface of my skin, a flashover of flame which quickly died down to a faint flicker.
All right in there, little bird?
He called. "Yeah," I said, my voice squeaking. "Just not used to sleeping in a real bed."
That's a shame. Make yourself comfortable. I want nothing more than to share my bed with you. However, that has to happen.
That flame built inside me, rapidly coming back to life. I needed him, needed his hands on my body, claiming me as his. "Come here, Cashel," I murmured, my heart racing. What was I doing? His handsome form appeared almost instantly.
You tasted it, didn't you?
I nodded. Why do I feel like this? Everything was hot and cold, swimming with uncertainty and lust. What did you put in that? His dark head shook and he looked confused.
Nothing. It's just mine. Nothing else, I promise.
I want to touch you. I need you close. He pursed his lips and took a step back.
This shouldn't be happening. Your reaction isn't right. I'm sorry, I can't give you what you want and risk you thinking I took advantage.
Cashel, please. Between my legs, I ached for him, needed him to ease this desire. Isn't this what you wanted?
No. I wanted you to trust me. This is achieving the exact opposite.
If you won't give me something to ease this, call Lucas. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to take care of me. He growled and clenched his hands into fists.
I won't be touching you.
Then he grabbed the vial of blood out of my grasp and tucked it away in the top drawer of the desk behind him.
You need to sleep this off, and as much as I'd love to fuck you in my bed, that's not going to happen tonight.
He left me there, alone and needy, surrounded by his scent. It was only when I heard the click of the lock being set that panic pushed aside whatever his blood did to me. I'd almost given myself to him willingly. In fact, that's exactly what I'd done. I'd thrown myself at him, and instead of taking what he wanted, he'd left because he knew I'd blame him. He knew I'd hate myself. But I think I already did. 12. Olivia. Hunger pulled me from sleep, gnawing and twisting my stomach. I sat up, reaching for Cashel on instinct. I'd tossed and turned for hours, my dreams filled with him and Logan fighting each other, both hurt because of me. It left me with a crick in my neck and limbs laden with exhaustion. But I couldn't go without food any longer. 3 crackers with meat and cheese did not fill my belly. I stood, stretching and curling my toes into the thick carpet. All the curtains were drawn, leaving the room in thick darkness. My footsteps were silent as I made my way to the light switch. With one flick of my finger, the room was illuminated. Hues of gray and blue made up much of the decor, with clean lines and modern touches in the regal, elegant house. It was all so very Cashel. A wave of mortification hit me in the chest at the memory of how I'd acted last night, hopped up on his blood. One drop on my lips had made me react like a cat in heat. What had that been about? I was famished, but there was one very important detail I'd forgotten yesterday. Cloak your scent, I muttered to myself as I wandered into the attached bathroom suite. I prayed Martin had remembered the rose oil Brenna had supplied me with. And as I flipped on the light, something in my chest loosened. There it was, the bottle filled with the oil I'd hoped I'd never have to use again. After my bath, I dressed quickly in a pair of fitted black pants and a deep crimson top with a high neck that buttoned in the back. It wouldn't keep me safe, but not displaying the goods was probably the best move in a house swarmed with vampires. If I could even get out of Cashel's rooms. Anxiety crawled up my throat at the memory of being locked in here before I finally succumbed to sleep. Walking through the open doorway and into the sitting room, I found the area faintly lit by a set of wall sconces on either side of the far wall. It was so strange to be back here, to have Cashel so close but be more apart from him than ever. As I made my way toward the exit, I scanned the dim room for signs of someone, anyone, guarding me. The light was so poor I could barely make out shapes, but the moment I saw the slumped form on the love seat, I knew it was him. Cashel stayed true to his word. He hadn't touched me while I'd slept for hours in his bed. I couldn't help myself. I took the 3 steps forward and reached out. His hair had fallen forward, covering his eyes, and I needed to see the face that haunted me night after night. I pushed the thick locks back, reveling in the feel of the strands against my skin. God, I missed him, even though I shouldn't. He shifted where he slept, and before I could pull my hand away, his fingers gripped my wrist gently.
What are you up to, little bird?
My heart fluttered as fear took the place of my stubborn need for him. You looked uncomfortable.
I am.
I need something to eat. I thought everyone would still be sleeping. The sun's still up. It should be safe. He frowned and got to his feet slowly.
I know. I can feel it.
I was just going to the kitchen to get some food. He chuckled.
Or are you planning to make good on your threat to kill us all in our sleep?
If I wanted to kill you, I could have.
True. So what does that say about you, then?
I sighed. That the effects of your brainwashing still linger, and I'm going to have to work harder to get you out of my system.
Have you considered that it's not brainwashing, and that I belong in your system?
My stomach twisted in response to his proximity. He could pin me between his body and the wall in a flash of movement if he wanted. You think I want to be here? That I'm happy you brought me back to this nightmare? You're crazy. Why am I even here, Cashel? It's not to cure sun sickness. Anne seems even more sadistic than your father. You handed me over without a second thought for what it would do to me. I backed away and headed for the door. Maybe you should be calling me Little Lamb instead of Little Bird. I'm here to eventually be slaughtered. He strode across the room, hair sleep-rumpled and eyes tired.
No, you're not helpless. You're cunning and graceful. A bird ready to spread her wings.
Is there some kind of special wisdom you're about to drop on me? Something that will actually help me survive this? Because if not, I need you to step back and leave me the hell alone, Cash. His shoulders slumped ever so slightly.
You've had my blood. You should be as shielded as possible. Are you armed?
I glanced down my body and blushed, thinking of the silver dagger in the makeshift sheath I created to strap around my thigh during one of my restless periods during the night. Yes.
Good. The Blackthorns won't hurt you because they know I'll kill them, but the newly made vampires in this house can't be trusted.
I don't think any of you can be trusted. I opened the door, surprised to find it unlocked, and stepped out into the hall, desperate to get away from the multitude of feelings rolling through me. I had to find Night and get us out of this place before we were both killed. I managed to eat undisturbed, the silent kitchen proving to hold every kind of food I could want. Just how many humans did these vampires need to feed? After leaving my plate in the sink, I wandered the house, avoiding the library and music room at all costs. Too many things had happened in those spaces for me to be ready to relive them. "Where are you, Night?" I whispered. My feet took me to places I'd never seen before. A large game room furnished with a pool table and what looked like an ongoing game of chess on a polished checkerboard table. Vampires played chess? I laughed at myself. Why wouldn't they?
Fancy a game?
Lucas's voice caught me off guard, making me yelp and nearly come out of my skin. Don't do that! There was annoyance in my tone I couldn't disguise.
You're in a house of vampires, darling. You need to work on attention to your surroundings.
He sauntered over to me, dragging his fingers over the tops of the chess pieces.
If you're looking for my brother, you won't find him here.
I'm not. I just realized I don't know this house very well. I've only seen a few rooms, and most of them have bad memories.
Well, you're missing out. Media room, tennis courts, stables, pool, and, of course, Cashel's sex dungeon.
I nearly choked on my gasp. Excuse me? He laughed so loudly it filled the room.
Oh, darling, I'm just taking the piss. It's my sex dungeon.
I didn't respond to that. I couldn't think of what to say.
There's a pool? Oh, yes, and a steam room. State of the art. Father always wanted the best of the best.
Where is it? He grinned.
Fancy a dip?
I need to do something to keep my mind off being stuck here.
I can think of lots of things we could do, though my brother would castrate me if I tried.
Sex dungeon flashed in my mind, and my cheeks burned. Swimming should do it. Thanks for the offer.
Be sure to bring some rose oil with you. Don't want to walk around smelling like our favorite dessert after your swim.
I pulled out the vial of oil I'd stashed in my pocket and waved it at him. All set. He grinned and nodded.
Clever girl. You'll find a door under the grand staircase. It will show you to all our hidden secrets.
A devilish wink from him made me smile despite myself.
Happy hunting.
I made my way upstairs and to Cashel's rooms, hoping he wouldn't be there to stop me from my exploration. The excuse of swimming, of searching for something to occupy myself, seemed logical enough to disguise what I was really doing, looking for Night. Cashel wasn't anywhere to be found when I came through the door, and a sigh of relief left me before it was replaced with a small twist of disappointment. I still wanted to see him, to hear his voice, and to fight with him. I was a glutton for this man. Rifling through the drawers at the base of the tall wardrobe, I smiled when I found a midnight blue bikini. It was more revealing than I'd normally choose, but I had to admit, despite the bruises on my ribs from training, I looked good. The cut of the suit accentuated my curves perfectly. I grabbed a soft terry cloth robe off the hook on the bathroom wall and slid my feet into the pair of sandals at the bottom of the wardrobe. My heart raced at the sound of voices in the other room, and I worked to calm its erratic flutter to keep from being found out. God, Cashel, I've missed this. I've missed us. My hair stood on end. I didn't want to hear this. I may have tried to get over him, but Cashel still held so much of my heart.
Elle, I told you, this can't happen. Not now. There's too much at stake.
Oh, please, just give me something to hold me over. We can be quick. Let me make you feel good again. I know that whore has you on a tight rope. I hated her. Eliana was a snake, and if Cashel was back with her, I needed to let my stubborn phantom feelings go. The familiar sound of someone being shoved against a wall reverberated through the door, and I had to bite back my disgust. Soft moans and shallow breaths followed, then ceased abruptly before Cashel said,
"Stop. I'm not in the mood for this."
She huffed, and the door slammed, rattling the walls. My heart was in my throat, thrumming fast enough I was sure he could hear me. But he didn't come. Instead, he sighed and left. What was going on with him and Eliana? More than he'd led me to believe, that was certain. But he'd turned her down. That was more than I'd done with Logan. I'd let him into my heart and gave him an opportunity to dethrone Cashel as king of my affection. When I was sure they were both gone, I pulled the sash of the robe tight around my waist and went searching for the pool. The house was still fairly quiet as I descended the stairs. A few vampires milled about, but none paid me much attention. The rose oil did its job well. The door Lucas had mentioned was easy to find. So easy, I wondered why I hadn't seen it before. I opened the heavy door and stepped into a dimly lit hallway that led to a stone staircase. Down, of course, I murmured. Everything we couldn't see on the outside structure had to be underground. I'd been stupid not to consider that option. I took the stairs carefully, holding onto the cave-like wall for support. Maybe the dungeon was down here. I could find Knight, make sure he was okay. As I walked, I passed a door that, when opened, revealed the media room Lucas had mentioned. It was all deep gray walls and leather chairs with a huge screen at the far end of the room. Their own movie theater. I kept going, passing the indoor tennis court, the somehow still alive botanical garden, and finally, at the end of the hall, I found the entrance to the pool. But as soon as I pushed open the door, it became clear this was not a typical swimming pool. This was an oasis. I stepped from a plain, stark hallway into a gorgeous cave pool with stone walls and an honest-to-God waterfall. If it hadn't been for the lighting under the water, I'd have wondered if the house had been built atop this beautiful place. I descended the stairs deeper into the room and found small cutout areas that housed lounge chairs, a hammock made of beautifully knotted white rope, and overstuffed pillows. The perfect way to escape the world as eternity passed you by. After dropping my robe on one of the chairs, I sat at the pool's edge and let the warm water play at my legs. Then I stood, took a deep breath, and jumped. The silence was perfection. Everything around me was gone except the water. I lay on the bottom of the pool, looking up, even though the chlorine burned my eyes. If I could have stayed there forever, I would have. Peace, safety, quiet. My lungs began to ache, but still I stayed under, not wanting to go back to the real world filled with loss and pain. A muffled shout from above startled me, making me suck in an inadvertent breath. I coughed and spluttered, fighting my way to the surface. Strong arms wrapped around me, pulling me quickly out of the water. I lay on the cold cement floor, staring up at Cashel's handsome face.
"What the fuck, Olivia?"
he growled. I coughed again, clearing my lungs as I sat up. "Why did you do that?"
"You weren't coming up. You tried to end it all with a fucking fork when I first brought you here. Of course I'd dive in after you. I can't lose you again."
I stood and grabbed a towel, wiping off my wet face. "You can't lose me. What will Eliana say when she hears that?"
"Eliana?"
"Yes, you know, the woman you loved before me. The one you nearly fucked against a wall in your room earlier tonight." He was in front of me, millimeters away, seething.
"You heard that? You were eavesdropping?"
"Oh, that's rich. You're angry I was in the room I'd been given and happened to hear your escapades with another woman. You're a fucking hypocrite."
I said no. I pushed her away. She's not stable. I couldn't reject her outright. She'd take it out on you.
My chest tightened. I had to get out of here before I made the wrong decision. Again. Cashel stepped away, his wet hair curling at the edges. My gaze raked his body. Clad in nothing but white swim trunks that hit the middle of his muscular thighs, he was everything I shouldn't want. Temptation and danger. Shaking his head, he cast his gaze away from me and dragged a hand through his hair.
"I'm going for a swim. Try not to drown yourself."
He dove in, the water barely splashing with his precision. All I could do was watch in awe. He cut through the water at a punishing pace, back and forth, over and over, flipping at the pool's edge and returning the way he came. He never came up for air. I shook my head. He didn't need to breathe. This was my chance to escape. I slipped on my sandals and bent to retrieve my robe.
"That bikini suits you.
he said, his voice rough and needy.
Don't leave.
My hand stopped in midair. I don't want to distract you from your swim.
It's a big pool. I can make room.
Why would you swim like that? So hard. You don't need the exercise.
I need to keep my instincts sharp. For instance, I saw you the moment I walked in, and noticed you trying to leave while I was doing my laps. Something like that can mean the difference between life and death.
True. He swam to the edge of the pool where I stood and braced his hands on the stone. Then with one smooth movement, he was out of the water and standing at my side.
Where's your weapons stored in that tiny thing?
His eyes roamed my body, and all I felt was desire. I didn't bring one. Shaking his head, he reached for my arm and lifted it to his nose. One long inhalation had him stepping closer.
You cloaked your scent, but the water washed it away. No matter what you do, your blood still calls to me.
Maybe that's because you know what I taste like.
I wish I could forget. I wish so many things.
Like what?
That I'd never found you. That you could live a normal life. But most of all, that I hadn't given you my heart to destroy.
Damn the man. I felt so much for him, even though I didn't want to. Cashel, I murmured. He dropped my arm and stepped back.
You say you don't want me, but when you utter my name, it sounds like you're begging me to take you. I can't stand this.
Dragging his hand through his hair, he glanced up at the ceiling, the water clinging to his taut muscles like starlight glittering in the sky.
Are you playing with me?
God, I couldn't keep doing this. I wanted him so badly it hurt. I shouldn't want you. You're bad for me. You're the bad guy.
And you like the bad guy.
I took my lower lip between my teeth and nodded. Despite everything.
And I still want you. I want you with a desperation so strong, my heart feels like it might burst every time I see you.
He stepped closer, sliding his palm up my arm and over my shoulder until he reached the nape of my neck.
Even if you've had him between your thighs, even if you gave him a piece of the heart you should have reserved for me alone, even if you think you love him.
I wanted to protest, but I couldn't. He didn't understand the hold he had on me. My breasts ached for his touch, and my thighs squeezed together in a weak attempt to hide how aroused I was. We shouldn't.
Shouldn't? Or can't?
Shouldn't. He pulled me hard against him, the straining erection between his legs pressing insistently against my lower belly.
Well, I've never been good at doing what I should, little bird.
13. Cashel. Olivia in my arms was the perfect kind of agony. I could feel the war inside her, the push and pull of her hatred and want, both fighting for control. But I was too selfish to stop now. I had her. She wanted me. She wasn't saying stop, and I wasn't going to waste this opportunity. I pulled her as close as possible, her body pressed tight to mine. Olivia, I need you to ask me, I breathed. Ask you what, Cashel? To fuck you. I need you to ask me to fuck you, until you can't remember a time before me. She shivered and ran her hand down my back, dragging her nails over the line of my spine. The sensation pulled into sharp focus exactly what this meant for us. We'd been separated, torn apart by the hunters, the council, and all the wrong I'd done. But crossing the bridge back to each other was all we needed. Those wicked hands of hers worked their way around my waist to the defined muscles of my abdomen. She let out a shuddering breath, and I set to work untying her bikini top. The scraps of fabric fluttered to the floor, bearing her perfect breasts to me and me alone. God, how I've missed you. The perfection that is your body haunted me every time I closed my eyes. My words were rough and tight while my fingers trailed over the swells of her full tits. But the best part, the part I was instinctively proud of, was the mark of my fangs over her nipple. I ran my fingertip over the 2 puckered scars, barely visible, but intensely meaningful in the vampire world. She moaned in response. Does that feel good, little bird?
Yes.
Did your hunter know you let me mark you? Did you think of me when he touched you? Anger burned in the pit of my stomach at the idea.
Fuck you,
she said with a shaky voice. We're getting there. I leaned in and took her mouth with mine. The kiss was harsh and filled with pent-up desire, and she gave it right back. Her palm slid under my swim trunks, and she grasped my aching length, stroking slowly, making me groan into her mouth.
Touch me, Cashel,
she begged. Fuck, she wanted me, and I wasn't the kind of man who'd ignore a plea from the woman he loved. Anything for you, little bird. My cock throbbed with each stroke of her palm, and I couldn't help but thrust into her hand. I untied the strings at her hips and let the triangle covering her cunt fall away. I hated the marks on her skin, the purple bruises at her ribs, the scratches and scrapes on her arms and legs. I should have been there to protect her, to keep her from ever having to fight in the first place.
What are you waiting for?
She asked, twisting her hand over the crown of my cock and dragging a moan from deep in my chest. Absolutely nothing. I slid my fingers over her clit, swirling them around the swollen bud and making her breath catch. This is mine, I said, needing her acknowledgement.
You wish it was.
I know it is. Gripping her around the hips, I lifted her until she wrapped her legs around me.
You're an overconfident asshole.
True, and you're a cold-hearted cheater. She frowned, but didn't try to get me to let go. Instead, she ground her bare pussy against my still-covered erection.
Just fuck me already,
she said. I'll take that as a clear statement of consent.
What is it with you and needing consent?
I told you, I said, kissing her neck and letting my arms wrap tightly around her. I'm not my father. I'd never take you without permission.
Except for when you're kidnapping me.
I laid her back on one of the lounge chairs and shoved my swimsuit down my hips. My cock was throbbing with arousal, weeping at the tip with need for her. Except for then.
This doesn't change anything, Cashel. You've done horrible, unforgivable things.
Then why ask for it?
Because I'm weak.
I stared down at her, beautifully broken after a lifetime on the run. She had no idea how strong she truly was. I'm the weak one in this situation. I knelt between her thighs and kissed my way up her body. Weak, selfish, desperate. Each word was punctuated by a kiss until I fitted myself at her entrance.
Keep going,
she demanded. You broke me, I admitted as I thrust inside. She cried out and clenched around me.
You lied to me.
You chose him. I moved deep inside her, my pain and heartbreak taking control.
I chose you until I found the truth.
Grabbing her by the calf, I lifted her leg and placed it on my shoulder so I could move deeper inside her. Each roll of my hips was my way to remind her of what she'd thrown away. Our talk devolved into sharp breaths and groans. Her nails dug into my back, but she refused to open her eyes and look at me. I moved us, shifting our position until the two of us were seated, facing each other. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders, and she had no choice but to kiss me or look at me. I'd take either. We moved together, her body tensing, her tongue dancing with mine. I never wanted it to end. "You're mine," I whispered against her lips. "Now show me how much you love it when I fuck you." She let out a cry and rode me hard, her orgasm cresting and making her perfect cunt tighten around me.
God, Cashel.
"That's it, little bat. Come for me. Fuck yes." Her pussy squeezed me with each wave of her pleasure, and I couldn't stop. My own climax hit me with the force of a freight train, filling her with pulse after pulse of my release. Then she shut down, pulling away before getting to her feet. She grabbed her robe and covered her body with the terry cloth.
We can't do that ever again.
Olivia. Cashel didn't join me in his room after our tryst in the pool, and a big part of me was thankful. I was swamped with guilt over what we'd done, over my weak will, and the betrayal of Logan's memory. I'd fallen right back into Cashel's web. But my lips were swollen from his kisses, and my body felt used in all the right ways. There was more between Cashel and me than I wanted to admit. We were fire and passion and explosive need. "Damn it, Cashel," I whispered into the empty bedroom as I stared at my reflection in the mirror. Was he right all along? Did I want to be his? I drifted to sleep with the memory of him moving deep inside of me and bringing me to orgasm as he found his release as well.
"Wake up, darling. You've slept through sunset."
Lucas's voice pulled me from a dreamless sleep. The scent of freshly brewed coffee filled the air and tempted me to open my eyes.
"The clans will be arriving soon for the ball."
I blinked a few times, the world around me coming back into focus. Lucas stood over me, his handsome features not entirely unwelcome, but he was definitely not the Blackthorne my heart craved. He leaned close, inspecting me.
"You've been up to something naughty."
My cheeks burned and I sat up, shoving him away. "It's not happening again."
"So that's why my brother sent me to see you."
He laughed and stepped back, crossing his arms over his chest.
"You gave him what he wanted, and now you've had second thoughts."
"I shouldn't have... He's in my head." Lucas frowned.
"You still think my brother is manipulating your thoughts? If he was, he'd have ensured you wouldn't have wanted to leave from the moment you got here."
My stomach twisted. He was right. Why would Cashel have let me even consider escape or fighting if he could easily control my thoughts? He's sadistic. He likes to toy with me. He rolled his eyes.
"Oh, please. Our father was sadistic. Our wicked stepmother is twisted. Cashel is the noblest of all of us."
That's not saying much.
"Perhaps not, but he loves you. He admitted it to me the night he brought you back here. And I assure you, darling, he would never have forced your return unless he had a damn good reason."
What is that?
Can he?
Chest tight, I took a sharp breath. What about her?
"She's dying. I don't know how much time she's got left."
Sun sickness?
"Yes. Your precious hunter delivered the deadly blow after you and Cashel escaped the manor."
I swallowed past the lump in my throat, not knowing what I could say to make this better. "Where is she?"
"Cashel has hidden her away. He's been giving her every drop of your blood we have stored."
Sorka told me she needed a donation when you two ambushed me. She said it was to find a cure, not to cure Callie. He shrugged.
"We operate on, what's it called? A need-to-know basis."
Callie already said my blood alone won't cure it.
"But it will keep her from burning to a cinder if she loses her battle with the madness. With your blood in her system, she can walk in the sun.
I sighed and strode across the room, the weight of his gaze on my shoulders following me with each step. Why wouldn't Cashel tell me this? I stood by the window, hands pressed to the sill as I gazed out at the garden below.
You hurt him.
I spun on Lucas, anger burning in my chest. He lied to me!
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are we going to continue dancing around in circles? He loves you. If he lied, it was to protect you.
He killed my mother, Lucas. The vampire stared at me, slack-jawed and shocked.
I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you quite right.
I saw the video. Cashel was at my house the night my mom died. He was walking away covered in blood. He licked her blood off his fingers. I fought a shudder and worked to tamp down the sob threatening to escape my chest.
You may have seen that, but I promise you it wasn't Cashel who killed her.
How would you know?
I was with him. We found her shortly after her death. He tried to turn her, but it was too late.
A somber sense of relief hit me square in the chest. So, the blood?
Was hers, yes. But only because he held her as he tried to force his blood down her throat and heal her.
A single tear slipped down my cheek. Why would he taste her blood?
We're vampires. And besides that, the only way to check for the magic in your blood is to taste it. He had to be sure it was gone after her death.
It made so much sense. But why? Because it was true, or because I wanted desperately to believe his words? Who killed her? He shook his head.
I'm not sure, but if I had my guess, I'd say a witch had something to do with it.
Because you hate them?
No, because we caught the scent of strong magic around her body.
Oh, God, I whispered. Soft rustling caught my attention, and I looked up from my hands to see Sorka standing in the doorway between the bedroom and sitting room, eyes haunted, lips drawn into a thin line. How much have you told her?
All of it.
Lucas took my hand and pulled me toward him.
She knows as much as we do.
Finally, where's Cashel? My tall, brooding vampire appeared behind his sister.
Right here. What the hell did you do to her, Lucas? Nothing. Forgive me for trying to patch things up between you two.
Lucas held up his hands and backed away from me.
Though it looks to me like you did plenty to her last night.
I shifted uncomfortably as all three vampires looked at me intently. I need to shower. That's a good idea. You smell like sex, Sorka said. Then we've been instructed to get you ready for the ball. You should be used to being on display by now. I'll be here when you're finished cleaning up.
No, you won't. Leave us, Sorka. I need to talk to Olivia.
Cashel's firm tone spoke of nothing short of dominance.
I'll summon you when she's ready.
Sorka sighed and rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll just find myself a snack. She left, but Lucas remained. Cashel turned his attention to his brother, a frown darkening his features.
Why are you still here? To make sure you don't do something you'll regret. Like what? I don't know. Say something stupid because your pride is hurt?
I put myself between the two of them, locking eyes with Cashel. Why didn't you just tell me?
Tell you what? You made up your mind about me. But what's more, you wanted him. How could you be mine if you desired someone else all along?
Lucas cleared his throat, drawing glares from both of us.
It looks like you have this situation in hand. I suppose I'll collect you when it's time for the ball, Olivia.
Cashel growled, low in his throat.
She'll be attending the ball on my arm.
Lucas opened his mouth with a protest on his lips, but seemed to think better of it. He nodded and backed away, leaving the two of us in the bedroom, alone. "Cashel," I started, but he rushed me, catching me in his arms and claiming my mouth before I could say anything else. His kiss was hot and hungry, filled with all the things we hadn't said and still hadn't worked through. He cupped my face and threaded his fingers through my hair and pulled away.
"Don't talk. I just want to be here with you in my arms while I can."
"No, you can't just kiss the daylights out of me and make me forget everything I heard. Your sister is dying. Callie is dying." He stepped back and dragged a hand through his thick, dark hair.
"I know."
Frustration filled his tone.
"It's killing me to watch her waste away. I can't do anything to save her until this is over."
"What do you mean?"
"Until Anne takes the crown and things settle down, I can't make it known Callie survived. If I do, Anne will most certainly kill her and dispose of the contaminated Blackthorne."
"What can I do? How can I help her?"
"We'll need more blood from you. Callie was so close to harnessing the cure, but our escape complicated things."
I separated us, walking toward the bathroom. "If you need a donation, you'd better get it from me now. There's no telling what Anne is going to do to me tonight. You might think you can protect me, but we both know better. I've never been safe in this house."
"Fuck,"
he muttered.
"I forgot about the blood Anne ordered me to take. I don't want you at the ball tonight. Everyone will taste you. They'll taste what's mine and mine alone. The thought of that destroys me."
"But that's just it, Cash. I'm not yours. You keep saying that, but you've never claimed me. You didn't bond with me when you had the chance, and now I'm back here where all they want is to use me."
"If I bond with you..."
"Yes, I know. There'll be no way to cure sunsickness. I understand. Saving your kind is more important than saving my life. So when you say you love me, I need you to understand why I think that's not true. If you loved me, you'd never put me in this position." He reached for me, but I backed away.
"Olivia, please."
"I'll help you, just like I did before. You can have my blood, but if this ends the way I think it will, my death will be on your hands. I'm willing to sacrifice myself to save Knight, to help Callie, but I'm not fooling myself into thinking I'm doing it because you love me." I turned and strode into the bathroom, closing the door a little too hard. But I had to get away from him before he saw the tears spill down my cheeks. Cashel Blackthorne was skilled in many ways, but his greatest accomplishment was the way he could break my heart.
14. Cashel. "It's a shame you turned down every date I secured for you, Cashel. You'd look so much more dashing with a beautiful vampire of noble birth on your arm." Anne's cool, calculating voice made me cringe on the inside. Well, I'm still a traitor. No self-respecting family would saddle their daughter with me until I proved myself. We stood at the entrance of the ballroom, Anne holding a glittering gold leash that was connected to the matching collar around her latest pet's throat. This one was a curvaceous woman with long blonde hair and big blue eyes. She looked scared or high. It was hard to tell without being able to read her mind.
"At least you'll have your pick tonight. There are plenty to dance with, and not having a date will free you up to meet with the heads of the clans. Stockholm arrived only a few moments ago. I see they brought their adopted son. How unfortunate. He and his mate are an affront to the purebred vampire lines of the royal families."
Matthias is a good man. He's loyal and a strong fighter.
"Certainly, but that doesn't change the fact he was born human."
I scanned the crowd, searching for the tall blonde vampire and his mate. I found them in the corner chatting with another couple and Lucas. Lucas, who had his arm around my little bird's waist. Everything came to a standstill as I focused on her. The diamond collar around her neck glistened in the light, but it was the velvet gown she wore that sent me teetering on the edge. Black and form-fitting, the dress left little to the imagination, even though her arms were covered in long sleeves. The back was low enough I could almost make out the dimples over her perfect ass, and my brother's thumb kept rubbing up and down on the base of her spine. A diamond-studded leash wrapped loosely around his knuckles.
Cashel, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave our pet with Lucas. There are more important matters at hand.
He's flaunting her like a prize.
Because she is.
I understand that, but the point is, she's out in the open. Anyone could snap and tear out her throat in search of her blood. They'd die at my hand, of course, but it wouldn't bring her back to us. Anne narrowed her eyes and followed my gaze across the room.
You have a point. Perhaps I was rash when I gave her to Lucas.
He's not as strong as I am, simply because of the circumstances of his birth. She waved a hand in their direction.
Go. See to her safety.
Across the room before her last word was completely uttered. As though she sensed me behind her, Olivia shivered and tensed. Lucas turned his head and caught my eye.
"Brother," he said, "you're making my pet uncomfortable."
Am I? Olivia set her gaze on me, expression stony.
Yes.
I hated that she thought her life wasn't important to me, that the last words she'd said before this were filled with doubt. I leaned in and let my lips brush the shell of her ear. Little bird, I'm going to have to make you a great deal more uncomfortable before I can rectify that situation.
She's mine tonight, Cashel, or have you forgotten?
Lucas pulled her against him, his gaze filled with challenge.
As interesting as this is, Matthias said, my mate and I will take our leave. Your Highness?
He looked at me with an amused grin, twisting his lips, then bowed and took his woman with him to the other end of the room. It was then I noticed the small swell of her belly. She was carrying his child, and he'd done what a mate should, put her first. Protect her from two vampires about to come to blows. What had I done for the woman I loved? Brought her back to her prison. I need to speak with Olivia. I grumbled under my breath. It's important. Lucas lifted his brows and opened his mouth as though he were going to reply when the music stopped. Anne walked out onto the dance floor in the center of the ballroom with one of her turned vampire lackeys on her arm. And she glanced at me.
Esteemed clan leaders and family members, I'm grateful you've taken it upon yourselves to join us tonight as we celebrate the end of the tyrannical reign of Elias Blackthorne. As you know, his son Cashel did the unthinkable and slayed both his father and brother in an act some call treason. I know different. My husband and his son were both mad with sun sickness, a fact he hid well from all of you. Tonight, I take the throne left empty by this act and claim my husband's bastard children as my own.
My skin prickled at her words. We weren't bastards. Well, by definition, Lucas was, but that didn't matter. Sorka stood on the other side of the room, a glass filled with a mixture of wine and blood in her hand, emerald green gown sweeping the floor. Her eyes burned with fury, and when she caught my gaze, I shook my head in warning.
Come, children. Join me in the first dance of the evening.
Anne held out her arms, and we all reluctantly walked toward her. She gestured to someone on the edge of the crowd, and almost instantly, Eliana was at my side.
Hello, lover. Shall we?
She purred. The music began, a swirling waltz I hadn't danced to in over 60 years. But Eliana placed herself in my arms, and we began a turn around the room. All the while, my eyes were trained on my brother and my little bird. His palm on her bare back, his smile as they spoke, and her complete lack of focus on me. Lucas leaned in and brushed a soft kiss to her cheek, and I nearly came apart with jealousy. He was toying with me, letting me know he could have her if he wanted to. What he didn't know was that neither of us could truly ever claim Olivia Stewart. She'd given away her heart before she'd stolen mine. Logan may have been dead, but he was still very much alive for her.
"Why can't you move past her?" Eliana asked. "Do I have to kill her for you to notice me?"
"If you harm her, I swear, Eliana."
"Oh, look at that. My date has arrived."
Eliana wrenched herself from my hold and dashed from the ballroom in a blur of red skirts and dark hair. I took the opening and stalked toward my brother. Tapping him on the shoulder, I stopped them mid-step. "My turn," I said, not giving an opportunity for either one to protest. In one smooth move, I took the chain connecting them and brought her to me. She was exactly where she needed to be, waist cupped by one of my hands, body close to mine. The music swelled to a crescendo, and I led the way around the floor. "You belong here, in my arms, not Lucas."
"It bothers you that much to see me with him?"
Her eyes were filled with challenge. "Yes, it bothers me beyond measure. It's part of my nature, but also, I think there's more to it."
"Such as?"
I smiled and shook my head. "Not here, not now." Then I pulled her close, letting the feel of her skin and the curves of her body overtake me momentarily. "Do you know how delectable you look tonight? If your scent wasn't cloaked, everyone in this room would be struggling with hunger for you. As it is, every eye is on you for a different reason."
"Even yours?"
"Especially mine. God, little bird, I can't get you out of my head. I can still feel you, hot and tight, slick with desire for me. I want it again. I need it." Her face reddened and she looked down, her dark lashes casting a shadow on her cheeks.
"You can't say things like that to me."
"Yes, I fucking can. There's nothing keeping us from being together."
"Except your need to use me for my blood. Oh, and the fact that I'm going to be sold to the highest bidder. Did you forget that part?"
A chill ran down my spine. "How? Who told you?"
"Sorka. She's been exceptionally chatty."
"I'm doing everything I can." She rolled her eyes and pulled out of my hold, but I had the chain attached to her collar. She didn't get far. "Olivia, stop."
"Let go, Cashel. I need a minute to get some air."
"I'll accompany you." She closed her eyes and sighed.
"I suppose saying no won't help?"
"Not on your life." I slipped my arm around her waist, and the two of us walked toward the closed French doors. "We'll go to the garden and settle this." I needed to explain the depth of what I felt for her, and a bit of privacy sounded exactly like what we needed.
"Fine."
The doors swung open as I reached for them, and the world turned on its axis. Eliana stood with a smug smile on her face, her arm loosely draped through the crook of her companion's. A newly turned vampire by the smell of him. His handsome features sent rage jolting through me, and my heart splintered at Olivia's gasp of surprise. Her entire body tensed, and she croaked a weak.
"Logan?"
"Hello, Liv. Why am I not surprised to find you here again?"
Olivia. My heart leaped at the sight of Logan, but immediately plummeted when he smiled and revealed his brand new set of fangs. "Oh, God," I said, disbelief welling in my chest. "Logan, what did she do to you?" "I saved him from a painful death, of course. Are you saying you wish him dead?" Eliana plastered herself to his side, fingers trailing in his hair. "I'm making myself a harem of sexy hunters. It's proving to be much more enjoyable than I imagined."
"So you give a hunter all the benefits of being a vampire and bring him into the center of our nervous system? Just because he's been turned, that doesn't make him an ally."
Cashel eyed me before turning his attention back to Logan.
He still hates us. Now he hates himself as well.
I love a tortured soul.
I'm standing right here,
Logan protested.
and you look like hell.
Cashel's brows pulled together.
What did you do to him, Elle?
He's in transition. I'm not sure I want to keep him, honestly. He's too caught up in his feelings for Olivia. Sorka joined us, her hard expression revealing nothing. You turned him? Why didn't you just kill him? I have to give Olivia credit. He's hot. I think I'll keep him. Eliana ran a finger over his jaw. I bet he fucks like a champion. She turned her gaze on me. Does he? Cashel's grip on my waist loosened enough that I knew he was angry. I straightened my shoulders and looked her straight in the eye. I wouldn't know. He never fucked me. Not a complete lie. What we'd done was slow and tender. Sweet. Fuck wasn't the right word to describe our one time together. Oh, I beg to differ. The things I've seen in his head. You made him moan your name more than once that night before he spent himself inside you. Buzzing in my brain, right between my brows, made me take a step back and bring my fingers to my temples. Pressure like the beginning of a headache, built but never crested. Then Eliana narrowed her eyes and strode slowly toward me. Why can't I hear you? She asked. Her gaze darted to Cashel, jealousy flashing across her beautiful features. She's had your blood. Are you planning on breeding her, then? Logan's jaw tensed, a muscle on the side ticking with his frustration.
I want her,
he said.
You can't have her, Hunter. She's not yours to claim.
Cashel put himself in front of me, practically vibrating with the pent-up urge to fight.
Elle, it was stupid of you to bring him here. He's not even fully turned, and there are humans in the room. It's like bringing a feral animal into a cage and letting it free.
I can control him, she said.
Can you?
Logan's gaze was locked on me, his eyes dark and deadly.
She's mine. Give her to me.
Eliana giggled and stepped aside just as Logan lunged, reaching for Cashel. My keeper came up against him with little effort, swiping Logan aside like a bothersome fly. I knew the score. The transitioning vampire was weak in comparison to a fully turned or born vampire. Logan was crazed and fighting his soul's need to depart and his body's desire to live. His body would win. It would force him to do things he'd never have done as a human. And it would ruin him. If you want to keep him, I suggest you get him out of Cashel's way. Sorka had Logan up against the wall, one knee pressed into his groin while her hand was wrapped around his throat. He fought, but she was powerful. You're no fun, Eliana said, pouting.
Don't test me.
Cashel's reply was a low growl. I felt Anne behind us before I turned. Her presence was strong and unsettling. There was more to her than the fact that she was likely centuries old. My blood prickled with pins and needles any time she put her focus on me. Children, are we disturbing the peace? Eliana brought a transitioning male to our gathering, Sorka said. I'm keeping him at bay. Of course she did. I told her to. My stomach turned. This wasn't good.
Why? With so many humans here, we're putting them at risk. Some of them are mated to the clan members,
Cashel said in a hushed tone. Well, we'll just have to feed him, now won't we? Anne jutted her chin towards Sorka. Let him go, Sorka. Then she held out her hand, long, blood-red, talon-like nails making them appear more like claws. Come here, Logan, she said. Come take your first step into eternity with me. I could see Logan fighting with himself, the light of who he was and the darkness of who he'd have to become flashing across his face. Cashel put me behind him again as Logan passed, but I saw my friend, my confidant, the man I'd let inside my heart, trembling with each step he took. "This will break him," I whispered to Cashel.
"He's already broken. There's nothing we can do."
Anne took Logan's hand, and the two of them began walking toward the gilt throne on the raised dais at the back of the room. The crowd parted for them in one smooth motion. Then she turned her head and said, "All of you, join us. This is not something to be missed." The doors closed and locked before we could escape, and two vampire guards stood in front of them, arms crossed, expressions stern. The one on the right smirked, his eyes glittering with amusement.
"You're not going anywhere."
15. Cashel. I gripped Olivia's hand hard enough I was worried I might hurt her. We were all in danger, locked in this ballroom with a mad queen and, from my assessment earlier, at least 15 newly turned vampires who were serving as our guards. They lacked the control they needed, and as soon as human blood was spilled, they'd turn this place into a massacre. I caught sight of Matthias and his mate, Elaine, as we passed. He couldn't put her at risk, and aside from the slight shake of my head, I had no other way of conveying that this was not a safe situation. But his blue gaze widened, and he gave a tight nod, pulling his mate close and murmuring in her ear. "Cashel," Olivia whispered, her voice shaky. "What is happening?" Anne took her place at the throne, a smile on her lips. "Children, join me. Take your places at my side while we usher in a new era in the Blackthorne legacy." Sorka and Lucas looked to me, their expressions wary, but I clenched my teeth and took a step forward, pulling Olivia with me. "Ah, not her, Cashel. I'm afraid your pet will have to watch with the rest, until we have need of her." Everything in me screamed that this couldn't happen. Olivia was a sitting duck if I wasn't there to protect her. But a firm hand landed on my shoulder, making me snarl in defense until I saw it was Matthias. "I'll guard your mate." Anne laughed. "Look, already the Blackthorne family has support from Stockholm. Thank you, Matthias. Your assistance is appreciated. However, I have something else in mind for our pet." My heart stuttered when two guards approached and grabbed Olivia. Instinct took over, and blind rage controlled my limbs. I would kill them for touching her. She was mine. No one would hurt her. I rushed them with fury burning in my blood, but was stopped by agonizing, searing pain around my chest and arms. "That's enough, Cashel. You're making a scene." Anne stepped forward, and a woman in a long red gown followed, hand raised and gaze trained on me. "Now, look what you've made me do. I never employ Thea's power in public." Dread coiled in my gut. So, she not only had an army, she had a witch. "Olivia is mine," I forced through gritted teeth. Whispers in the ballroom swirled around us. Unease tainted the air, but Anne waved them off. "Our poor prince had recently fed from the human. His instincts are tied to her fear." The guards brought Olivia to Anne, and she grabbed my little bird by the diamond leash. "Now, join me, children. I won't say it again." Thea's magical hold on me disappeared, and the three of us walked up to Anne's side, taking the places we'd normally had when our father had been alive. It felt wrong, but more than that, I was terrified of what Olivia would have to endure because of me. "Witness this, all of you," she said, gesturing toward Olivia. "I have the loyalty of the Blackthorne heirs, and, thanks to Cashel, the blood of the sun is in our grasp once again.
But unlike my selfish husband, I will share her powers."
The door opened and servants filed in, each carrying a tray loaded with cordial glasses containing a blood cocktail.
"Each of these glasses contains a single drop of our pet's blood. The magic contained within will allow you 1 day of immunity from the sun. It is my gift to all who swear allegiance."
"On leaf we refuse," Killian McGregor called out, his thick Scots accent coming out as more of a growl than anything.
"Then you burn at sunrise,"
she said with the sweetest smile on her lips. Hushed murmurings filled the room, but one by one the clan leaders dropped to a knee. She stepped forward and brought Olivia with her. My little bird was trembling, and I could hear her heart thrumming on the verge of a panic attack.
"Did Cashel give you his blood? Is that what I smell on you?"
Anne asked, licking a line up Olivia's throat.
"It won't keep me out of your head, you know."
Everything stopped when I heard those words. "Why do you insist on toying with her?" I asked.
"Because she's not one of us. She's a human. Humans are pets, not mates. The only thing she can give us is her blood. We could give her eternal life if we so chose."
And attention turned to Logan, held in place by a guard, hungry gaze locked on Olivia.
"For example, see what a pathetic creature we have here. A hunter brought low by the very creatures he would kill. Now you'll become a lesser vampire, beholden to me if you want to survive. Are you hungry, young one?"
Logan whimpered and struggled, sweat beading on his forehead, eyes red with the strain the turn took on his body. "Yes."
"Come, sate your desire. She'll be like nothing you've ever tasted."
"No!" I shouted, but the word was choked off as Thea used her power on me once again. I couldn't move. I had to watch as Anne held Olivia in place while Logan struggled to walk to her. He was on the brink of his human body rejecting the change. Hope lit in my chest. He might die before he fed. It would be a blessing. Anne laughed.
"Oh, Cashel, I'm only toying with him. I'm not going to feed our special pet to him. But I am going to make her watch as he loses every ounce of humanity he had left."
A guard came in from a doorway to the left of the throne, pulling the hunter Olivia had called Knight behind him. Knight struggled, stumbling over his own feet twice before the guard tugged him hard enough to bring him to his knees. A feral growl rumbled from Logan's throat, and he pounced, grabbing Knight and holding him against his chest as he mauled the man right in front of us. He fed deeply, Knight's body going lax in his arms too quickly. Olivia shuddered, tears running down her cheeks.
"That's enough, Logan."
Anne's command didn't stop him, but Thea did. She released me from my restraints and, with a few murmured words, blasted him off Knight, whose body was limp and pale. Anne pouted and released Olivia from her hold as she glided across the floor toward the two men. She crouched and tore open her wrist, placing the slowly bleeding wound to Knight's mouth. More hunters for her army. A blur in the corner of my eye had me turning too late to stop the female vampire who ran for us. She tackled Olivia, tearing into her throat before any of us could defend her. Olivia screamed and fought as I rushed to pull the vampire from her. The woman wouldn't budge, but with my hands on either side of her head in a hard twist, I managed to snap her neck. Then I shoved my hand inside her chest and ripped out her heart, crumbling it to dust before the eyes of the entire court. I'd pay for that, but they needed to know that messing with Olivia meant death. My little bird crumpled to the floor, panting, eyes closed, blood trickling down her chest from the raw wound on her throat. I was there in an instant, pulling her into my lap and pricking my finger with my fang to heal her. The wound closed quickly, but she didn't open her eyes. Her pulse was steady, though. She'd be all right. Slow claps echoed off the walls, the only sound in a tomb-quiet space.
"Well, well, That was certainly unexpected. And Logan, I didn't realize you had it in you to keep him alive your first time out. Amusement colored Anne's tone. It shouldn't have happened. I'd taken steps to protect Olivia from the influence of others. I see your displeasure as clear as if you'd painted a picture, Cashel. School your expression. Anne's voice echoed in my head. It doesn't look good. And if you want her to continue living in your chambers rather than the dungeon, you'll pull yourself together. I stood with Olivia cradled in my hold, staring at Logan with a mixture of hatred and pity. He lay on the floor, writhing slowly, moaning. His transition was going to be a hard one. He was kept from feeding for far too long. Her head was filled with a multitude of thoughts, Cashel. Care to know what she was thinking of as she watched Logan feed? I do not. I stared hard at Anne, wished with everything in me I had a stake handy.
That's too bad. I'd want to know if my paramour was harboring deep feelings for another. It seems she's in love with 2 men. However will she choose?
Olivia. Liv.
Logan's voice was unexpected. Cool and calm, no trace of the warmth I was used to coming from him.
Are you awake?
My neck throbbed, pulses of pain with each of my heartbeats. I blinked a few times and narrowed my eyes in the dark room. Terror gripped me, running through my veins in cold tendrils. Logan had killed Knight right in front of me. He tore out his friend's throat without a second thought. What would he do to me? Stay away from me, I stammered, sitting up and working to control the rising panic.
Let me have you. You want me. I know you do.
The bed dipped, but I couldn't see him. His hand gripped my shoulder and I screamed.
Olivia, it's okay.
I screamed again, kicking out and connecting with his nose. There was a satisfying crunch and a pained groan from the man on the bed. I scrambled away, turning on a light as soon as I reached the switch. Instead of a feral vampire, I found Cashel, holding a bloody nose and scowling.
What the fuck was that about?
He asked, pulling a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiping away the blood. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I thought you were him. Jealousy flashed in his eyes. He crumpled up the cloth and tossed it into the garbage bin near the door.
Him? You thought Logan would be in your bed when you woke?
No, it was a nightmare. I thought he'd come to kill me. Cashel was at my side, hands gripping my shoulders before I could blink. I watched as the dark bruises under his eyes from his broken nose faded within a few moments. He was back to his chiseled perfection, and my heart raced at what I'd just witnessed. It was amazing and terrifying. He slid his palms up my neck and cradled my face.
He won't touch you. No one will touch you.
What happened to the woman who attacked me?
She's dead. A lesson to all of them.
You killed her? He clenched his teeth and pressed his forehead to mine, closing his eyes and taking a long breath.
I ripped her heart out and crushed it while she watched. I don't regret it. I'd do it all over again.
Those striking eyes opened, and the intensity in his gaze stole my breath. Thank you, I said, for stopping her. She was going to kill me.
I know. And Anne was going to do nothing about it. Which leads me to believe it was a setup, a trap for both of us. She knows now. There's not a doubt in my mind that she's aware of how deep my feelings run for you. She'll use you as a bargaining chip as long as she can.
I stepped back and put my hands on my hips. We have to stop her. She's more of a tyrant than Elias was. I heard what she said about forcing those who didn't kneel at her feet. It was a join me or die moment. He nodded.
It was. My father never had to do that. But he wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who was disloyal to the crown, either.
But she needs my blood. Why would it be a good thing to let someone drain me?
I have a sinking feeling she doesn't want to cure sunsickness. She wants to sell your blood like the drug it can be. Your body, too. But I don't think she feels like she truly needs you anymore.
My stomach churned, a cold pit building in the center. She wants me to be a blood slave?
More than that. She wants to let them breed you with their human pets and make more of your bloodline.
I swallowed past the lump in my throat and held back a shudder. How is that different from what your father wanted?
My father wanted me to breed you. He wanted to find a cure and make our bloodline more powerful.
And you? What do you want?
I want you to be mine more than anything. But I also want you to choose me.
Frustration rolled through me. You've kidnapped me twice, but I still let you inside my body. I think it's safe to say I've chosen you.
You still want him.
The emotion in his voice caught me off guard. What makes you think that?
Anne is strong. She broke through the barriers in your mind and read your thoughts while you were being attacked.
He stared into my eyes, looking deep into my soul.
She said you loved us both. I know she wasn't lying.
I couldn't finish. I didn't know what to say.
I can't share your heart. I won't. If you don't want me, I'll step aside and give you what you need to be happy. But first, I need you to come see Callie and help her find the cure.
How do you know what I need to be happy? He took a lock of my hair between his fingertips and twisted it back and forth.
You need freedom. You need me to bond with you and ruin your blood. Those are the things I can give you.
If you bond with me, won't it be hard to be apart?
For me, it will be torture. For you, I'm not sure.
Deep inside, I knew the answer. Being apart from him was terrible the first time. I didn't think I could stand it if I knew I'd never see him again. I don't want that.
You don't want to bond with me.
I don't want to be free of you. Dark brows pulled together.
Are you choosing?
Was I? After everything Logan had revealed, after the time I'd spent away from Cashel and all the doubts I had, could I trust him again? But the simple truth was this man held a part of me no one ever had before. I couldn't imagine a life without him. I want you. His fingers trailed across my shoulder, sending electricity racing along my arm.
I want you. All of you. But I can't abandon my home, my family's legacy. I have to take back my crown.
And I know how to fight. I just need the right weapons.
No, I've put you at risk too many times already.
Cash, I just want to help.
You will. You are. Knowing you're safe is the most important thing to me. I can't focus on anything else when you're in danger.
I learned how to fight off vampires while I was with the hunters.
And it did you no good earlier.
There was pure warning in his tone. I was wearing a fucking collar and leash. Not to mention I was unarmed.
Exactly my point. If you have to be armed to fight, you're in danger.
He was right. In a world filled with monsters who had preternatural strength, my humanness made me vulnerable. Fine, but don't expect me to sit locked in a tower and wait for you. I'll be arming myself and preparing for confrontation. They won't catch me unaware again.
I think my little bird has grown into a beautiful phoenix. Fierce and fiery.
Isn't fire deadly to vampires? He smirked.
It's deadly to humans as well.
True. I rolled my neck, sighing.
Get changed. Callie needs us.
With that command, I knew he wanted our conversation to be over. There was no arguing with him. He turned me in his arms and unclasped the diamond collar from around my neck, his lips pressing a gentle kiss to my nape. I shivered and leaned back into him, needing the feel of his strong chest against my back. I didn't say this when I should have before. Cashel, I love you. I tried not to, but denying it is the same as lying. I was never able to get you out of my heart.
I hate that they made you doubt me, and that they were able to get between us.
Me too, on both sides, the hunters and your father. His lips trailed kisses along my shoulder. I didn't know him before the day I escaped, I admitted. I swear. Cashel released me and straightened.
What?
You thought I'd been in love with Logan all this time. I wasn't. Your father told me he'd kill you if I didn't break your heart and release my hold on you. So I lied. He backed away and shook his head.
I should have known. Should have seen it. He did the same thing with Eliana. The man couldn't stand the idea of me being in love with a human.
Eliana? Jealousy bloomed in my chest.
He made it seem she'd been with him willingly. He raped her. He took her from me and made me think it was her choice.
I swallowed back the bile threatening to rise in my throat. I remembered all too clearly Elias invading my mind, taking my blood without my consent. I couldn't imagine the damage that would have been done to my psyche if he'd raped me as well. No wonder she's so angry.
She's been dealt far too much trauma in her life, and I had a hand in that.
Is there a way to help her?
I'm not sure.
I took his hand and brought it to my lips, kissing the knuckles. Let's go see Callie. 16. Olivia. Cashel's hand never left the small of my back as we walked quietly down the hall, but my heart must have been audible to every vampire in the estate, it was beating so hard. He murmured soft words of comfort in a vain attempt to calm me. I did my best, but being back here, on the path to the king's rooms, brought back too many bad memories.
Be as still as you can, little bird. If they hear you, we're all caught,
he whispered. I took slow breaths, bringing my body to a meditative state as he drew a drop of his blood and pressed it to the door. The magic infused in the wood never ceased to amaze me as the panel opened and the two of us stepped through into the king's rooms. It looked the same as it had when Cashel had laid me out on the floor and pleasured me to within an inch of my life. The bite mark on my breast tingled as a phantom memory hit me.
I know,
he said.
It's a strange feeling, being here. So many bad things, but also the beginning of something destined.
A crash in the distance had both of us tensing, the longing for connection pushed aside in favor of seeing to Callie.
Fuck,
Cashel muttered.
Stay here. It's not safe for you until I'm sure she's restrained.
No argument from me. But as soon as he began walking toward the origin of the sound, I reached out and grabbed his forearm. He stopped and turned to face me, a question in his eyes. Be careful. He smiled, genuine and filled with love. So soft I was taken by surprise.
I'll be fine.
I wandered the room, touching the rows of books along the walls, the marble desk, the fine gold pens I was sure Elias had used. How could such evil have lived in a place so beautiful? Sitting at the desk, I opened drawer after drawer, examining this capsule of Elias's life. What did he use this for? What were the duties of a vampire king? My chest seized at the sight of colorful plastic beads strung together by a clumsy child's hands. My clumsy child's hands. Skin crawling, I pulled the bracelet out of the drawer and stared at the block letters that spelled my name. My birth name. Rosella. Unique and distinctive. I remembered making it with my mother when I was 5 years old. She'd promised me she'd always keep it. Why did Elias Blackthorne have it?
Everything all right?
Cashel asked, standing with one arm draped over the mantel, shirt sleeves rolled up, hair tousled as though he'd been struggling. "This is mine," I said, voice shaking as I held out the bracelet. "I made it for my mom when I was 5.
Rosella?
My real name. I haven't been here since I was 6. We moved and... I brought my fingers to my lips. Oh, God, she lost the bracelet. We moved because he found us.
He never mentioned it. Why would we have spent so many years searching if he knew where you were all along?
I don't think he did. I'm pretty sure we got away.
It makes sense. He knew you existed when no one else did. He was biding his time until he could get to you.
Did he kill her? He shook his head.
He wouldn't. It makes no sense to kill the one we need.
Lucas thinks it was the hunters, or witches.
Or both.
He linked our fingers and pulled me to standing. He said there was magic.
Yes. Too much for it to have been a simple protection spell.
I pocketed the bracelet, unwilling to let it go again. How's Callie?
Worse. She needs a donation from you. The regular supply of human blood isn't helping anymore. The only thing that seems to sustain her for any amount of time is yours.
Nodding, I rolled up the sleeve of my soft gray shirt. Go ahead. He frowned, looking around for something.
None of my supplies are here.
Do you have to use a needle? Can't you just bite me? A thrill ran through me at the suggestion.
It would hurt.
You can make it feel good. Eyes flaring wide, he stared at me.
If I manipulate your mind.
I trust you. A flutter of excitement laced with fear filled me at the prospect. But when it came down to it, I had to make a choice.
When did you have my blood last? I won't be able to compel you if it was this night.
When I woke, before the ball. His expression turned somber.
I don't know if I'll be able to do anything to ease the pain, then. I'm sorry.
Callie needs this. A little pain is worth helping her. He grabbed a wine glass out of the cabinet near the fireplace, then led me to a velvet chair and motioned for me to sit. In one smooth move, he knelt at my feet.
Take a deep breath and remember how much I love you.
I did as he instructed, and he dropped his lips to my wrist.
My brave little bird,
he murmured, before all I felt was pressure against my skin and his teeth sinking into my flesh. I expected pain, but all that followed were warm waves of pleasure. A low moan filled the air, and I realized it was coming from me. His lips on my skin, fingers clutching my forearm, my pulse thrumming in my veins. I felt his mind touching mine. Every emotion, desire, love, despair, jealousy, all of these things built together to create an overwhelming sensation of euphoria. Climax wasn't the right word for it. Everything felt good, and I didn't know why. He tore his mouth from my wrist, a gasp leaving him as he did, and with shaking hands, he coaxed the blood from the wound and into the glass. Together, We watched my life spill into the cup that would give his sister more time. When it was nearly filled and my head was spinning, Cashel looked into my eyes, and all I saw in his expression was gratitude. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to my wrist, his tongue laving the torn edges of skin and sending a tingling burn through the nerves. When he lifted his head, the punctures were healed, and his pupils were so wide they took up most of his amber irises. Feral hunger filled me, a need to have him touching me again, pulling me closer. "Kiss me," I begged, and he gave me what I wanted. He placed the glass on the small table next to us and moved toward me. His lips were warm from my skin, and the rich taste of his blood danced across my tongue. It sent a rush of rightness through me, our connection strong and destined. I was sure of it, now that he was kissing me. He loved me. He was mine and I was his. There was no doubt of what we were to each other. There was no one else. He pulled away, hands still holding me close.
"Olivia,"
he rasped. "It felt
amazing,"
he finished for me.
It's never been that way."
I could feel you. I brought my hand to his chest, trying to express what happened when he was feeding.
This hasn't happened before."
Brows pulled together, he assessed me.
"I can't. I haven't ever been able to."
"What are you talking about?" Brushing the pad of his thumb over my wrist where he'd bitten me, he whispered,
"I heard your thoughts."
Cashel. How did this happen? I was in her mind, in real time. I could hear everything she was thinking, as though she was speaking the words directly to me. Was this what it was like for other vampires? Were they privy to every single thought? "You've been in my head before," Olivia said, cocking her head to the side and assessing me. "How is this different?" "I've never been able to read thoughts. I can see past memories, but never knew what someone was thinking in this way." "I think this is going to sound crazy." I smirked. "Try me." "I could hear what you were thinking, too. Or pieces of what was in your mind, maybe." Confusion swirled in me. That shouldn't have happened. She was human. Or at least mostly human. There had to be some witch in her if her blood could carry the sun. What was I thinking? There was love, jealousy, the need to protect. All true. I love you, and knowing you were with that hunter nearly sent me into a rage at times. And I hope you know I'd die for you, to protect you. And there was one more thing. I kept hearing the word mate. My stomach twisted. In truth, I'd heard that too. It was a strong instinctive call to claim her as mine. Not because she had the blood of the sun. She was my mate. It made sense now. Her blood was nearly irresistible to me because she was my mate. "Mate," I whispered. "Does that mean what I think it does?" "It depends on what you think." "That you have some vampire urge to mate with me? To fuck me?" I shook my head and chuckled. No, that's not what it means. Then I thought better of my response. I want to have you all the time, but that isn't what this means. It's an instinct, something I've been fighting since I first found you. I dragged my hand through my hair and forced myself to stay calm as I readied myself to take a leap I never thought possible. "What do you think?" I swallowed past the tightness in my throat. "We're a mated pair. You're meant to be mine." Her eyes widened. "Like Lainey and Matt?" I nodded and took her hands in mine, pressing soft kisses to her knuckles. Exactly like that. Except it doesn't happen in the same way for born vampires. It's not as easy to tell. My heart already beats. Matthias's has been silent in his chest for decades until he met Lainey. Why now? I think it has something to do with you taking my blood. She touched her fingers to her lips, and small lines formed between her brows as she contemplated my words. But I've had your blood before. Not by mouth. I healed you in the past with drops applied to your wounds. Twice now you've taken a taste. Both times your response was powerful.
Cash,
she began, but a scream came from Callie's room. I stood and grabbed the goblet filled with Olivia's precious contribution to my sister's care. I'll return. We have a lot to talk about, but Callie needs this. She took her bottom lip between her teeth and gave a curt nod.
Go. I'll be here.
I didn't want to leave her. We had a monumental conversation dangling in front of us, one that would shape the future. But my sister was in pain, and I had the one thing that would help her. I strode to the back of the room and down the hall, bracing myself for what I'd find when I got there. I opened the door, but Callie was not where she should have been. Chained to the bed, safe, protected. Callie, I whispered, hoping to keep her calm.
I need to get out of here.
Her voice came from a darkened corner, tight with pain.
I can't stay in here any longer, Cashel.
Come, sit. I have something for you. It will help. She whimpered.
You lie. Nothing helps. Let me die.
Walking slowly, I made my way inside, desperate to keep her distracted. If she got out, she'd go for Olivia. She wouldn't be able to control herself. Come here, sister. Please, let me take care of you. We're so close to a cure.
No, we're not. There's nothing to stop this. It's useless.
She crouched in the corner, arms wrapped around her knees. The broken shackles still hung from her wrists and ankles, burning her skin, but she seemed not to feel the pain. Have faith. Olivia is helping us.
Her blood isn't going to stop this. I would have found a cure if one existed. Sorka brought me the last of my work. The disease killed your mixed blood. It took it and burned it to a crisp. Didn't she tell you?
My stomach dropped. What?
It's a lost cause. I've done everything possible to find a cure. There is none. It's the only explanation. It's too late for me.
I knelt at her feet and held out the cup of blood. Drink. You need your strength. She took the glass and swallowed its contents down in 3 gulps. A sigh leaving her, she let the power of Olivia's blood rush through her.
Take her. Run away from this place. Let Anne have her crown and be with Olivia.
I can't. There's so much more wrong with Anne ruling the Blackthorne lands than her desire to sell Olivia for profit like a whore. Anne is a tyrant. She's classist. She'll have all made vampires as slaves before long and keep the rest of the bloodlines pure.
There has always been a push from some clans for that very thing.
And now that she has Olivia, she thinks she can make those clans her strongest allies. She's mad. Callie groans and her back arches.
God, it hurts. My body is screaming at me to go outside and meet the sun. I don't know how much longer I can hold out.
Come on. Back to bed. I'll do what I can to keep you safe. She stood, refusing my aid.
Don't touch me. You can't get sick. Olivia needs you. So do the rest of our people, it would seem.
I walked to the other side of the room, opening a large wardrobe to reveal the remnants of Callie's research. Files upon files, a laptop, vials of blood, and, hanging above that, heavy chains and shackles. A soft gasp caught my ear, the sound sending dread through me. I turned to find Eliana with a silver dagger embedded in Callie's chest. Callie reached up and stroked Eliana's cheek with nothing but the deepest affection.
Ellie,
she whispered. My sister died before I could move, her body crumpling to the floor while my former lover watched on.
Oh, Cashel, you're in so much trouble.
17. Cashel. What did you do? I screamed and ran at Eliana with a rage-filled growl, bare hands ready to tear out her throat.
"Not so fast, Cashel." She pulled the dagger from the remains of my sister and held it out toward me. "One nick of this on your skin, and you'll be infected. I did her a favor. I ended her suffering, which is what you should have done instead of bringing her here."
She loved you with her whole heart, and you betrayed her this way?
An unrequited love. I never shared her feelings. You know that.
I was finding a cure. She was safe here.
Tudding, she stepped closer until the point of the blade brushed the fabric of my shirt. "Not safe enough."
How did you get in here? These are the king's rooms. Only I can open the door.
She grinned and pulled a small vial of blood out of her pocket. Anger burned its way through my body. "You should be more cautious. I found this in your room."
My blood. I'd been careless when Olivia had reacted to it. It was tucked away, but not locked away. Why are you here?
"Oh, you poor, lovesick fool. I'm here to exact my revenge." She walked forward, the tip of the blade dangerously close to my throat. "I thought I might find something to help convince Anne to give you to me and let me make you my slave. Proof of your treachery. Instead, I found something better. You, harboring an infected vampire and your pet."
What did you do to Olivia?
"Nothing yet. She's safe, but I'm not telling you where she is."
Relief mixed with fear and filled my bones. Let her go, and I'll do whatever you want. She laughed, bitter and tragic all at once.
"I used to pray for those words. To hear you tell me I could have anything I wanted from you would have been a gift at one time. Now, they're like ashes, empty and bitter."
I'm yours. If she's safe, I'm yours forever.
Her lower lip trembled along with the hand holding the dagger. "You're a terrible liar. She seems to have stolen that from you, too."
She's stolen nothing. I needed to get out of here and make sure Olivia was really all right. I couldn't hear her heart beating. She was far from here. I had to see her and check over her body to ensure no harm had come to her.
A buzz in my brain I'd never encountered before built in intensity as I continued my standoff with Eliana.
Her thoughts.
I could get inside her mind and possibly find out what she needed to hear. I had to talk her off the ledge. "He's mine. Kill her. Starve her in the dungeon. Caged where she belongs. Give her to the hungry fledglings. Keep him. I love him. Don't make him sick. He'll love me again."
Her thoughts were a jumbled mess, erratic and unstable. But the central theme was that she needed me to love her. I'm sorry, Eliana. I'm so sorry I hurt you. Put down the dagger. Let me prove how sorry I am.
"You don't want me!"
She screamed the words, knife shaking in her hold. I do. I mourned you for decades. I loved you first.
"You did. Cashel, we were happy."
We were. I know, love. I never wanted to lose you. I held out my arms, opening my chest in a show of pure vulnerability. Put the blade aside. Come to me. Take from my vein the way a mate does. The words made me sick, but it was the ultimate gesture of trust. She knew that as much as I did.
"A mate?"
I nodded and took a step toward her. I saw at the moment she caved. Her eyes softened, and those tense shoulders slumped. Then she sheathed the dagger under her arm and walked into my embrace. It wasn't hard to snap her neck. One well-placed twist did it, and she slumped to the floor. I grabbed the vial of my blood from her pocket and ran. I rushed outside the rooms and turned back to the door. Using a drop of my blood to seal the lock, I sighed at the knowledge of what I was doing to her. Eliana would be trapped in these rooms until I let her out. But I planned on never releasing her. She'd serve her eternal punishment here with the reminder of everything the Blackthornes were. My room was not the empty space I expected to find when I walked through the door. Sorka and Lucas stood near the fireplace, the tension radiating off both of them palpable. Sorka cocked her head, staring hard, clearly sensing something was wrong.
Lucas and I were looking for you. We have to do something about... Wait, what is it? Is Callie?
She asked, a sob in her throat cutting off her words. I tried to hide the thoughts racing through my mind, but I could feel her attempts to invade, pushing at my walls. I looked to her, then Lucas, the words not wanting to free themselves from where they were stuck in my throat. Bracing myself, I closed my eyes and let the truth out in a rush. She's gone.
Gone?
Lucas asked. She died less than 10 minutes ago.
How?
His eyes held so much pain I had to take a step back. I hadn't seen this much emotion from Lucas since, well, ever. Eliana killed her. She found her way inside the king's rooms.
Why would she?
Sorka narrowed her gaze.
Because of Olivia.
No, I said. Because of me. She's unstable. Her death was violent, traumatic, and I broke her mind before the end. She should never have been made a vampire. My walls came down, and Sorka took the opportunity. I knew it the moment she relived Callie's death. My sister fell to her knees and let out a gut-wrenching cry.
You failed. You failed us all. She deserved so much more.
That was a punch in the gut I hadn't been expecting. But she was right. It was my fault. Callie would be alive right now if I hadn't been careless with my blood. She took Olivia. I saw it in her mind. A cell. A dungeon.
Here? Surely Anne will simply release her and punish Eliana?
Did you witness the display at the ball? Olivia is in worse danger now than she was when Father was alive.
Her blood is the target. She's willingly donating. What's the problem?
Things have changed.
What did you do, Cashel?
I looked behind me at the beautiful creature one step away. She's my mate. I have to claim her.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Sorka said, shaking her head.
Now? Our sister is dead, our family legacy is disgraced, and now you have to take a human as your mate?
I can't let this go on any longer. I'm going to bond with her.
Excuse me.
It's the only way.
We'll never be able to cure sun sickness. What if another of us contracts the disease? You'll just leave us to languish?
My chest hurt from her accusation. I don't know what else to do. Anna's going to sell Olivia's body as well as her blood. She'll use her as a whore. I can't let that happen on the off chance we'll find a cure with her blood. He's right, Sorka, Lucas said.
They're mates. Can't you feel it? The connection we all saw between them was more than him wanting to bond with her and keep her as a pet. It's a mate bond. Fine. Go get her. We'll reconvene at the summer house. Make a plan to get our lands back.
She and Lucas were little more than two blurs as they left, the door slamming in their wake. I strode to my closet, kneeling in the back of the large space and prying up a loose floorboard. There I found my weapons of choice. Leather gloves, a sharpened stake, and a thin roll of silver wire. I didn't relish killing my fellow vampires, but I wouldn't hesitate if it meant keeping Olivia alive.
Olivia. My head throbbed, and the cold, dark cell wasn't helping my situation. Eliana, that bitch, had somehow managed to get inside the king's rooms. Gingerly, I touched my fingertips to the back of my skull, wincing when they came away wet with blood. Thank God I was behind silver bars. The last thing I needed was a hungry vampire getting in here with me.
Liv?
Logan's voice caught me off guard. Instinctively, I looked toward the sound of his voice, my vision hazy in the little bit of light, but I could make him out. Trapped inside the cell with me. Weak, dirty, slumped in the corner. Logan, what happened to you? I scooted closer, but he shuffled away.
Don't come too close. I might kill you.
He was right. I'd seen the hunger in his eyes at the ball, watched him feed on night. He could kill me easily. Why are you here?
They wanted me to tell them how to find the rest of the hunters. I wouldn't.
Chains rattled as he tried to move.
So this is my punishment.
Didn't the council kill them all?
No. I know for a fact Hector got away with at least 5 others, and I killed 2 of the bastards before Eliana got to me.
My chest lightened at the knowledge some of them survived. What about Knight? Have you seen him since...
Since I nearly drained him dry? No. I don't think he's going to want to have anything to do with me.
It's not your fault. You couldn't control yourself.
I should have let myself die. I could have. I stopped before feeding on you, even though I wanted to taste your blood so badly my whole body hurt.
I stood on wobbly legs, my head spinning from the concussion I'd likely endured. I'm glad you're alive.
But I'm not. I'm a fucking vampire. I'm the thing I hate more than any creature. I'm the same type of monster that killed my sister.
I knew this was what would happen, that he'd hate himself. But so did Anne. She had celebrated that fact in front of every vampire in attendance at the ball. Don't let Anne win. You've been resisting her so far. You can be the hero of this story if you try. A bitter laugh left him.
The hero? The hero gets the girl. Is that how this is going to end, Liv?
When I didn't answer, he pulled on his chains.
Exactly as I thought.
Logan, please...
Tell me you haven't let him inside you since he took you again. That you didn't taste his blood.
I didn't protest, and he scoffed in response.
I can fucking smell him all over you.
You don't understand.
I understand plenty.
You were trying to turn me against him from the beginning.
Of course. He was holding you hostage, manipulating your mind, taking advantage of you. Also, he could have your blood. I can't believe you fell for it twice.
That video you showed me. He didn't kill my mother. He found her and tried to save her, but it was too late. Someone else killed her.
You believe that bullshit?
I do. I held my head high and fought back the tears. I believe him. I walked to the bars and sat next to them, resting my head on the cool metal.
I can't do anything to help you if you think he's not lying.
I don't want you to help me, but I do want to get you out of here.
So I can kill every human I come across like a vicious animal?
I wrapped my arms around my knees. That's not who you are. It's not who Cashel is, either. You are strong and smart. You will overcome this.
I can't overcome being turned into a monster.
It's what you do, not what you are, that makes you good or evil. Be the good. He let out a shuddering breath and groaned.
You're bleeding.
I reached back and almost touched the gash on my head again. She hit me over the head from behind. I never stood a chance.
Be glad they just fed me. I might have pulled these chains loose and killed you.
My stomach twisted. Charming.
Well, isn't this nice? 2 lovers reunited.
Eliana's voice was a cold trail over my skin. Isn't it? Shame about the chains, though. I stood and gestured toward the corner where Logan was huddled.
It is. My darling pet has been such a good boy, though. I think it's time to reward him for everything he's been through. After all, he put on such a brave face.
Heart lurching, I looked frantically at Logan. The chains scraped the stone floor as he got to his feet and came as far as he could before his restraints stopped him. His eyes were wild, fangs extended.
Liv, Get out of here,
he growled. Oh, pet, she's not going anywhere. This is the end for her, I'm afraid. Eliana opened the cell door and locked it behind her. A newly turned vampire is a thing of ravenous beauty, a hunger that can't be sated. Kneeling, I reached for the small silver dagger strapped to my inner thigh. She wasn't watching me as she unlocked the shackles from around Logan's wrists and ankles. One well-placed thrust of this blade would incapacitate her, maybe even kill her if I could reach her heart. Logan looked into her eyes, staring hard. Then his gaze flicked to me and I leapt, but Eliana was faster. She gripped my throat with one hand, wincing as I slashed her arm with my dagger, but not releasing me. Panic raced to the forefront of my mind with every beat of my heart as the oxygen I so desperately needed was denied. Then, with the world fading to gray around the edges, she threw me into the corner. My arm was a blazing, fiery thing, pins and needles which gave way to a deep, throbbing ache. I stared down at my hand where my weapon had been, willing myself to grab the blade, but my fingers didn't move. My arm was broken. Nausea clutched my belly and a sob welled in my throat, tightening everything inside me. A low, husky chuckle came from behind me, prompting me to look through the bars where Eliana now stood. The lock clicked and she tutted. I'm going to love watching Cashel mourn you. I screamed in anger and pure frustration. All I had to do was kill her. I failed, and now Logan was going to kill me. The heavy steps of a hungry vampire filled the cell, pulling my attention from Eliana as she walked away. Logan was shaking, eyes black, fangs long and sharp. He reached down and grabbed me by both arms, sending agony ripping through me. "Logan, please," I said through a trembling voice. But Logan wasn't there anymore. He had one goal, to feed, and I was the only prey in the room. "Stop," I begged. "I know you don't want to do this." He blinked a few times, pupils tightening and showing the deep brown of his irises. His hold on me softened, but his gaze was still trained on my throat.
"Liv, I can't."
"Please don't do this. You'll never forgive yourself. You said you loved me. If that's true, fight this." His arms shook and he took a long, slow breath.
"I'm okay. It's okay."
Relief flooded me as he came back to himself. It was going to be all right. We'd get out of here. He wrapped me in his embrace, hands tender on my shoulders and back.
"I do love you, Liv,"
he whispered.
"But you should know better than to trust a vampire by now."
Terror gripped my heart, but I couldn't move. There was no way out of his hold, and I'd done it to myself. His fangs pierced my throat, roughly, painfully, and all I could do was scream.
18. Cashel. Everything was wrong as I descended the narrow stairs on my path to the dungeon. I couldn't hear her heart. Olivia's heart beat with mine. I was sure of it, but there wasn't an echo of her pulse anywhere close. True, the dungeon was far below the house, a 3-mile stretch of tunnel separating the manor and the underground prison, but I still should have been able to connect with her, especially since she'd had my blood twice. Hushed voices caught my ear from farther down in the tunnel, making me stop in my tracks.
"Well, where is she? It can't be that hard to keep track of one little human. Eliana will burn for this if she's to blame."
Anne's words were clear and angry.
"She's been after the girl since the beginning. I can put a locator spell together if you have any of her blood left."
The other person was female, but not a voice I could place.
"Cashel, come out of hiding, darling. This concerns you as well."
The sing-song tone unaffected was unnerving. I strode toward them, forcing myself to remain calm.
"Can you find her?"
The witch Thea stood near the main door that led to the dungeon.
"Likely, yes. I'll need something she's connected to. Her blood would be best."
"I don't have any. It's gone. I couldn't tell them about Callie. And the only donation we took was for the ball."
"Do you have something else?"
Hope burned in me. "My blood. She's taken some of my blood. Will that work?"
"If it still has a hold on her, yes." "Good. We need to find her and get her ready. The leader of the McKinley clan has put down a deposit. He wants to taste her and breed her, if you haven't gotten that job done already, Cashel."
Anne looked me up and down. "No, you can't. I can't let you." Anne laughed.
"Let me? Oh, you are either incredibly brave or stupid. I can't decide which."
"What can I give you in exchange for her? I'll gladly lay down my life for her freedom." Anne cocked a brow.
"You love her that much?"
"She's mine." She rolled her eyes.
"Men, so dramatic."
Then she sighed.
"I'll give her to you if you give me a child."
My stomach rolled. "What?"
"You heard me. I need a Blackthorne heir if I'm going to keep my throne. So says the council. It's written into the bloody law, and there's nothing I can do about it. Fucking patriarchy."
You made me call you mother. You were married to my father."
"And you are the child of a whore, and have no blood relation to me whatsoever. So, Cashel Blackthorne, Prince of the Blackthorne lands, if you want your precious human to remain unspoiled and yours alone, you'll do what I say."
I shoved my arm toward Thea and nodded. Find her. I'd sold my soul to the devil for my little bird, and part of me knew nothing would ever be the same after I held up my end of the bargain. Thea dragged a small knife over my skin and collected my blood on the blade. Then she closed her eyes and whispered softly to herself. The blood hissed and bubbled, disappearing into nothing more than a puff of smoke before she opened her eyes again and stared at me. Now her irises were clouded over, opaque white.
"She's far from this place. In a cage. The Holly Road. No, Brook."
"Hollybrook. The council has her." I turned on my heel and raced for the last place I wanted to return to, Hollybrook Estate, home of the Vampire Council. The estate was eerily still when I arrived. No lights, no guards. It appeared abandoned and desolate. But I remembered the dungeon, the chains and torture. Pain I'd since learned to ignore moved through my traitor mark, bringing the memories of the branding, the punishment, to the forefront of my mind. What were they doing to Olivia? What kind of sick games were they playing with her mind? I strode up to the tall castle doors and stared at the heavy wood. There wasn't a reason to knock. This wasn't a friendly visit. With all my considerable strength, I kicked the seam of both doors and splintered the wood outward. The heavy iron lock bar groaned in protest as it ripped away from the wood. No one came. Not a single soul, even though the sound of my explosive entry filled the surroundings. "Where are you?" I asked, scanning the area for some sign of the remaining council. They weren't here. They'd abandoned their home. And for what? To lick their wounds after losing some of their numbers to hunters? A bone-chilling scream echoed from somewhere deep in the estate. Olivia. I followed the sound, my own heart racing as urgency sent my blood humming. "Olivia!" I shouted, pulling my blade free of the sheath I'd attached to my hip. I ran, hard and fast, homing in on her speeding pulse. Something was very wrong. I came down a hall, following the only thing I had to help me find her. But it was a dead end. No doors, no stairs, not even a tapestry on the wall to conceal a passageway. Dropping to my knees, I surveyed the stone floor. There had to be a way down. This was where the trail stopped. Uneven grooves in the mortar between the stones caught my eye. I slid my fingers over the edge and let out a sigh of relief when I found it, the lip of a trapdoor. I went down the dark staircase without a second thought. Cobwebs and dirt coated the corners and walls, a sure sign this was not their usual entrance, but it was how I'd get to Olivia. Olivia's voice echoed through the cavernous hallway, and a chill covered me.
"Logan, please."
Fear made her words tremble. I ran harder, turning the corner when she continued.
"Stop,"
she begged.
"I know you don't want to do this."
Logan's whisper. "Liv, I can't," made rage fill my chest.
"Please don't do this. You'll never forgive yourself. You said you loved me. If that's true, fight this."
I came into the main dungeon hall, scanning each cell for any sign of them with her words ringing in my ears. Then I saw them, at the farthest end of the prison, locked in a cell together. Logan's body shook, and he took a long, slow breath. "I'm okay. It's okay." He wrapped her in his arms and pulled her close. My stomach twisted, knowing this would end badly. I moved as fast as I could as he said, "I do love you, Liv, but you should know better than to trust a vampire by now." Her scream tore through me. Grabbing the bars, I pulled hard, even as the silver burned my skin. Logan didn't look my way as he destroyed her neck, tearing her perfect throat and spilling more of her blood than he was feeding upon. A blur of dark hair caught my eye, and before I could register her presence fully, Eliana had shoved me away from the cell. I crashed into the wall, mortar and dust falling around me where the force of my collision had broken the stone. How had she gotten free?
"No, you don't get to save her, Cashel. You get to watch her die."
"Stop this," I said, getting to my feet. "You shouldn't be here." She laughed, the sound bitter and filled with hatred.
"You taught me to be prepared, my love. Did you really think I would come into that chamber without a way out?"
"Leave her alone. You've killed Callie. Don't you have enough?"
"This is only what you deserve. You are a traitor to your kind. Now, because of you, she will suffer at the hand of the other man she loved."
I rushed her, slamming into her hard, but she was ready for me. She took me down at the knees, snarling with rage as she did so. Then I felt it, the smooth slice of a blade in the right side of my chest. It didn't hurt, but it would. The stake I brought pressed into my back, and I managed to get one arm around to collect the sharpened wood. "You missed," I said, looking directly into her eyes. It was true. She'd completely missed my heart.
"Did I?"
She cocked a brow and pulled the blade free before pressing it to my throat. The exact same blade she'd used to kill Callie. One quick flick of her wrist opened my veins as I slammed the stake into her back, hitting her heart with the force I used to drive it through. She coughed and spluttered, eyes wide as I struggled to stop the bleeding of my open wounds. This wouldn't kill me, but the sun sickness she just infected me with would. Her death wasn't painful, but it was true. She fell to the side, a rapidly deteriorating shell of who she used to be. My blood left my body at too fast a pace for me to keep up with, but I needed to get to Olivia. I had to save her from Logan. I crawled to her and found the bars wrenched open and the cell empty, except for the crumpled form of my little bird, barely breathing and bleeding from her wounds.
"Cashel,"
she croaked. I couldn't speak. My injury was knitting back together slowly, but not fast enough. I couldn't save her. She would die. She reached for me, her fingers coming through the open space between the bars. I did the same, and as her skin touched mine, I lost the battle with consciousness and said goodbye to my little bird forever. This concludes Blood Traitor by K. Loraine. Narrated by Aaron Shedlock and Emma Wilder. Copyright 2019 by K. Loraine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with K. Loraine, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.